After 11 straight losses, it's only fitting that yesterday's series finale between the Nationals and the Rockies went to the 11th inning. With one out and an automatic runner, Riley Adams on third, James Wood did this.
Down to their final out. 1-0 pitch to Wood. Swinging a high fly ball, center field deep. Back goes Hilliard to the warning track, at the wall. It's gone! James Wood does it! The long nightmare is over!
He drove a pitch to center field for his 20th home run of the season, his second walk-off in his young career, giving the Nationals a win as they head on this West Coast road trip. So if you're in the mood for some late-night baseball, 10 p.m. right here on The Fan, you can listen live as the Nationals take on the Dodgers. And the NBA Finals are going to the ultimate Game 7. Obi Toppin scored 20 points and Andrew Nebhard added 17. The Pacers forced that winner-take-all Game 7 by rolling past the Thunder 108-91 last night. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scored 21 points for the Thunder, who ended up pulling their starters after getting down by 30 going into the fourth quarter. This is the first Game 7 in NBA's Finals history since 2016. That'll be Sunday night in Oklahoma City. Good news for the Thunder. Home teams are 15-4 in final Game 7s. Bad news for the Thunder, though. Cleveland won at Golden State in this most recent Game 7 back in 2016. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. I got to be honest, I'm not really sure what direction I am. I suppose I'm northwest. I'm in Olney. Am I in Olney? I'm in Rockville at Norbeck Country Club. Fired up for today. We are here for the Laughlin Family Foundation Charity Golf Classic. It is a beautiful day at Norbeck Country Club. My name is JP Finley. Today, I am not joined by Brian Mitchell because he's crazy enough to ride a bicycle to the beach. Instead, we got Tobo here. Toby Altizer, what's up, buddy?
Dude, I'm feeling a lot better because James Wood is on my baseball team. If not, I'd be in real trouble.
So let's start there. I mean, the hoops last night was pretty good. Just kind of a blowout. The Pacers came out on fire. But I'll go left hand up on this. Shout out to Lee. I didn't watch any baseball yesterday. I was playing golf at Kinloch down in Richmond, which is just a truly, truly special place. That game started at like 1:15, Toby?
Yeah, nice early start. And
we teed off at 1:10. So I
don't blame you for missing it then.
You know me. Like, I watch the games. I watch the O's. I watch the Nats. I watched Wednesday night, which was, just so bad. I may or may not have been at Millie's on Mass Ave with my buddy Ewalt watching that game, and it was just so bad. And then this losing streak gets to 11, and I'm just like, oh, my God. If it gets to 12, that's the longest in franchise history. So I cared about yesterday's game, but I cared more to play Kinloch. But, dude, it was wild. So, Toby, I want you to take me through it, but I just want to tell you how this all went down. So we played. Then there was a rain delay. We got brought inside. Then we're back out on the course, and we were playing because at this point, after a rain delay, we're talking late evening, 6:30 or something, and we're kind of playing as like a sevensome because there's nobody out there, and you can kind of just do what you want at that point in the night. And one dude got like a text, like I don't know exactly which guy it was or how the news emerged, but it was like, oh my God, James Wood hit a walk-off. They won. They finally won. And dude, for me personally, I felt this like sense of relief. I was just like, thank God. Because for me, dude, it's pretty apparent they're not firing Davey. So like, you just want the losing streak to end so they could just kind of get back to normal baseball business, right? Like, did
Yeah.
you feel relief by it?
100%. Like I was telling Grant and Danny sitting in the press box, I was like, can we just get back to the usual, winning 3 out of 11 and, being 3-8 for a stretch instead of losing 11 straight? Just go back to the regular losing times, not the crazy ones where you lose 11 straight. But
Right.
So yesterday they go out there, they're scoreless through 3 innings. Bottom of the 4th, James Wood hits a home run into the red seats out there. My petition, JP, is that we rename those seats out there. The ones I'm talking about, just left of center field where they got the building. We need to call those the wood pile and then call that building the woodshed because he likes hitting home runs there. I think he's hit at least 3 or 4 out there. But regardless, he hits one there, so they're up 2-0. Then
Toby, listen, you're a nice young man, relatively naive in the ways of the world. You got to be a little careful throwing the term wood around all the time, all right? Because there's guys like Jeff, there are people out there that some things can be misinterpreted. I do like the idea of the wood pile, though. I could be into that.
Well, so regardless, he hits it in the wood pile seats. I'm going to call that on my Twitter. So regardless, that's what they're called from now on for me, is the wood pile.
1,500 people will know exactly what you're talking about.
2,000 people. Come on, Jake. But then they give it right back, and then you go to extra innings, and Zach Brixey, shout out the Virginia Tech Hokie product. He
All
comes
roads
out.
lead back to Blacksburg
He
when it comes to Tobo Oberhauser.
Pitched really, really well, scoreless in the top of the 10th, and then they come out in the bottom of the 10th, and they bunt. They bring in Alex Call and bunt Brady House over to third. And then first pitch, Ahmed Rosario with the infield in, hits it to second base. So they don't score in that inning. And then top half of the 11th, they score a run. Ryan Ludis gets his first win because James Wood down to his final out. So they're in a similar situation, JP. They bunt with Jacob Young to move the runner over to third base. They pinch run Riley Adams for K-Bear. Then C.J. Abrams, I think it was the first pitch, hits one that's like a low screamer that their first baseman snags and then tags the bag. So now they're 2 outs. And I'm sitting there, JP, if you could have seen me, I got my head in my hands.
2 outs, runners on? Or
just one runner on, the ghost runner, right? Guy at third base.
God, it's so dumb.
And I'm just rubbing my temples and just sitting there like,
You're freaked. You're all the way freaked.
I'm
Toby.
like, there's no way that this is going to happen again. There's no way. And I was like, at least James Wood is up. Let's see what happens. And Grant and I are talking like, there's no way they pitch to him, right? Why would you pitch to him? I don't care who else is up next. It's not James Wood.
Well, one thing that's important to keep in mind in this scenario, Toby, the Rockies also suck.
Correct.
So they don't know what they're doing, and their bullpen sucks.
Yeah.
So, like, keep that in mind as you're like, of course you're not going to pitch to this dude. Please continue.
Well, and the guy that they brought in had been mowing him down all series. Seth Halverson's throwing like 102. He'd been kind of nasty. So he throws a ball, and you're like, oh, they're not going to pitch to him. And then he does pitch to him, and James Wood parks it in center field. It came off the bat hot, as it always does for James Wood. It was like, oh, does it have enough carry? Because it came off a little bit high. Sure enough, it lands in the berm there in center field, and it was crazy just seeing the reaction because James Wood never shows any emotion, and even he was fired up. So I think there's some relief for sure.
I haven't seen it yet, and I just had to sit through like 90 seconds of commercials on MLB.com, but I have the video. I'm going to enjoy the walk-off live right now. All right, pitch is up. Wow. He watched that, dude.
Mm-hmm.
If that was a putt, he walked that in. Damn, he almost hit the curly W out there.
Yeah,
just a bomb.
He's so
what
special.
Was that, like 430?
I can't remember. I know it was like 110 off the bat. It was
what
just
is his bat speed? I mean, he is flying through that ball.
Yeah, I'll look it up for you. He's special. He really is. And
God, that's a bomb.
He's just
that is
so
straight
good.
Away deep center.
He's just so good. He's someone that always has that, smooth heartbeat. And it's funny because I ran into his parents on the way out of the ballpark.
Could they be nicer people?
They're so nice.
Yeah.
And his dad is just the same sort of demeanor as him, whereas like it was as if he'd just done the most routine thing ever, but he just hit a walk-off to end an 11-game losing streak.
I mean, I think he might be from around here. Isn't he an only guy? Yeah. I mean, Mr. Wood, if you're around, come hang out. I got plenty of chairs. The promotions team's got me set up with like 7 chairs. I think they're disappointed. It's just me here, but we'll persevere.
Bat speed, JP. He's in the 96th percentile of baseball, 76 miles an hour.
I mean, of course he is. All right, so I just saw the other home run now. Shout out to MLB.com. If you sit through 2.5 minutes of commercials, you get to watch 2 home runs. Dude, I mean, we did this a while back. Like, the comps are just bananas on this kid, and you don't want to get too caught up. And I'm not here for like a they won't pay him eventually conversation. I mean, how many years is he under team control? Like 7?
He's still here for a while.
Let's just shut up with that. Like, it's okay to just enjoy the moment. Should we do? So I really like this game. I am going to search James Wood on Twitter, and we'll see what the tweets are, because I bet they're pretty outrageous.
They're plenteous. So you'll appreciate this, JP. So before the season starts, I was looking at what kind of lines they had for James Wood, and his over-under was 18.5 home runs, which he blew by yesterday with 2. And
hold on, his preseason future bet was 8.5 home runs?
18.5.
Oh, well, the hell, he still already got it.
Well, so I was like, oh, that's an easy over. So I threw a couple bucks on it. At least I thought. I checked a couple days later to see how much I'd win and found out I'd bet the under. So yesterday I lost a few dollars.
You're like Chief A1 James Wood stan, and you accidentally bet the under on his homer future?
I was very happy that he screwed my bet.
I mean, you might just have to do that every year now. That might just have to be a thing.
I'm down for it.
What if? So did you go in the clubhouse afterwards?
I didn't get a chance to, unfortunately.
Why? What'd you have to do? You don't have anything to do.
I mean, I work, JP. I'm a hard worker.
You had to do updates?
I had to do updates.
One. Go in the clubhouse.
Well, I did, and every single one had Dave Jagler's call in it because it was so fantastic.
I bet. Among the team, among the organizational people, because I know just being in the press box and stuff, you're dealing with the organization. What were, like, how were they reacting just to finally, not to mention you break the 11-game losing streak, but you had to do it in extras. So this thing was tight, and you're about to go to LA where the Dodgers are pretty damn good. What is the sense of relief for them, dude?
Oh, big time. Big time. I mean, we're talking with one of the guys before that 11th inning, and he's like, oh, he's going to come through. Ryan Ludis comes in, and he got his first career win yesterday. They just claimed him, I think, off of waivers from the Dodgers not that long ago. And he gave up a run and was getting booed. The PR person was saying, oh, they're cheering for him. Lou!
That's a good attempt at PR right there.
But sure enough, just the relief from everybody. Just because, JP, like, covering the team, I think so many people think you root against them for storylines. No, you don't. Like, you want that misery over with. And
anybody that thinks that's an idiot.
Yeah. So I think everyone in that press box was just so relieved that that's over with. They might go on another losing streak. Who knows? But at least that one's done with.
Hell, didn't they have a 7 or 8 gamer in April?
They had a 7 gamer in the month of May and still finished with a winning record.
Man. Give me some James Wood comps. Talk dirty to me, Toby.
I mean, I don't know how you don't look at him and see 99 in pinstripes. I'm not saying that he's going to end up being him because he's so far and away the best hitter in baseball right now, even better than Ohtani. Like, if you just look at the numbers of Aaron Judge this year, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
but
it is ridiculous.
A dude that size, 6'7", 6'8", and such a simple, easy swing and such simple, easy power. Like, that's the comp. And I think, maybe James Wood doesn't have the raw power of Aaron Judge, because when you think of the body types, Aaron Judge looks like he could play tight end in the NFL versus James Wood looks like he's
jacked, but he's also so much younger.
Yeah,
he'll fill out.
Well, and
you filled out.
I definitely did. James looks like he could play small forward for the Wizards, is what he looks like. And so, a little bit of different body types, but simple swings. James has more speed than Judge does. He can steal some bags. I think he's going to end up being better defensively. Maybe he just doesn't hit the 60 home runs like a Judge, but I mean, he's already hit 20. He's on pace for over 40 this season. The only guys to do that in Nationals history, JP, are Bryce Harper and Alfonso Soriano. So he's already putting himself in rare air, and I think you can already make the argument that he's a top 3, top 4 outfielder in the National League and probably top 5 outfielder in Major League Baseball already at this point in his career. So, I saw MLB put out a video yesterday saying a superstar is emerging in DC. I don't even think he's emerging anymore. Maybe people don't know about him, but he's already a superstar in my mind because of the numbers he's putting up.
Well, so a few things. One, the season Aaron Judge is putting together right now is just so ridiculous. So I'm just on Pro Baseball Reference, and I just went to like the leaders page, and Aaron Judge is leading the majors, not just the AL. He's leading the majors in wins above replacement, offensive WAR, batting average, on-base percentage, slugging percentage, on-base plus slugging. I mean, the numbers are just completely bananas. But I think what's so important, I mean, this is the kid's first year in the bigs. You know what I mean? Like the first year starting in the bigs. Like I know he came up last year, but he is in wins above replacement all. So this includes pitchers. He's 8th in baseball at 3.6. And now if you just go to position players, he's 6th. And this is happening while Aaron Judge is having a historic season. And the dude, Cal Raleigh, for Drab's Seahawks, I know they're the Mariners, but whatever. Like that, Cal Raleigh's having like an incredible season. And then what's the kid with the Cubs? PCA or whatever?
Yeah, Pete Crow Armstrong.
What? All those other teams are so much better and they're getting protection. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Wood is on an island, especially when it comes to the bat. It's exciting.
Well,
and I think it's exciting
to tie it here to Nationals baseball. You've had 2 real superstars as outfielders come through here, both as left-handed bats, and Bryce Harper and Juan Soto, coincidentally, both of them gone. But I think Wood has a little bit of both of those guys, and that the power that Harper brought was just so evident right away. And I think you see that with James Wood. But the thing that Soto brought was that incredible eye at the plate. And James Wood has that. Now, he's got more strikeouts than Soto, and that's going to be a part of his game just because he's so big and his strike zone's so big.
He's more of a power guy, too.
Yeah, but his eye is so incredible. I think there was one earlier in the game where he got a little bit lucky on one that was called a ball that might have been a strike. I think that was the one that he hit earlier for the home run. But that's the kind of stuff that his ability to spit on pitches, to get the ones that he likes, and then be able to drive it to any part of the field, it's just so special. Because usually you get a power guy like that, JP, you know, oh, okay, you're going to get that, but you're going to get X amount of strikeouts because he's just swinging at everything, and that's not the case for James.
They still mad at Soto up in Queens?
I think they've come around.
He is leading the majors in walks, which he's going to do every year. I mean, that guy. I think Soto, and the comps with Soto got crazy. Everybody's talking about Ted Williams and stuff. The one comp I think you can make with Soto, the best hitter, the best baseball player I've ever seen in my life is Barry Bonds. And obviously he became all juiced out and whatever. But throughout his career, even going back to the Pirates days when he was skinny and stealing bases, he had the best command of the strike zone I've ever seen. And never even like glanced at something that was outside of the zone. Like he was just beyond elite at that. And I think Soto might be the best since Barry in that regard. I don't know that was last night Wood's first walk-off.
It was his second walk-off hit, first walk-off home run. He had one earlier this season where he got one through the infield and CJ scored
he had
from
a
first
hit.
base.
I remember that. Yeah. But his first walk-off home run.
Yes, first walk-off home run.
I think I'm prepared to do something, Toby.
What do you got?
I think the girls need a James Wood t-shirt.
Love it.
I think right now they have matching Jaden Daniels t-shirts, and they wear them. I mean, my little one would wear it every day if we let her. I think James Wood might be t-shirt worthy, man.
I think so. I definitely think so. And the cool part is he's from the area, right? Like that. How cool is that? His family's at seemingly every single game. His family's involved with the community. Like, it's really, really cool that he's from this area and then dominating for the Nationals.
His father was at I saw his father at an event I did for the McBrien Foundation a couple weeks ago, and just couldn't have been cooler or nicer. And he's also, I mean, that dude must have been a hell of an athlete.
I believe he played. I think he played for the Richmond Spiders back in the day.
Okay, so he was a baseball guy too.
Basketball.
Oh, University of Richmond. What's the minor league team called?
They're the Flying Squirrels.
They're the Squirrels. All right. I'm trying to buy a t-shirt here, and I now have some beef.
He was a starter. This is Kenny Wood. He was a starter on 3 men's basketball postseason teams, including the 91 squad that beat the second-seeded Syracuse Orange in the NCAA tournament. Scored
that is
1,400 career points.
That's awesome. That's very cool. All right, Toby, we have a problem. This looks like a pretty big problem here. In youth t-shirts, like the t-shirt jerseys, they only sell CJ Abrams. Unless there's another website. I'm on MLB Shop. like for the Nats.
Well,
Like-
we might need to get that fixed.
Hey, Mark Lerner, you guys are broke, right? Sell some James Wood t-shirts. Like maybe you can get some middle relievers. Sell the damn James Wood t-shirts. I'm sure that now if Cody's listening, he's going to send me what's the website that they make fun of you about, Toby?
Which
Like
one?
The knockoff eBay or whatever.
I'm
from
not
China?
even sure. Yeah, Temu.
I bet I can get a James Wood t-shirt on Temu, but it'll be like neon pink.
Yeah, Temu Wood jersey.
So my boy Patrick is showing me Breaking T is the best, and
Yes.
Breaking T has good shirts, but I don't need like I'd like to be like innuendo free on t-shirts for my little girls. So we're not getting like the Got Wood t-shirt.
You don't want the
here.
We've Got Wood from the 1067 The Fan Shop?
I love that. I love that on principle, just not for my two little angels. Does Breaking T have kids shirts?
I'll have to see if maybe I can waddle over to the old team store today and see if
You
they
gotta
have
stop
some.
saying waddle. All right, I could maybe do that.
Maybe I
Just
can
the
waltz over
29
there.
Wood. Yeah, dude. Are you go? I guess you're not going tonight because they're going out west for a week, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to I'm not going to Dodger Stadium tonight, JP.
It'd be cool if you did. Next time you're over there, or if somebody over there, maybe my man Kyle, if you have James Wood youth t-shirts, I will pay for them. I'm not trying to get them free. I will pay. Let me know. We got a fun show today. We have heard from Brian Mitchell, who is riding a bicycle from Union Market in Washington, D.C. to the Atlantic Ocean. I'm not exaggerating. The bike ride ends at the ocean. I think it ends at Dave Duber's beach house hotels, beach block party hotels. I mean, B's an absolute maniac, especially when you know what happened yesterday with Brian and I. That dude's motor is just simply unstoppable. We're going to get a B-Mitch bike ride update. We're going to open the phone lines up at 11. Here's how you know it's what day is it? June 20th. Today's guest, we're going to talk barbecue. We're going to talk high school basketball. And then Ben Standig. Toby, I don't know if you're aware of this. Ben Standig has like a side gig now where he is the foremost smash and grab crime reporter in all of Bethesda, Maryland. So we're going to get to the bottom of what's going on at Westbard Square.
Sick.
That's the kind of show we got on June 20th, Tobo. Before we go, though, got to tell you about our friends over at Rude. Both B-Mitch and I have Rude systems in our house, and they are both comfortable and convenient. They've got Wi-Fi compatibility, so you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forget to turn down the heat before vacation. You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not working right. These guys are the best. They installed systems at my house. Shout out to Jimbo. Did the same for B. Here's the difference if you want to know the difference between my house and Brian's house. I got one Rude system installed, and it's tremendous. Brian's house required 3 Rude systems. So there's just a little understanding of the variables in play. The systems are whisper quiet, no more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Plus, you can qualify for federal tax credits up to 2 Gs on heat pumps through 2032. More information there, rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And Toby, I don't know if you remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
This sports update is brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. James Wood stood at the plate in the 11th inning, watching his hit fly to center field and over the wall. The 11-game losing streak is now over thanks to his second career walk-off, his first walk-off home run. So how does it feel knowing that this losing streak of 11 games is finally over? Especially since this team now has a 9-game road trip all the way to the West Coast to face the Dodgers, Padres, and Angels. Let's hear it from the man himself.
And I feel like we can breathe a little bit easier here. We know what we're capable of, and I mean, we just know any day we're just right back in it. So.
During his post-game interview, he got a Gatorade bath that was well-deserved. The Nationals finally getting that win, ending this losing streak 4-3, your final score in 11 innings. Mark your calendar. It is the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational, June 27th through the 29th at the Fredericksburg Convention Center. Hosted by Black Horse Tattoo Studio, live tattooing, contests, and family-friendly fun. Get your tickets at fxbgtattooinvitational.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Update on the James Wood kids t-shirt search. I've gotten a lot of suggestions via social media. Some of them are quite inappropriate. Tailgate Ted. Now, granted, I know Ted. He's making a joke. He suggested the We've Got Wood t-shirt from Breaking Tea. Not ordering that one. So Vinny suggested go to the Fanatics website, which I've done now, Toby. You can get CJ Abrams, including that dope. What do they call the? Is that like their alternate? Oh, the City Connect, which is a cool jersey with like the street map on it. So you can get CJ Abrams t-shirt, CJ Abrams City Connect. You can get Dylan Cruz t-shirt, but no wood. We got no wood, Toby.
Well, the issue is Fanatics, I think, runs all these. So MLB Shop, Fanatics, you're going to get the same selection of stuff.
Now, what you can still get from Fanatics, on the Fanatics website anyway, these are so god-awful, I might order them for you, Toby. You can get a pair of Juan Soto shorts.
Sick.
Here's what's amazing to me. Like, Juan Soto has been on 3 teams. He's on his 3rd team since he played for Washington. Well, right? Padres, Yanks, now the Mets.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do you know, here's what I don't understand. So Juan Soto shorts, which are just truly hideous. Do you know how much they cost?
Probably still going for like 45 or 50.
$55 for Juan Soto shorts. Listen, if they were like $9, I was going to order them for you, Toby. I'm not dropping 55 on terrible shorts. I'm sorry. And I think these are youth size, so I don't think they would fit you.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to fit. I tell you what, JP, when he's in Atlanta for the All-Star game, they should have apparel for James Wood then.
Okay. You have a source on this?
I don't have a source on this. I'm just guessing by the fact that even insiders are now tweeting like he's got to be in Atlanta for the All-Star game. They should be selling All-Star game T-shirts at that point.
Oh, okay. So I could get an All-Star James Wood T-shirt.
I mean, I would hope at some point they just start selling James Wood T-shirts. This is Grant's point, by the way, of people sleeping on James Wood. I don't think anyone does, but somehow the Nats team store online doesn't have a James Wood T-shirt.
Yeah. Like, what are we doing, dude? This kid is a star, and granted the team kind of stinks, but so what? All right. So last night there was also a basketball game. I don't know if you watched any of that, Toby. It was just a one-sided ass kicking. Indy doesn't go away, man. Going into this game, I thought Rick Carlisle was the better coach, and I thought that gave them a real chance. The Pacers never let them get back in it. They kept their foot on the gas. I kind of wondered, and some of the guys I was hanging with last night took the Thunder second half, and I kind of liked it. Like, I could have talked myself into it. I just didn't get it in. And I think Indy came out and just throttled them because they knew, all right, if we let them get back into this a little bit, say they cut it down to 11 and then it gets to single digits, like that's what happened in game 4, I believe, when the Thunder came back on them. But dude, I don't know if you agree with me. So we get a game 7, and game 7 has obvious excitement to it. But I just kind of think it's going to be another blowout, like one way or the other.
I certainly hope not. I mean,
I hope not too, Toby. Damn.
I mean, I feel like the crowds really play something in this series, even though they were able to split the pair in games 1 and 2 in OKC and games 3 and 4 in Indiana. But I feel like the home crowd plays such a big factor in these that just being back in Oklahoma City, they're going to be even more motivated. I mean, it's crazy. Last night, JP, OKC's second best player, Jalen Williams, in his plus minus was minus 40. How do you even play that? Like, how do you even finish minus 40 in an NBA Finals game? You're plus minus.
It's bad. It's bad. So that was actually a bet I liked because he went off in, I guess, game 5. I liked kind of shorting him on some player props last night. I just thought that would get a little saturated. SGA is obviously a stud. Shout out to Aaron Wiggins, was shooting well last night. Terp in the finals, no big deal. But dude, what's crazy about the Pacers? I don't think they had anybody score 20.
Well, and that's what I think is so interesting about this finals, JP. Right? It's just they had Toppin got to 20, but they have so many guys that can come at you, and it's both teams really. Like the stars, Halliburton, Siakam on Indiana, Shea and Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren, but there's so many other guys that make a huge impact in this series, and it could be more than just like, oh, he had a great 8-point stretch for this team. Like he could take over the game and win.
The only dude that scored 20 points is what, their 7th man?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And dude, you can't underestimate the impact TJ McConnell has. Like he is just a bolt of lightning at all times. Like he's like 5-hour energy on the basketball court. You know what I mean? Like it's just I think, was it the second quarter when they kind of pulled away when it was Toppin and McConnell out there? And these are 2 bench guys for them. I mean, McConnell looks like he's about my height, and he had 9 boards last night.
He's just one of those scrappy players.
The Thunder have Chet and Hartenstein, and it's just, he's so scrappy. He's good.
Yeah, it's cool having this kind of finals, though, where it felt like for the longest stretch of time, we've been going through having 2 bona fide superstars or 3 bona fide superstars on the same team. Because even the Celtics last year, you've got Tatum and Brown. Obviously, you had Derek White step up big and some other guys.
KP was really good.
But they had like those 2 top-line guys where both of these teams have one clear dude. They have another dude who's borderline like a star or potentially like a superstar. But they really only have one clear guy. And then the rest of the role players have to play a big role. And you've seen that this series, whether it's Mathurin at one point for the Pacers, whether it's Alex Caruso or even Wiggins or Isaiah Joe. Like they've had some big-time guys step up that you wouldn't think of in this finals.
Chet was kind of worthless last night. You know what I mean? And I think when is that game? Sunday night?
Sunday night.
Sunday night's a good night for a game 7. I'm cool with that. I hope it's good. I just hope it comes down to the wire. I mean, the Pacers have an unbelievable ability to finish these games, but I do think I still, what, you got a line on that? Why, Brian, you got a line on that? I bet, let's guess the line, Toby. Thunder by 6.5 is my guess.
Got to be something maybe even more than that, right? At home?
You going double digits? You going 8.5?
I mean, it's been pretty big. I would think 8.5 at least. Let me see if I can figure that out for you.
I got it. 7.5 on DraftKings.
So split the 2 of us.
Yeah. So we're pretty close. Dude, I mean, listen, I'm not putting a mortgage payment on this thing, but I might just have to take the points. Like, if you had to, straight gut feel of those 2 teams, who do you think? I just feel like the Pacers have more cold blood in them, man.
So you think they're going to win?
No, but I'll take a touchdown.
Yeah, I think So to me, it's funny, JP.
They got to keep it within a touchdown. I kind of like my chances.
It's funny. So the last time that an NBA Finals went to a Game 7, I believe, was 2016, and that was the Cavs coming back from 3-1. It's funny because we remember that series as being a really fun one to watch, but it's just because Game 7 was fun. Listen to the scores of these games. Game 1 was 104-89 Warriors. Game 2 was 110-77 Warriors. The Cavs won Game 3 120-90. The Warriors won Game 4 108-97. And Games 5 and 6 weren't close either. 112-97 Cavs, 115-101.
What game was the block? Was
Game
that Game
7?
7?
Game 7. So literally, the first 6 games of that series sucked in terms of being close and entertaining. Game 7 was so good, though.
Hold on. The only thing, the gigantic difference in that series versus this one is you had the two biggest established stars on the planet playing basketball in that series.
100%.
So the star power was 50x with this one.
But I'm just saying,
and I'm not saying SGA and Halliburton, these guys aren't good, but like you had LeBron and Steph. Was Durant on that team? No, he came the next year.
He came the next year. I'm just saying, though, like you could end up remembering this final series favorably because there have been some good games, but for the most part, the last couple have been blowouts. You could end up remembering this favorably if Game 7 is an all-timer where you're going to look back at the 2025 finals and be like, oh, Thunder and Pacers was so good, when in reality, it probably wasn't that good of a series. But if Game 7 is good, that's how we remember it.
Toby, I don't want to break your heart here. This series is entirely forgettable. Like, I think in 5 years, like, unless the Thunder become this dominant team that maybe they could be the way they're built, like, I mean, I don't think this one's
JP.
Landfill, are you going to remember this series in 5 years?
Nope.
Yeah, like even like okay, it's going 7, cool. Maybe we get like an epic Game 7. I know the hoop heads are into this. There's also something weird with why is everybody selling in the NBA? Like,
because everything's so valuable. It's crazy.
Yeah, but you know what you do when you have something really valuable? You hold on to it. It something seems odd there that the two biggest teams in the NBA have sold in the last year, the Celtics and the Lakers.
JP, if the Indiana Pacers win this series, I can already write you an article that's going to be written on Bleacher Report, or I don't think NBA.com would do it, but ESPN.
The content game, baby.
Worst NBA Finals champions.
Yeah, it's tough. That's tough.
Like ranking the worst ones.
And I think people say it's that Pistons team that beat the Lakers. That team was loaded, dude. Tayshaun, Rip,
I know.
Rashid, Ben Wallace. That team was loaded.
That's better than the Pacers team.
Quick break. Opening the phones at 11. We're going to do a version of Ask B Mitch Anything, except B's not here. So you just get to ask me and Toby questions. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We are live, Norbeck Country Club. I just saw Craig Laughlin. He's having a charity golf tournament, raising money for the Laughlin Family Foundation. Locker looks great. Obviously, he's going through it with some health stuff, but he's going to sit down and talk with us at 11:30. I think it's going to be a fun day. It's cool being at a golf tournament. Toby, you ever play in one of these big charity things where there's like 1,000 carts and people on every tee and everything, shotgun start?
I have never played in one. I'm not famous enough to be invited to any of those.
So, listen, I have someone here that can help. Patrick, can we get Toby a round of golf here at Norbeck? Patrick Ellis is here, GM of the club.
Absolutely, Toby. Come on out anytime. We'd love to have you.
Well,
So Toby has some game, but he's chief broke boy and just won't play anywhere because he doesn't have any money, even though he should because he just works all the time and watches baseball. Toby, what are you playing to right now?
Probably around what you are. I think probably about.
Not what I was yesterday, dog. yeah. It's troubling in golf when you can't string two good shots together. The only opportunities I had for pars were on par threes because I only had to hit one shot. But if I had to hit driver, then 8-iron, disasterville.
The only chance I have of stringing two good shots together is 2 putts in a row.
Well, that's not very good. like if it's a good putt, ideally there's just one of them, Toby.
Well, I'm talking I can lag one up from 40 or 50 feet and then hopefully make the putt. And that's my stringing shots together.
How many groups you got going out today?
We have about 100 players.
100 players. So do you have to double stack? How many?
About 3/4 of the course will be double stacked.
Okay. There you go. I think if I know the crowd that's coming out here today, I think my boy Bennett is coming out here today, and then you kind of get that hockey crowd. How many coolers do you have prepared? Or is it drink girls driving around, drink people, drink persons, or is it coolers?
We have 2 beverage carts, one on the front 9, one on the back 9, beer with lunch, and then beer and wine with dinner afterwards.
Why are you whispering? You using your NPR voice?
I am. Sorry, JP.
It's all right. It's all right. Can we set a total alcohol consumed at the Laughlin Family Foundation Charity Golf Classic?
I'm going to set the over-under at 600 beers.
Which side are you taking, Toby? It's a beautiful day.
Over.
Landfill, over under 600 beers from 100 golfers during a golf tournament.
Over.
Smash the over. Now, the only thing that could get technical here is the beer world I'm curious about because so many people now, I love Surfsides. Surfsides have kind of become my go-to, but High Noons, Trulies, like all the other non-beer related alcohol drinks, are you counting those or is the hockey crowd just going to pound beer?
I think we count all of it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I'd go over 600. And that's not even to mention like the actual booze that'll get ordered. I can tell you, not per sources, firsthand reporting. I can report. What's the hole I love so much that you tee off back behind that little pond and it goes up and to the left? 14 maybe?
15.
15 is my favorite hole out here. It's awesome. And when I have played before, regardless of how early it might be in the morning, there has been a drink person there with a cart, and that lady makes a hell of a cocktail. Even if it is 9 a.m., who cares? There's no clocks on golf courses.
You got to stay hydrated.
Exactly. Landfill, you always set the spread of my round to B. Mitch's round of golf at 15. Is that accurate?
Sure.
So B and I played on Tuesday, and I covered the spread. What do you think happened yesterday?
B Mitch won.
B Mitch was really, really good, and I was not.
Wait a second.
Had
you covered the 15. He said he shot a 77 the other day. So you shot like a 90?
That's exactly what I shot.
There you go. Nice.
And honestly, I had a 44 on the front. I was kind of dialed, and then I got undialed. Yesterday, so when we came out of the rain delay, I kind of cleared my head a bit and was way better. I was a complete mental midget yesterday and was probably cruising towards triple digits to be like, I just kind of started giving up. You know how Doc Walker likes to talk about, he wants players and fans and people to have that dog in them. On the golf course, I do not have that dog in me. I'm very much like a cat, another cat, and I just mentally collapse and choke and just start to hate myself. It's a very ugly feeling.
It snowballs. As soon as it starts going bad, it just snowballs. I get that.
Indeed. All right, here's what we're going to do. Craig Laughlin's going to join us at 11:30. But when we return, phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. You can ask us anything you want. I will tell the truth. I don't know about Toby.
This sports update is brought to you by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. The Nationals got the win in walk-off fashion yesterday.
Down to their final out. 1-0 pitch to Wood. Swinging a high fly ball, center field deep. Back goes Hilliard to the warning track. At the wall. It's gone! James Wood does it! The long nightmare is over!
James Wood, with his second homer of the day, ends the losing streak and gets a Gatorade bath to celebrate the 4-3 win in 11 innings over the Rockies. But no days off for this team. 10:10 p.m. right here on The Fan. You can listen live for some late night baseball as this team travels all the way to Los Angeles to take on the Dodgers. Mackenzie Gore and Clayton Kershaw are your probable pitchers for tonight's matchup. And former NFL running back Adrian Peterson got into a fight while playing poker and was seen on a video exchanging blows with another player. The two were seen yelling and swinging their fists at each other in a now viral video. At the beginning of the incident, someone did try to step in and attempt to separate them. They moved around the room, though, knocking around chairs and bumping into furniture as onlookers started to take notice of the fight. No word if any action will be taken on the legal side of the person he was fighting with. Mission Critical, well, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products, we deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Can he come by Norbeck?
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're live, Norbeck Country Club, Craig Laughlin Family Foundation Charity Golf Classic. Me, like every Caps fan in the universe, will do anything to support the Locker and his family foundation. I think it's going to be a really fun day out here. Absolutely beautiful. If you're coming to play, I'm sitting outside. Come say what's up. B. Mitch riding a bike to Dewey Beach because he's nuts. Toby sitting in the studio. Toby, why didn't you come here? Let's start. So we're opening the phone lines, 800-636-1067. It's ask me or Toby anything. I will start. Toby, why didn't you come here? It's beautiful outside.
Yeah, I would have loved to have come out there, but I need to get home a little bit later, so I didn't want to drive. I mean, it's kind of about the same distance. Figured I'd come in the studio and say hi to Landfill and then go home.
Sometimes you make very little sense, young man, but that's fine. You do you.
I can explain off air.
Okay. All right. That's different. All right. We got callers. Fire away, Tobo.
Let's get out to Andre in Alexandria. Andre, what's up, dude?
How you doing, guys? Nice to talk to y'all. I want to ask y'all a question. What if we can draft, what if Porzingis, the guy that used to play for us, now he played for Boston Celtics, what if he was more athletic and less injury prone? Would you be interested in drafting him?
Sure.
Dude, Porzingis, I don't know that you could physically be more athletic. That dude's a freak. He just gets hurt all the time.
Okay. I set that up. I set y'all up with this. I had a reason for asking y'all this.
Okay.
The number one player should be picked in this draft is Rocco C. Carsey. He's Porzingis, 7'2", 7'3". He dominated Alex Sarr 3 years ago when he was 16. Alex Sarr was 18. We're going on 19. No one knows who he is. I want to know, do y'all have an eye for talent? Because the talking heads, he's going in the second round. And look at the guy who just won the MVP. He should have been the number one pick. What's his name for Oklahoma City?
SGA?
God dang, I can't remember. Yeah.
I just told
Where
you.
did he get drafted? Way down late in the first round. He was a late lottery pick. All these people went before him, and he wound up being the best player.
I thought he was like 7th overall pick.
Yeah, he was down the board a little bit.
I think he was 12 or 13.
Andre, is your assertion that people in the NBA don't know anything?
Well, people just go off other people's opinion. A lot of people
SGA went 11th.
Talent. They just go with
SGA went
everybody
11th.
else say follow the crowd. That's why McGinnis, the guy when Milwaukee got drafted late, and Tom Brady got drafted in the 6th round. No eye for talent.
Appreciate it, Andre.
You know, Jan Vesely was drafted 6th overall. Darko Milicic was drafted ahead of Carmelo Anthony. So,
JP,
I mean, what?
This dude last year in the NBL, which is where Alex Sarr was playing before, was averaging.
What is NBL? France?
No, it's Australia. He was playing for Brisbane. 11.8, not points, minutes per game. He was averaging 4.6 points per game.
Draft him, baby. Rocco Zakarski. He is 7'2".
I mean,
if they want a big, I listened to Russillo's podcast driving down to Richmond yesterday, and he had an interview with John Shire, and I don't know, my whole universe has changed with Maryland not being in the ACC anymore. But like these Duke kids, I really like. Obviously, the Wiz aren't getting flagged, but dude, I'd be real cool with Knipple or Malowach. Both those dudes could play for me any day.
100%. Yeah, I think both those guys could be really solid players. The only thing for Knipple is I think he, at his best, is a really, really good role player just because I don't think he has the athleticism to take over games. But maybe he could develop a game like Luka where it's not about speed and going by guys. But Malowach, I'd be really interested in just to build kind of that defensive identity.
Dude, I think Knipple, man, there is something about like players that just always do the right thing. Like they always make their extra pass, or they always get to the loose ball. They always get to the boards. I think that dude at some point in his career probably won't be the star, but I think he'll be like not as athletic, but his kind of comp to me is like Pippen. Like I think he'll be the number 2 on a title team. I just think he's calling him a glue guy kind of undersells it, but I don't know, man. I think that dude is going to help a team. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. We're just taking questions because it's a Friday in the summer. That's what we're doing.
Let's get to Steve in Fairfax. Steve, what's up?
Hey, boys. How you doing? Wanted to ask you about RFK and what you guys think about the council trying to, I guess, delay the vote or trying to do whatever they're trying to do. I don't get it. There's so many politics playing here. Pretty much like all accounts, a lot of council members are saying we'll approve it. They just want more time. Is this really, more based on Bowser's time frame or the commander's time frame, or like is the council really just trying to blow the seat for the city and the team?
I have some thoughts here. I think like anytime politicians are involved, there's going to be politics involved, right? And so maybe they're trying to get a better deal out of the Commanders, right? Maybe these guys are putting up almost $3 billion in cash. Like, I don't know how much more you can ask of them, but politicians are going to politic. I think, you build some more parks. I know, shockingly, a shocking amount of people are worried about the skate park. Build another one. I think it gets done. I think this gets to the finish line. I think 2030 is a very ambitious goal to actually be playing games at RFK. I think 31 is more realistic. I think it gets done. I have faith in Mayor Bowser and how she's handled this, and just really she's pushing, and I think it's the right track. I think it gets done. I think a lot of the politicians that are kind of on the fence will eventually just say yes. I think Mark Seagraves has talked about this at length, and nobody knows the DC City Council better than Mark. There is like true personal beef between Mendelson and Bowser, and I don't know the ins and outs of that or why. I'm sure it's proceeded long before this RFK legislation, but I think he's just trying to assert some authority over the timeline of this, and I do think the mayor was pretty delayed in getting her budget submitted. But I'll go one step further. I think everybody's going super hard line, but if it does get delayed, I still think it gets done. Like the delay is just in the vote or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't understand why these politicians need to get their pound of flesh and delay it, but I still think it gets done. I remain optimistic on RFK.
I mean, why delay it another month after that? The land's been sitting stagnant for 30 years. Like,
yeah. Well, and the silliest part about it is the Senate could just take the land back. Like, if they think this isn't going to get done and they get to do what they want with the land, I mean, I got oceanfront property in Arizona to sell them. Like, the feds will just take the land back. And I mean, you know, the fellow that's living on Pennsylvania Avenue right now, he kind of does things as he wants to do, whether that's good or bad. I'm not judging. I'm just saying, like, this thing's getting built. So, and the reality is for the council, if they really want to try to play games, I know Maryland Governor Wes Moore has been very smart and not closing the door on anything and has a pile of cash ready to build a new stadium. So, like, that's a real threat. Virginia, people tweet me that they should build the stadium in Virginia. How could any owner of a sports team possibly go to a press conference in Virginia again? The lady in Norfolk is just going to take over. So Virginia is not a real option. Hopefully people understand that. Thanks for the call, dude. Was that a good answer, Toby?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's tough. I mean, it's just so much politics, and I think it was eye-opening for me where it seemed like the Seagraves thing coming out the other day was going to be maybe a little bit of cold water, and then we had him on the air, and he's like, "Oh no, I think this gets done." It was just, this is politics. This is kind of going through the process, and it'll be just fine afterwards. But it's just a bump in the road, but kind of to be expected with anything that has to go through the political avenue.
Yeah, I agree with that. You're driving calls, Toby. I don't know if you have one. I have a question for you.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Shout out to Sports Grumpy. He just tweeted me something. I think I'm gonna put some stuff together here. I'm gonna help the salespeople out. What do you think about a every morning segment called Morning Wood, brought to you by Blue Chew, where we just read James Wood's stats from the night before?
I'm all the way fired up. Fired up.
Like all the way, Toby? Damn, dog. Relax.
I'm in the studio by myself. I'm all the way fired up.
Oh, that sounds even weirder when you talk about being by yourself. 800-636-1067. I'm going to provide our latest Brian Mitchell update, who's crazy enough to. So we walked 18 holes of golf yesterday. And I was like, B, do you want a cart, dude? You got to ride a bike 120 miles tomorrow. He's like, nah, it's good for my legs. Stretch them out. I was like, okay, man.
He's built different, literally.
Yo, I mean, just completely built different. Our last update from B. Mitch, they started at Union Market in D.C., and they've now ridden 53 miles on a bicycle.
Unreal.
Do we think he's on the Eastern Shore by now?
50
miles east of D.C., isn't that the Chesapeake?
It's got to be getting close. Can't be much further.
I wish we had a location on B where we could like track him. I don't think Brian's the type that's going to share his location with us, though.
You know what we need, JP? We need a tracker on Jeff.
Lord knows where Jeff is. I mean,
how do you think that would go?
Where in the world is Jeff Walker right now? What do we think? But one, I'll never understand why Jeff took today off. That dude loves being at golf tournaments. Like, he thrives in these environments. There's free food, free booze, a million people for him to talk to. He every time I've worked a golf tournament with Jeff, he loves it. So maybe he has something going on. Maybe he actually has something going on.
Maybe he does.
Landfill, where do you think Jeff is?
Not here. That's all that matters to us. Party time.
But he did call me this morning. Everybody here at Norbeck has been incredibly accommodating, and everybody was very concerned where I was going to set up. And I don't think everybody understands that I'm friends with Patrick, and I was just texting him. And I was like, dude, I'd like to be outside. Let's test the signal. If it's good, I'm going to be outside. And so then I got a phone call from Jeff, a phone call from Landfill. People are very concerned about me, Toby. I don't know why.
That's good. Let's see if Matt in Stafford is concerned about you. Matt, what's going on?
It's not Matt in Stafford. It's Matt Stafford.
Okay, well, Matt Stafford, are you concerned about JP?
I'm never concerned about JP. He's money all the time.
My man.
I have a series of 4 questions for Toby and JP. And the category is sports reporters. Who has enough Q rating to make him wiki page worthy? So actually, I'm going to give you 5 sports reporters. This is a lot less complicated than something Commander Tequila would come up with. Don't worry. All right, here we go. I'll keep track of the score. Winner gets a snapback road pat.
I like it.
Okay. Diana Rossini, is she wiki page worthy?
Definitely.
Yeah, I would think that she is. Yes.
Okay, she is. You're both right. John Kime, is he wiki page worthy?
I'm going to say yes just because I love Kime.
I'm going to say yes because he's been around for a while.
I'm sorry, Kime. You're not wiki page worthy yet. I'm surprised by that one as well. Mike Wise. Is Mike Wise wiki page worthy?
Probably because he wrote for the New York Times and the Post. I'm guessing yeah. I think he's written some books. I'm gonna guess yes.
I'm gonna go no.
Okay, JP, you're right. Mike Wise is a silly. He's a big silly, and he's wiki page worthy. Savannah McCann, is she wiki page worthy?
Wow, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Hey, could be tricky.
So JP, I'll go first because I got to be careful. You know how it works here. The studio is right next to Update Studio is right next to my studio. Savannah's probably listening right now, so she absolutely has a Wikipedia page.
Hold on, is Ben in there? Ben, go get Savannah. Let's see if she knows the answer.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
So here's my thought on Savannah. So Savannah does TV for Masson. She does postgame sometimes, or maybe all the time. I know I've seen her. She used to work with us at CSN or whatever the hell it was called. She did Baseball America too, right, Tobo?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say yes. Savannah McCann on the Fan and lots of other outlets has a Wikipedia page. Is she in there?
She's in the producer studio currently.
Which one? The aquarium or the little?
Yeah, the aquarium.
All right, Savannah, do you have a Wikipedia page?
She does not. She gave the thumbs down.
Oh. Well, tell her I believed in her.
JP, I do not have a Wikipedia page, but that will be changing when I make my own right now in between updates.
Savannah, I thought you had one. I voted yes, and Toby voted no because Toby's a jerk.
I voted yes. What are you talking about? I didn't want Savannah to come over and beat me up.
Savannah, who do you think has more faith in you in the Wikipedia page department, me or Toby?
You know what? I'm going to go you, JP, just because you've listed all of my accolades today, which I really appreciate. Shouting out Baseball America. I used to work for MLB. I appreciate that. You are my Wikipedia page.
I saw you on postgame the other night. I feel like it was a late game and you came on. It might have been when they were in Queens against the Mets, the Gore game.
Well, you can check me out. I'm going to be on late tonight for the Dodgers game tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. I'm doing this whole West Coast road trip. Lucky me.
What time? What time are you? Hold on, Matt Stafford. What time does that come on?
The game starts at 10:10, so we're gonna have pregame around 9:30, and then postgame after the game. That'll be Friday and Saturday. Monday, Tuesday, I get a little reprieve. The game starts at 9:40, so it'll be a little bit earlier.
What's your call time for us the following day?
Okay, so I did switch with Byron, so he's taking my Wednesday morning shift, so that way I don't have to worry about coming in super early. But today I got here at 6 a.m. and then I have to be at the Masson Studios inside Nats Park around 8 p.m. to be there for the rest of the game. So a nap is in my future.
Yeah, get a nap in. Does Byron Kerr have a Wikipedia page? He calls college basketball and stuff. I can see Byron having one.
Well, there's one last round. Savannah, would you like to play along for Wikipedia page worthy?
She said pass.
Did we lose her?
Go ahead, quick,
so
Matt.
Last round for the hat. You guys are tied 1-1. JP Finley, does he have a Wikipedia page?
I don't think so.
If he does, I'm going to go delete it.
I don't think I do.
Get a hat. I appreciate y'all.
All right,
hey, happy Buckner Red Bull Friday. Scotty's Buckner Red Bull Friday. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, Matt.
You're damn right. That's our guy, Matt Stafford. I mean, I thought the Rams were in Hawaii, but what do I know? When we come back, Craig Laughlin will join us. The Locker. Nobody go anywhere. But if you do have to go somewhere, do it in a car from Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers in the DMV for over 100 years, and with that kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. Beyond the 100 years of selling cars, they've sold me and my family 4 cars. B-Bitch has legitimately bought 30 cars from Billy and Chantilly, Oarsman Kia Chantilly. They've got everything you can imagine. Toyota, Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, those big old Ram trucks, Chevy, Buicks, GMCs. Go buy a GMC from Bob Biaggi. He hasn't called me in a month. Oarsman's got it all. Tremendous selection. They also have quality certified used vehicles. Whatever it is you need, here's what you need to know. They're backed up by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, which gives you up to $1,500 in extras, including loaner cars with major maintenance and a lifetime engine guarantee. Got more good news for you. If you're looking to sell your car, Oarsman will pay up to 125% of Kelly Blue Book value. That is huge. You're getting 25% more than they're supposed to give you. Take it from me and B, 2 beyond satisfied Oarsman customers. Let's ride together.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Tyrese Halliburton was ready for Game 6, and so were his Indiana Pacers teammates. The Pacers blitzed the Oklahoma City Thunder early Thursday night and never looked back en route to a 108-91 Game 6 win in the NBA Finals. It was an overwhelming effort from the Pacers against what, by many measures, is the NBA's best team, but don't tell the Pacers that. At a minimum, the win ensured that there would be no Thunder championship celebration on Indiana's home court. But it does put the Pacers alongside the Thunder, one win away from an NBA championship in a winner-take-all Game 7 for the title. Now, there hasn't been a Game 7 in the NBA since 2016, but that's all going to change on Sunday. Good news for the Thunder, home teams are 15-4 in Game 7s. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it is just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Party Rock on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Fridays on B. Mitch and Finley are brought to you by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We are live at Norbeck Country Club. We are here for the Craig Laughlin Family Foundation Charity Golf Classic. And joining us right now is tournament's namesake, Mr. Craig Laughlin, the
Yes.
Locker. What's up, man?
Hey, what a day, huh? After all this rain, the most beautiful day to come on the course here at Norbeck. We're going to have a good crowd. I'm looking forward to it. Unfortunately, I can't play today, so I'm giving the opportunity for someone else to win. That's my plan.
I like that. I mean, if you need to know why Locker is just the best, somehow in the incredibly humid, terrible weather of Washington, D.C., on the day of your golf tournament, you've delivered 76 and sunny with a nice breeze.
Yes, and it's going to be great on the course. It's unbelievable. It's the best day possible for a golf tournament. We're just excited to be here. Norbeck is fantastic. Patrick Ellis and his crew do such a great job here. And Al Koken's been a big part of promoting this and being part of it. And we're just excited to be here today. We hope to raise some money for our foundation, and it's an exciting time for us.
Absolutely. I don't, you know, Toby Altizer, so he's sitting in for B Mitch today because B Mitch's crazy ass is riding his bicycle.
B Mitch, by the way, gets more time off than anybody I know. It seems like he's hit or miss if he's on with you. You always promote him too, and then I don't hear him in the background. I don't hear him. He's on assignment. He's on a bike ride. He's this. He's that. That is being a big wheel. Well, which he is.
Landfill, cut that for a promo, please.
Exactly. JP's got to love that Locker because usually it's the other way around. B-Mitch says the same thing about JP.
Oh, that's perfect.
It is a kind of a running competition about who gets more days off. There's so much going on. I did want to ask you about the Stanley Cup and just the team the Panthers have put together.
Oh, man. They are legitimate NHL Stanley Cup champs for the years to come. I look at them as being one of the best built teams in the NHL. The way they built, Bill Zito came in, totally changed the culture there in the locker room, in the area around FLA, and they've turned that into a type of thing that I think they could go on a run here. I think they could win and be like the Islanders, the Edmonton Oilers back in the day with the great one. They're a team that can be a dynasty-type team. It's going to take a heck of an effort to knock them off next year if they can keep their pieces in place. They have to sign Ekblad. They got to sign Bennett. If they do that, they're going to be fantastic.
I just put you on the stream, Locker. That's why I pointed my computer.
Oh, great. I'm on a stream. Yeah. Yes. I've never been on a stream. This is awesome.
I'm guessing you have been on a stream. Okay. You just weren't aware of it. There
all right.
Bang.
Yes.
Locker, I wanted to ask you about this season. I know, you know, obviously you had some health issues during the season, but the craziness for the Capitals this year with the how well they started the year, then the OV chase, then bowing out in the playoffs maybe a little bit earlier than they would have liked. How are you going to remember this season, how special it was?
I think it was special in the fact that everybody had wrote them off early in the season, including yours truly. I didn't think they had the horses to do what they did. And kudos goes to that group, the coaching staff, and Spencer Carberry. He brought a belief to the locker room. The guys bought in, and when they played Carberry-style hockey, they were very successful. They added 2 new goalies. Well, Lindgren was there as a backup the year prior, but they brought in Logan Thompson. To me, it was a special year that I'll always remember. Number one, because of my health issues, and I got a lot of opportunity to watch from my home while I was recovering to watch this team and just how hard they played. I think the hardness of their game comes through their coaches, comes through Spencer, and I was very happy with the way they played all season. It's unfortunate they had to play Carolina.
Yeah.
To me, it just wasn't a good matchup the way Carolina played, and the Caps had trouble getting out of their own zone, which I think they'll address this season, and all of a sudden the Caps are still a contender, even though you read all the sports books, they're not even a top 10 or top 15 team after doing what they did with 50 wins plus this season.
Locker, on a personal level, how weird was it for you to watch? I mean,
oh man, it was really weird. Every game I said, is Mayday going to take my job or what?
That's how I feel whenever Toby's in studio.
There you go. No, it was a good time to sit back. I had the chance to watch the game rather than always being there with Joe B and really talking about the game. I had a chance to focus on it, which you generally don't do with your particular team, right? Because you're calling the games. You watch other games,
right,
but you don't get to watch your team closely. And it brought to sense the way they were actually playing. Like the Montreal series, I thought was fantastic.
Yeah.
Just how hard the grit they showed after getting beat, and then they came back and finished off the Montreal Canadiens. So to me, it showed me other things outside of the things that I would normally notice in a game.
I bet. You and Joe B did a tremendous job at the TJ Oshie retirement ceremony. I was there. I cover lots of events, and I kind of went into that just thinking, all right, I'm covering another thing.
Yeah.
And it got me a little emotional, and I thought it was really well done. I thought Oshie's remarks were really, really heartfelt, but I think the emotion for me was there's been this long period of Caps hockey. I mean, you can even go back to like the Young Guns days with Ovi and Mike Green.
Yep.
It's been Ovi and Backy, and then it's Oshie, got traded here and was such a huge part of it. And we know Backy's health issues, and then Oshie's back issues, and he has the formal retirement. I guess Backstrom didn't do the kind of song and dance, but even feeling like we're in the twilight of Ovi's career, it feels like that era of Caps hockey's kind of over, and it was just, you got the cup in there, and there was so much just incredible hockey, and it was just, I feel like hockey grew in our area leaps and bounds during that time.
Definitely was the Ovechkin type thing that really grew the hockey market here. Like I teach learn to play for 5-year-olds. When I go on the ice, there's 30 to 50 kids for every learn to play. And that's never happened. And it's girls and boys. It's everyone being involved. I think when you look at that retirement, he definitely was a big piece of the Caps history, being in the first Stanley Cup here, playing the way he did, really poured over to the rest of his teammates. He's not the biggest guy.
It's unbelievable.
But he played like a big man. So they do the Oshie thing, and they do it where they had the fun with the Stanley Cup, being in those restaurants, being in the pool there, being in all those things, and being a big part of it. So to me, that sort of summarized that era. Nick Backstrom, selling his house, he will play this year. He's going to play in Sweden.
Yeah.
I really feel that. He's going to play in his hometown. So there was no time for a retirement for Nick Backstrom, right? Because he's still going to be playing. Ovi, the next in line, you hear reports that he's going back. You hear reports that they're going to re-up him. It's going to be a game-time decision when you talk about Ovechkin. But definitely an era of Caps hockey that was spectacular because they won the Cup. There was some downtime during the run with the young guns, et cetera, et cetera. but they learned how to win, and they've made Washington a hockey market.
Totally.
Which is what we want to be. We want to be the hockey market. You know, we want to be hockey town like the Detroit Red Wings were when they were in their heyday.
Sure.
And we've turned it into that. So it's exciting.
I mean, the growth in hockey in my life, I mean, I always talk about my favorite players were Dino Ciccarelli and Al Iafrate.
Yep.
But it was such a niche thing, and it
Sure.
just changed so much. And I was playing golf yesterday with Keith Cohen,
Yeah.
a guy you know, and we were talking about, you know, they're kind of turning the page here, but they are loaded with young talent. Like, turning the page isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just the sort of the culmination of an awesome time. But dude, Protas, his younger brother, Leonard, Chikrin.
Yeah.
I mean, you still have Willie.
Yeah.
Carlson's still playing. Like, they're still pretty damn good.
Well, that's why we're not going to say a rebuild anytime soon. It's a retool. It's a get ready for the season. To me, they'll have a really good nucleus to do some damage in the NHL. And I think, you know, come July 1st, when free agency starts, I think you're going to see some movement by the Caps. You're going to see 4 or 5 guys gone, I would think, 3 or 4 from this year's current roster that are free agents. They will let them go. Then they will bring in some new guys that they will have money to sign. And as we know, Ted's going to always go to the limit. Whatever the limit is, he's going to go there. So we're not going to be in a rebuild. It's a retool, and we can even be better, I think, next year from what they built on this season.
Well, and JP just kind of alluded to it, Locker. What they were able to do it looked like post-Ovechkin era was going to be a little bit of time before they were going to be able to build a winner again. And then with some of the young guys this year really showing progress, like JP mentioned, it feels like they're set up for post-OV whenever that time comes, that they can still hit the floor running. They can, when that money comes off the books, maybe, you know, go sign another star. And it's like this era of Caps hockey doesn't have a down spell. It's post-OV is going to still be a high expectation, they still can compete again.
Absolutely. And I think, Toby, it's a good point, but I still think, you know, the Ovechkin era is always going to be a special era because the amount of goals Ovechkin scored. I mean, even last year, I think when you had his playoff goals, it was like 42 or 43 goals that he scored. You can't replace that unless your young prospects are going to fill those holes. I still think the one area that they're going to be looking at come July 1st is to find a goal scorer. I just think that's on the plate because they want to really solidify their top 6 to get that goal scorer. And it's funny. Everyone says, you know, this guy can score, that guy can score. They come to the NHL and they get you 15 to 20. You need a bona fide guy that the puck finds him, and when it hits his stick, it's in the net. That's Alex Ovechkin. They don't come around too often. There's very few guys that score at his rate, at his age, throughout his career consistency. I would like them to find a top 6 winger this summer that can fill in the hole. Then we can go with Strome, Dubois. I think McMichael will be 3C in the middle, and then Dowd. The middle part of the ice is so important. You look at the champions, Florida Panthers. They went Bennett or they went Barkov and Bennett. 1-2, big power. Forget who the third line center was, and then they had the fourth line with a veteran guy. And so they're built sort of the same way, but you need those big centers. And I think if Connor can move to the middle, be an asset creating offense on the third line, I think the Caps are going to be better off.
You know, Bennett is slated for free agency, and we know Ted likes to spend. I'm just saying, you want to shoot Ted a text? What is that, 7 years, 10 mil? Let's go, baby.
Maybe more than that because he won the Conn Smythe. It may be 12 mil for Bennett.
He's a player.
He's gritty, he's tough, he plays on an edge, and he gets you huge goals and he gets you huge points. What a playoff he had.
Oh, man. Locker, we're lucky to have you. I say it all the time. Caps fans are so lucky. You, Joe B, Smoking Al, Alexa, Allen. The product for a fan is so great.
Thank you, man. Let's go Pacers.
Let's go.
Hey, I've been watching that series. I love that.
Let's go.
Yeah, Game 7. Looking forward to that.
There you go. Craig Laughlin. What a legend. What a beauty, as the Canadians would say. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. B. Mitch at Finley 1067 The Fan, live Norbeck Country Club for the Craig Laughlin Family Foundation Charity Classic. All the stars are here. Tarek El-Bashir is walking away, but Smoking Out Koken's here, John Walton's here, Locker's here, Ethan Cadeau is here. Tarek El-Bashir is walking back. Apparently he has no power. Pepco, make something happen. Right now, though, we're going to the Rude Guest Hotline. So, oh, look, Tarek's on the stream. Where'd you go, dude? We're talking to our boy Donnie from Gouda's Barbecue. Donnie, it's going to be hot, brother. Tell us, what is the Capital Barbecue Battle? What is it this weekend?
JP, what's up, man? Yeah, it's the National DC Barbecue Battle.
Awesome. What's the plan? Talk me through it.
Well, me and my buddy Josh right now, we're actually in the process of loading the trailer up and getting ready to go down there and set up. They got some ancillary rounds. We got a barbecue sauce entry. What else we got, Josh?
Turkey smoke, one meat rib, bonchon Japanese sauce, and the impossible meat, the fake meat.
Yeah, you got to do a category where you make something with impossible meat and to where you make it taste like real meat. So that's Saturday. And then Sunday's the big cook-off where we do chicken ribs, a pork category, and brisket.
What's the toughest one to get right?
What do you think, Josh?
I'm going to say brisket or ribs.
Yeah, I was going to say the fake meat.
Yeah, the fake meats.
It's crazy, man. We had a guy that came up from Texas last year, Kevin from My Pits Are Burning, and he did he took the impossible meat and made it into some just real authentic, like Hispanic tacos, and it was phenomenal. And they actually they got first, didn't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It was great.
Hold on, their name is My Pits Are Burning. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, yeah, he's from Texas. They came up. I believe they placed third overall last year.
How did you place last year?
I can't remember.
10th in ribs.
Yeah, we did 10th in ribs.
Okay.
Yeah. This is a tough one, man. We got high hopes this year, though. Like I said, every year we're getting better. And Josh's chicken program he has right now has been smacking pretty good. We just hit down at the Worlds in Tennessee a few weeks back. That's a pretty tough event because everybody there is good. And like I said, he's got, what was it, 9th or 10th? What was it? 10th in the world in chicken. And we placed 9th overall. And we got, I think it was like top 10 teams, 350 best of the best. And we made that list. So,
What's the requirement? Is there like a time limit you got to make it, or is it just take as long and it's just judging based off taste? Like what's the requirements in this?
Well, we have programs that we run. Basically we follow a program like from the time where we light our drums up, get a nice clean burn going. Yeah, we have a time limit. We know how long the meats take to cook, and we got a turn in time, and
We've set turn in times for every competition. They're all the same.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Talking with our buddy Donnie from Gouda's Barbecue. He's taking part in the 33rd annual barbecue battle this weekend down on Pennsylvania Avenue. I know that we're 106.7 The Fan. Odyssey's going to be represented. Marlowe's going. This people can just roll up. And how does it, like, do you just offer food to people as they walk around? How does this thing work for like spectators, I guess?
So they have vendors down there. So all the competitors will be on 3rd Street and intersects with Pennsylvania Ave. And most of the vendors are on Pennsylvania. They separated the competitors from the vendors. And I know one of our friends from Smokecraft will be vending. I'm not sure. Sid from Good Googly Goo, he actually won the grand champion last year. He also catered as a vendor down there at the same time. So I'm not sure if he's doing it this year again, but Good Googly Goo, phenomenal food, Smokecraft, good barbecue. So, yeah, I mean, all the competitors will be on 3rd Street. So, JP, you coming out?
Donnie, I'll give you a firm maybe. How's that?
Okay.
Dude, is there a requirement that it's just smoking hot out there? Because last year I went out there and it was just ridiculously hot, and it's supposed to be ridiculously hot again.
It's every year, man. It's brutal. And actually, me and Josh, we were just talking this past week, like, man, it's been pretty decent so far this year. Maybe we'll get a cool barbecue weather. No, it's coming.
Hell no.
I feel bad because it's perfect today, and tomorrow's just going to be a scorcher, and you're standing on concrete over a flaming hot grill or whatever.
Well, you find us in the back of the trailer sitting in chairs, the AC blowing in our face.
And what, you got a keg or just coolers?
Coolers.
Yeah, coolers, I guess.
So
we're stuck on the Blue Moon lights right now.
I like it. My guess, Donnie, is you will see Jeff this weekend. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I talked to Jeff. Jeff said he's going to make it out. He was asking me what's a good time to come. I said, well, if you want to see the action where we're getting ready to start, pulling the meat, cutting it, setting our sauce, and making the boxes, you should come around, 11 o'clock, 11:30.
So I'm looking for the trailer and the DC Police Union tent.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Definitely want to give a shout out to them. Yeah, we got 17 years of service.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Josh is the reason that we get into DC. The DC Police Union sponsors us, and they help out big time. They pay for our entry fee. And so, yeah, we're down there representing the DC Police Union. And
that's great, man.
If you
Josh,
come down, you go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can you hook it up with speed camera tickets?
I can't. They're actually not under the police department. That's under DPW.
Damn it, DPW. I'm asking for a friend, not for me. I'm actually asking for my wife. So listen, the B Mission Finley program is clearly Team Gudis Barbecue. You guys are our guys. We've had the food. The last time we were all at the Rude Company picnic, and that food was unbelievable. Do you guys have a rival? Because I'm good at hating things. Like, tell me who I should hate in the barbecue competition.
I'll let Josh answer that one.
Yeah, there's nobody to hate, honestly, man. It's everybody's like family, man. It's everybody gets together, cook some good food, drink some cold beer, and everybody has fun. Everybody gets along.
I got no problem with good food and cold beer.
Actually, I'm going to go ahead. We actually do have a rival this year because my dad worked in the fire department in D.C. for 30-some years, and he has a buddy. He is retired as well, Mike Scahill. What's the Old Fireman's Barbecue?
Yeah,
he'll be competing down there, and I want to make sure I can beat him. I know he'll get a good laugh out of that. So,
well, isn't there like a natural like policeman or police officers, fire? Can I just say men here? Policemen and firemen. Isn't that like a natural rivalry?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I think didn't they talk some trash a couple years ago or something?
Yeah. They chimed in on Facebook.
Oh, all right. Well, I got to be honest. I'm not going to hate the firemen. All right, but find somebody else. Like, is there a barbecue group from Philadelphia? Like, let's just hate the Philly people.
Oh man,
they hate me.
I can't say that because we got some guys near Philly and Jersey that were actually really good.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, one of my mentors, Urkel from Uncle Pig's Barbecue Pit. I've taken his master class a couple years ago, and pretty much ever since I took that, I really took off with the ribs. And yeah, I mean, I can't really. I mean, I don't know, man. I guess we like Adam. He's from Delaware, isn't he? Maspilian Meatworks. They won the Grand Championship, I believe, 2 years ago. So I mean, yeah, I mean. We all talk trash from time to time, but it's all in fun. We really don't have everybody kind of helps everybody out.
Landfill, did Donnie just tell us he learned how to cook ribs from Steve Urkel? Did you hear that too?
He basically did.
All right, go check out our boys, Gudis Barbecue, at the 33rd annual barbecue battle this weekend down on Pennsylvania Avenue, downtown. The celebration goes from 3rd all the way to 7th Streets. Streets are blocked off. They got food. They got booze. It'll be a fun time. Maybe bring one of those little fans.
Live music, man. Live music.
Live music. There you go. Hey, fellas, thank you for joining us. Good luck this weekend.
Yeah, good luck.
Hey,
thanks,
JP,
brother.
Thanks as always, man. Talk to you soon.
Of course, man. Good luck. The barbecue battle will be a blast. Toby's going to go. Here's what we're going to do. Quick break. Coming right back. It's B Mission Finley.
The sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Washington Nationals were on the verge of recording Major League Baseball's longest losing streak of the season, and against a Colorado Rockies team that started the month by becoming the third fastest Major League team ever to reach the 50-loss mark. But that's when James Wood did what he does best, and he got the Nationals out of the woods.
Down to their final out. 1-0 pitch to Wood. Swinging a high fly ball, center field deep. Back goes Hilliard to the warning track, at the wall. It's gone! James Wood does it! The long nightmare is over!
With 2 outs and a man on third in the bottom of the 11th inning, Wood crushed a 2-run walk-off homer to center field. Having also blasted a 2-run shot in the fourth, the second-year left fielder logged all 4 of the Nationals' RBI in their much-needed 4-3 victory. That guy is an all-star, period. Now, the whole team is traveling to go face the Dodgers tonight, 10:10 p.m., some late-night baseball right here on 106.7 The Fan, so make sure you tune in to listen live. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan, high noon in the District of Columbia, and other points on the Eastern Seaboard, including Norbeck Country Club, where we are live at the Locker Golf Tournament. Laughlin Family Foundation raising money for a really good cause. A lot of legends here. We heard from Craig Laughlin a little earlier, and now we are joined by Joe Beninati. Joe B., how are you, sir?
All is well, my friend. All is very well, especially when we get a beautiful day on a golf course.
I mean, could this, just the weather, be any better?
Nice that the storms came through, had their angry way, took the humidity away, at least for today. And obviously, when I roll into Norbeck, I see a lot of golf holes that I'm very familiar with, that I enjoy playing every time I'm here. You know how the golfers say the course fits their eye?
Mm-hmm.
I love the layout here, and I hope we play well.
Joe, what's your
great cause?
What's your scouting report on the golf game for Joe Beninati?
Right now, let's see, Tobes. When my body allows, I'm in a good way. Thankfully, knock on wood, the back has been good so far. I have not been playing more than I've been practicing. So in practice, I like what I see. I snuck out on, I played 18 holes last week in advance of this tournament.
Sure.
I know I sound like Sevi Ballesteros. Toby, I'm doing okay. I'm playing. I'm going to play, hopefully play well, hit the ball well. And I understand I'm in a really good group. So hopefully we can challenge. Let's see.
So, Toby, I've played with Joe. Joe and Koken both have game. Joe, what I remember most about your golf game is out of the sand. You were just masterclass.
Short game is good.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, since the last time you hosted me at Congressional, the longer game, especially off the tee box, has really improved. So I'm a better golfer now than we last played. Now I just got to go out and prove it to myself.
So you got to be playing to like a 7?
When I'm right, yeah.
Okay.
If I can make the ball go in the hole, a little bit less than that. But you're looking at me and you're staring at me with my eyeglasses on. It's more than anything, if you could help me read, because JP and Toby are going to go, you know what? It's 6 inches on the left. And my eyes are going to say it's left edge. And I can't make it if I can't read it.
Sure.
But if I watch you do it, like today, I should be able to roll it pretty well.
Like JJ Spawn got when Hovland put it.
Yeah. Will that gentleman, he can't do anything better in his career.
No.
And for that matter, for his life, how do you top that in your life?
I mean, what a special moment that was. We're live at Norbeck Country Club talking to Joe Beninati, the voice of the Washington Capitals. Joe B., it's you had a hell of a season, right? The Caps were red hot. Ovi's streak. I mean, Gretzky starts traveling around with you. It was really pretty special. The ending was kind of bittersweet, though. You know, let's face facts. They were outclassed by the Hurricanes in that series. How do you remember this past Cap season?
I'm going to remember a 50th anniversary season, and it's almost storybook in the way it happens, right? We're celebrating a 50th anniversary season from the get-go with the different eras, and I thought the organization did a brilliant, brilliant job of putting together a number of special events around the entire 50th celebration. And then you have a player challenging an all-time record and ultimately eclipsing an all-time record. And oh, by the way, a team that many thought was maybe on the edge of a playoff participant go out and run away with the Metro and win the Eastern Conference going away. I'm going to remember all that positive stuff. At the end, I would say the last 6 weeks, you could tell that the group was slipping, especially offensively for me. They were nowhere near as productive as they were in October, November, December as they were down the stretch. And I think that winds up biting them, of course, in the Stanley Cup playoffs. I'm not sure the Capitals were very good against Montreal, and they were not good at all, in my opinion, approaching their game against Carolina. Was it to be expected? You know, I heard you and Locker talking in the last segment. The matchup is not friendly. Carolina is not a friendly matchup for Washington. And to me, Florida is just a bigger, badder Carolina.
Right.
So I think Washington went as far as it could with regard to a second round appearance. Do I think the future is bright? Absolutely. And I heard you guys discussing some of the prospects, and we can go into it some more if you'd like. But yeah, you're likely to do this in a year or two from now without the greatest goal scorer of all time. And no, you don't have a bona fide, like Locker was speaking of, surefire 40-plus goal scorer. I don't think you have that in the mix right now. Maybe you go out and get that once money frees up. But I like where this team is headed. I love the coaching staff, top to bottom. And for Spencer to win the Coach of the Year, I thought it was extremely deserving. And I thought the NHL Broadcast Association got that one right. No disrespect to Scott Arniel in Winnipeg, nor anybody else who was considered. Spencer did a fabulous job. He and his coaches will have this team going well in the future.
Joe, I thought it was really cool. I had a show immediately after Alex Ovechkin broke the record, and I played your call of the first goal of his career and then playing your call of him breaking the record. How cool has it been to be along for that entire ride, and also so cool for the NHL to allow you to be on the call and have you there, because it was only right to play your call of that game, that record-breaking goal. How cool has it been, that ride with Ovi?
Guys, it's the treat of a professional lifetime. You know, I've been involved in professional hockey since 1989. I got my first NHL break at age 28. To see what this guy has done in the last 21 years has been extraordinary. And to be in some way a part of the soundtrack of what he has done, it's an honor for the rest of my career and my lifetime. For him to do what he did last year, you can't help but be emotional about it.
Sure.
Obviously, with what Locker was going through, it's not all about Joe Beninati. Please, Toby, understand that it's about Monumental Sports Network. We have photographers and graphics personnel and producers and directors and cameramen, et cetera, et cetera. We have people who've been connected to Alex for all of his career. And it would have been very difficult, I think, for us to not have had at least some live part of that record-breaking accomplishment. And we all felt that way. Thankfully, Caps management believed in that. Monumental Sports Network believed in that. Ownership, the fans had an incredible outpouring of support for us. We would love to have Monumental on that call. And it just turned out that the hockey gods, I thought they were going to do it all the way in that Chicago home game where Alex gets the 2 to tie. I thought that was going to be the perfect hat trick.
When he had the late breakaway,
oh my God, it was right there.
That place was electric too.
But thankfully, you know, the organization, Lou Strudler, who's so involved with schedule making, ownership went to bat for us. The league thankfully gave us the accommodation. Thanks to TNT, thanks to ESPN for allowing us to have that side-by-side nature to it. We had made plans to do it in an archival fashion.
Yeah.
It would have been in long time ago, Toby, we would have called it live to tape. You know, there was that possibility there for us, but thankfully we didn't need that. Alex cooperates. Alex gets it done when Locker's back off the injured list, so to speak. Everything turned out right. To me, for 50th anniversary season, it almost had a storybook kind of feel to it. It would have been a fairy tale had they won the Stanley Cup, but they did extremely well.
I totally agree with you. You know, I got to be up in New York for NBC4 to cover that game, and it was a really special time being there against the Blackhawks and then being there the next game. We were talking with our friend Joe Beninati joining us here at Norbeck Country Club for the Locker Family Foundation Charity Golf Classic. Now, Joe B., I got to ask you a personal question. You are an accomplished sommelier. You know your way around.
I try my best.
Some wine.
Yes.
How do you feel about a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull?
So here's the deal. It took me 40 years of my life to get an appreciation for wine. Had no interest in it when I was younger. It's one of the great laments of my life that my dad was a wine drinker, and I never liked wine enough to drink it with my father. One of the great laments is he's not here with us nowadays when I love wine, and I would just wonder, after he would get through socking me in the jaw for telling him some of the prices that I paid for these bottles, would he have genuinely liked them? This is a long-winded way of saying I have no interest yet, still to this day, vodka, bourbon, scotch.
Really? Any of it?
I don't like any of the hard liquors yet. Maybe when I'm 80, that'll come around. But I'll gladly support Scotty's for what they do with you guys.
Yeah, we love Scotty's. It goes well with Red Bull. It goes well with soda. It goes well with lots of things. So, dude, not that we really needed more evidence that Brian Mitchell's nuts, but he's currently riding a bicycle to Dewey Beach.
I heard this.
But I've played golf with him twice in the past week. Both days have been very warm, very humid. You know that B. Mitch is now just drinking red wine out of a plastic cup on the golf course?
Now, you guys said he's sort of wired, built differently.
He's different.
He's now drinking red wine out of a solo cup on the golf course.
And it's 92 degrees and humid.
I genuinely love wine now. I really love pairing food with wine. That's really what's made it have a great impact upon me. And more than anything, it's become friendship and family and love. I don't drink it by myself. I drink it with you guys. But there's no way that I'm going to sit there and say that that's my refreshing beverage of choice on a golf course.
Right.
Like, I'm not a huge beer guy, but the first beer on the golf course or off the golf course is absolutely amazing.
That one hits.
You're not going to serve red wine that cold to refresh you. No.
I'll let you take it up. I'll let you take it up with him.
Oh,
but
my God.
It was something.
Really?
It's so hot. And it just, like, one thing if it was, a Chardonnay and put some ice in there.
Yeah.
This is just
You see,
Merlot.
the thing is with all these white wines now, and I'm buying more white Burgundy than I ever did, I like them genuinely when they come closer to room temperature. I think we serve white wine a little bit too cold in my mind here, but still, that's more refreshing than a red wine out of a bottle, out of a solo cup on a 92-degree day. I can't go with you on that one. I can't.
Yeah, he's a different guy. I don't know exactly how you're going with that. Joe, going forward for the Capitals, we were talking about this with Locker a little bit, with some of the young guys really taking a step forward this year. How do you make sure you keep those guys at that level, like a Protas, a McMichael, even a Chikrin coming over and playing really, really well? How do you keep some of those young guys so that they're taking steps forward?
Yeah, it's a great question, Toby, and I do genuinely, having gotten to know those guys, they burn. Professional athletes such as the guys you were mentioning burn to get better, burn to improve. And yes, was Alexei Protas a surprise low 30 goal scorer? Without a doubt. I think he was perhaps the most improved player in all the NHL. I think he'll want to prove to people that wasn't just some figment of people's imagination, that he does deserve to be in that goal scoring department and that he's someone you can depend upon. Jacob Chikrin, to me, is a player who has the offensive capabilities to be in every Norris Trophy kind of discussion. Is he Cale Makar in Colorado? No, but he's not far off from that. And he had a couple of instances during the Stanley Cup playoffs, and especially one game in particular, it might have been the final game of the Carolina series, where he took over the second period like few people can. I know he got paid handsomely. I don't think he's just going to sit there back on his wallet and go, okay, I'm good. Connor McMichael has a very interesting future ahead. Is it as a left wing scorer, or is it as a dependable two-way third-line center? I heard Locker talking about how Florida is built down the middle, how all the great Stanley Cup champions are built down the middle. That was true for Washington in 2018 when you could start your center dimension with Kuznetsov, Backstrom, when Barkov and Bennett and Lundell are 1, 2, and 3 in Florida. You understand why they're as good as they are. Does McMichael drop into that slot and allow you to go Pierre-Luc Dubois, Strome, McMichael, Dowd for another couple of more years? That's awfully good down the middle. That's a good place to start. Those three guys, plus what we have, I think, what the Caps have in the pipeline, the future is going to be bright here. Yeah, there's going to be a time where number 8 isn't scoring 40-plus goals, and I don't want to see that happen, but that time is coming. It's coming soon, but I really do think they have a future that's bright afterwards.
That voice you hear, you already know it because it's Joe B, voice of the Capitals, kind enough to join us here at Norbeck Country Club in honor of the Laughlin Family Foundation golf tournament. You mentioned Chikrin there.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're into it or not, but Paul Bissonnette, I have found to be delightful. He's crazy, but I love it. He's made me a bigger hockey fan, honestly.
That's a wonderful thing.
And he was on a podcast I was listening to, and he brought up Chikrin's diet, his eating habits.
Yeah.
He seems to be an interesting fella. Does he eat steak every day?
He's an extremely interesting fellow. There are, and again, I can't get too much into depth in it because I haven't fully discussed it with him. I've heard the stories and I've seen some things, and I've listened to him speak with Katie Florio on the Caps radio network about the way he and his wife approach their food. And a lot of it, if I'm not mistaken, is specifically like farm to table.
Yeah.
And
it seems like it might be like
it's
farm to hand.
Yes,
yes.
But it's difficult when we go on the road. So there's some exceptions there, obviously, when the team's on the road. But he takes it very seriously. And if you've ever seen the guy in person, fellas, we are talking about Doc Walker would call him a specimen. This is a physical specimen. So however he's eating, however he's training, follow him because that's a body beautiful right there.
Yeah. He and I, there's a lot of similarities there, I would say. Locker earlier pronounced that he's rooting for the Pacers in Game 7.
I heard that.
Which I was not expecting. Or do you have a lean? Thunder Pacers Game 7.
First of all, I can't believe I thought this was supposed to be over in the series are going to be over in 3.
Everybody's right. The way people were talking about.
No, there's no chance that Indiana can hang with OKC. OKC wins Game 7, but cheers to the Pacers for keeping it close and obviously becoming a fan of Craig Laughlin.
How about Locker being a Pacer fan?
Craziness. I'm a fan of the Laughlin Family Foundation. JP, you realize what they've done now since 2018. All of a sudden, there are young men and women who are studying at incredible colleges and universities for future cures to cancer, and they're doing so on Laughlin Family Foundation grants. JP Finley is studying at Johns Hopkins on a Laughlin Family Foundation grant.
Awesome. Congratulations
to the Laughlins and to everybody here and to everybody who has supported Craig and the foundation. Linda can't be strong enough in my eyes, and they've done amazing work, and they're doing so again today.
Well said, Joe. Thank you for the time. Go low today, man. I see it. I see it in your eyes.
I'm working on it.
All right. The great, the legendary Joe Beninati joining us from Norbeck Country Club at the Laughlin Family Foundation Charity Golf Classic. When we come back, there's a whole bunch of serious college basketball coaches in the DMV. I'll explain. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Nationals get the win in the 11th inning thanks to James Wood in his multi-homer game. He logged all 4 of the Nationals' RBI in their much-needed 4-3 victory over the Rockies. Tonight, though, they're traveling to the West Coast, taking on the Dodgers at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. So make sure you tune in to listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. The Dodgers are coming off a very heated series with the Padres, including a benches-clearing brawl last night where we saw Fernando Tatis Jr. and Shohei Ohtani both plunked in the 9th inning. The Nats took 2 of 3 from the Dodgers back in April in their only matchup this season. Let's see if the Nats' good fortune is on their side for this road trip as well. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to the Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it is just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, The Fan. We're live out at Norbeck Country Club. Smoking Al Koken's taking pictures with his fans. Smoke's going to join us in about an hour. Right now, though, I mean, all of the Washington Capitals fame is here at Norbeck, but there's a whole lot of fame over at DeMatha. Helping us understand what's going on is our good friend, Mr. Mark Stern, the official high school hoops deacon of the B. Mitch and Finley program. What up, Stern? How you doing, bud?
I'm good. How are you? How we doing?
Tell everybody about the event going on at DeMatha right now, and then some of the heavy hitters involved.
Yes. So we have an NCAA live period going on at both DeMatha and Elizabeth Seton, which is their sister school about 10 minutes away. There are 2 of these this weekend and next weekend, and we've got college coaches from around the country who are in the building watching our 46 teams compete this weekend. So it's going to be a show. There are tons of people that you are familiar with who are here. Former Maryland Terrapin Anthony Callan is walking past me right now and just waved. But there are, it's a star-studded, tons of people. Tons of college coaches. I mean, we had a line of 50 college coaches out the door about 30 minutes ago. The line's down to about 10 right now. Jimmy Patsos is texting me right now, trying to get the scoop. So it's there's a lot going on over here. We urge everyone to come down if they want to see some really, really good high school hoops.
Who are some of the names that we need to be familiar with?
Oh man, there will be 500 plus scholarships offered. The Division I scholarships offered this weekend.
Really?
Man.
Yes. This is like the time where stuff goes down. Basically, McNamara has a couple big time prospects. Caden Samuels, Prince Alexander Moody. DeMatha's backcourt has tons of D1 offers. I mean, we have 47 teams here. I would say 43 of them have future Division I players. So this is like, I have 6 teams from Florida coming up here, 7 teams from North Carolina, probably 4 teams from Pennsylvania. Just to name a couple guys would do a lot of people disservice, but Bullis has a kid, a sophomore, Xavier Skipworth. Clinton Grace, Jaylon Lyons has tons of Power 5 coaches here to watch him. Team from Florida, DME Academy and Academy of Central Florida are loaded across the board with D1s. It's a spectacle, and we just got started, and we're in the gym for like 14 hours a day for the next 3 days, and then all of next weekend again.
Who are We're talking with our friend Mark Stern here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most dependable HVAC equipment in the DMV. If you want to follow Mark, you can follow at Capital Hoops, at DMV Hoops Live is the event going on right now. Who are the coaches that are there? I want to know if you made John Shire wait outside in a line of 50 people.
He's not here yet. He's been here every year in the past. I would assume he will. I'm trying to think of head coaches in the building. Delaware.
Is Buzz Williams there? Or are representatives from Maryland there?
I have not seen him, but the other thing is we have 3 courts going on simultaneously, and I'm at the main court. So there are definitely coaches on the other 2 courts right now that I just haven't seen yet.
Gotcha.
Like Buzz Williams will 1,000% be here. I mean, unless he's got something crazy going on, I would be absolutely shocked if he's not here. Georgetown will be here. Louisville just walked by 5 seconds ago. Virginia Tech is here, a few deep. Old Dominion, my guy Mike Jones, who used to coach at DeMatha, is here. I mean, there's 80 guys inside that I could rattle off. But I feel like the only really high profile name that I've never seen at DMV Live since 2019 when we started this event is Calipari. Never seen him here. But the other thing to remember is there's, 55 of these events, maybe 70, somewhere in there, going on simultaneously across the country.
Wow.
I would say ours is probably the most popular of all the ones in the country, if not number one, or top 2 or 3 for sure. And I'd say we probably have more college coaches than any other event in the country. But they're spread out across the country, so we can't get everyone. And obviously the West Coast guys are just going to be more out west. The SEC guys are going to be more down south, et cetera, et cetera. So
yeah, but how cool is it to having this tournament? Even though, like you said, there's stuff going on around the country, but this one obviously so popular because of so much talent here in the DMV. How cool is it to get this kind of event together, see the quality of basketball and guys going all around the country playing college hoops?
It's amazing. So I mentioned a minute ago, in 2019, the NCAA kind of started this event. It used to be only AAU stuff during the summer, and they took 2 weekends away from AAU operators and gave them to what are now called scholastic operators. And it's been amazing. I'm more of a high school guy than an AAU guy, and it's been amazing for us to kind of give a platform to high school teams in the summer instead of these all-star AAU teams, so to speak. And the college coaches really like an opportunity to see these kids in 2 different settings. On the AAU, it might be, all-stars, whereas a kid who might be the 12th man on an AAU team might be the second best player on their high school team, and they get to see him take 14 shots, and they get to see him play 27 minutes, and it's a much different dynamic. And, I think it serves everybody very well.
Talking with our friend Mark Stern here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Dude, I'm curious about this because obviously Pitino has brought St. John's all the way back, right? And Pitino has come out and said, I'm not recruiting high school kids. I'm only going to do the transfer portal. That's how I'm going to build teams. How has high school recruiting been impacted by the portal?
Phenomenal question. Maybe the best question you've ever asked me in all of our interviews.
I've known you for 30 years. That's the best question I've ever asked you?
In an interview.
Okay, fair.
So this is how it is. Some college coaches might not come. I'd say that's a small amount. Most college coaches, even if they are not even if they are not recruiting high school kids, they need to know what these kids are about, and they need to be at their radar. So 2 years from now, when things don't work out at University of Maryland, they can go to this school. Or if things are going really well at American University, this school has them on their radar, has a relationship, has seen them before, has met their parents, and say they saw them play at DMV Live, et cetera, and they're familiar with them, so to speak. So it's not direct recruiting, so to speak, but all these college coaches want these guys to be on their radar. So a year or 2 or 3 down the line, there's some rapport there. And then, the other thing is a lot of these college coaches aren't going to be at the colleges they're at 1 or 2 or 3 years from now. So you could be at, you could be at UMBC right now, and you really want to have a good grasp on these high majors, because 3 years from now, when they're juniors and they're in the portal and they're going up, and this guy's now coaching at Georgetown or whatever, he was able to see him and he knows his game and he has some kind of chemistry or dynamic with him. So it's like, it's definitely a different landscape for sure. But I would say 90% of college coaches are out. It was 100%, 5 years ago. I would say 90 to 95% are still out, but just the way they're looking at things might be a little bit different.
Well, on the other side, have you felt, so we had Kim Ward come through from Largo come through. We were talking to him, forget a month ago or so, and we were talking to him about going to Michigan State. And have you noticed anything different from the kids' side of, hey, I would love to go to this school, but they're just going to bring in 5-6 transfers and I'm not going to get playing time. I want to go somewhere where I can play and I feel that loyalty. Have you seen a change in how kids going to these schools feel about where they're going versus before when, maybe you can stick around 2 to 3 years and get some playing time?
For sure. I mean, this is all the kids have. College coaches have lots of options, right? Like they can recruit at many different levels. All the high school kids do is come out here and play and do their best and hope something pans out. So for them, I don't think their attitude changes. They don't have like an alternate route to go. So this is their stage. This is what the NCAA has given them. This is the event that we put on, and they don't have other options. So they're coming out here and doing the best they can and hoping that schools at some level offer them scholarships. It's probably less now than it was 5 years ago, but that they don't really have like a secondary option, if that answers your questions.
So as this gets going, and these kids, are there high school coaches coaching them?
Yes. Yeah. High school. It's mandatory. Like summer leagues, it's not mandatory, but this is an NCAA certified high school event. So you have to be a high school. You have to be enrolled at the high school. The high school coach has to coach. It's definitely like some rules that are fairly stringent.
I mean, the list of how stupid the NCAA is miles long, but how stupid is it that the NCAA for all this time would embrace AAU and not high schools? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways. Different people have different perspectives. I mean, I'm happy that we're allowed to do this now. But I mean, AAU serves a big purpose. I will tell you that. And there are college coaches flooded at these AAU events. For the high major colleges, they can go into one AAU event like the Nike circuit, as an example, and every single kid in that event is a high major. They come here, there might be 2 high majors on one team, 3 high majors on one team, 1 high major on one team. You go there, like 92% of the athletes playing are Division I players. So, it's just a little bit different.
That is really different. I'm going to switch gears on you, and I don't know if you're at all prepared for this. How do the Wizards get the 6th pick? I mean, I know how much.
Not prepared.
Just didn't know. I weirdly want them to take one of the 2 Duke kids, Malawach or Knipple. You got any file on either of those fellas?
No. I saw Knipple play live 2 times this year. I mean, really good shooter. I got nothing for you, man. Nothing for you. Give me a couple. Well, when's the draft?
This coming week.
Oh man, I'm out.
You're too busy. You're too busy making college basketball coaches stand on the sidewalk in Hyattsville. Just open the door for these guys. Can't just let these guys in. All right, Mark. Thank you. Enjoy does BCC get a team in this?
So this is public schools aren't allowed in our event. There's 2 different types of event.
Oh.
BCC is eligible for a different event, but they're probably there's like a Montgomery County public school event that I'm guessing that they're playing in, but they probably won't have any Division I college coaches there, I would guess.
Sounds like more dumb bureaucracy from the NCAA. Thank you for your time, bro. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys as always.
All right, that's our boy Mark Stern, runs Capital Hoops. I am a DMV Hoops nerd. I love the quality of high school basketball in this area, just the absolute studs that continue to emerge from the DMV. I follow Capital Hoops on Instagram, and the highlights they post of the game these kids have is just
incredible.
It's just incredible. It's a great Instagram follow. If you're not following them on Instagram, you should. I mean, just the shooting ability of these kids, the ball handling. I mean, it's nuts. I saw something that's really stupid. a quarterback ranking that's just really stupid, and I'm not going to give credit to the person that's clearly just trying to get engagement.
I saw
but I am going to disprove this theory. Nobody go anywhere. Ben Static joins us at 1. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We are live out at Norbeck Country Club for the Craig Laughlin Family Foundation Charity Golf Classic. John Walton's here. I'm getting chirped, by the way, by people walking by. Unnamed people. We will not name them. But
I mean, as you should.
Why?
I'd be chirping too.
So I got chirped for wearing a T-shirt, but I'm not playing golf. I'm wearing flip-flops. I'm hanging out. I'm a vibes guy today. And the shirt I'm wearing is a if you know, you know. This is, I'm guessing, Dan, you know this shirt.
Golf shirt.
Yeah.
It's got a great color to it. It's nice salmon red.
This is like a top 10 course in the world. So I think to the chirper, I'm doing okay. Now, it wasn't the chirping that got me fired up. I'm like Bane, right? Like I was brought up in the content game. I can handle myself in the content game. But there is an incredibly stupid list of quarterbacks going around that has Commanders fans rightfully pissed off. Listen, man, the top 4 quarterbacks in the NFL have separated themselves. Like you can argue about the ranking, but Lamar, Burrow, Allen, Mahomes, they're in a separate category. They've earned that. In no way is that debatable to me. Do you agree with that, Toby?
Yeah, and put them in whatever order, even though I saw Chris Sims have Mahomes down at 4. I wouldn't have him there, but at least he understands that that's the top 4, and you kind of leave that alone, regardless of how you have him ranked.
And we're not going to name names because I don't want to provide the engagement that this person so clearly seeks. But to have a top 10 list of quarterbacks in the NFL that does not include Jaden Daniels, that does include Dak Prescott, Geno Smith, like it's just such obvious content bait and engagement farming that I encourage everybody not to get pissed about it. But at the same time, I just got pissed about it, so I'm defeating my own purpose.
I mean, Geno above Jordan Love and CJ Stroud, not to mention the fact that Jaden Daniels is not on this list. It's just ridiculous. I mean, the argument you're having about Jaden Daniels isn't if he's top 10, it's if he's top 5, and he's not even on your top 10 list. What the heck are you doing? I mean, it's clearly, like you said, part of the content game. It'll drive up. I mean, I retweeted it and said somebody seems to be missing, so it got me with it. Like, I don't understand how you can watch, and even if you want to say he's got to repeat it, well, he took the team to the NFC Championship. It's not as if he had a great season and they won 7 games. They won 12 games and went to an NFC Championship, and he got better seemingly as the year went on, even into the playoffs. I mean, what more do you want to see? I get that you need to see it more than once, but still, if you got a guy like a CJ Stroud on this list, he took a step back in year 2, and if Jaden even took a step back in year 2, they probably could still win 10 games.
Like, at some point, I don't know that it's disingenuous. People, you can certainly be subjective in your analysis or just your viewing of watching football, but I don't get how objectively you can land without Jaden as a top 10 guy. I don't know. I find it pretty silly. I was alerted to this. I don't follow this person. But Ben Standig, who's going to join us next, actually tweeted out or retweeted the list, and he said, "Has Jaden Daniels been abducted by aliens?" So I was like, "What is Standig talking about?" And then I realized that this list didn't include Jaden, and I was just like, "On what planet is this? Like, what are we doing here?" So I feel like we've addressed that. Toby, do you feel like we properly addressed this?
Yeah, I mean, it's just foolish. If anything, I have a hard time finding, and to me, he's top 5. But if you want to have an argument with people about 2 or 3 guys, sure, you can have an argument just of, length of play versus pedigree of a guy's career. We can have that discussion. But at most, Jaden's like 8 for me, and that's at most. For me right now, he's 5. So how do you not even have him in your top 10, much less having Geno Smith on that list over him? Just stupid.
Geno's a good player, dude. Like, I'm not even trying to knock some of the guys that are included. It just it seems silly to think those dudes are better, honestly. All right, Ben Standing's going to join us in just a moment. I do have an update here. Now, we know what hockey people are like. Hockey people like fights. In Dallas and in Miami, they like well-rounded women sitting on the glass. They like, grilled meats. and they like beer and cocktails and alcoholic drinks served in a can. So earlier today, Patrick Ellis, the GM of Norbeck Country Club, listed 600 drinks consumed by the 100 golfers out here today.
Big time over.
As his, well, here's one update I could give you. Per sources, Ethan Cadeau, Monumental Sports, is walking by with 3 cocktails. So we're at least at 603. Patrick has updated the over-under to 1,000 drinks, and I think that's a little more accurate. Now, to help us make sense of the tournament, my guy Dan Ryzik is here. Dan, you're the super out here?
Yes, sir. Superintendent.
What is it with Norbeck employees whispering into microphones?
I didn't realize I was whispering. My bad.
You're a big man. Speak up.
All right. How we doing today, guys?
How's the track playing?
Track is playing as well as it can right now. We got 4 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. So a little bit soft here and there, but we're making it as firm, as fast, as nasty, and fun as possible.
I know you will, man. We got to get – so my guy Toby plays. He's got to get out here. What advice would you give Toby when he comes here?
Stay below the hole. Stay below the hole. You do not want to be above the hole and putting downhill.
That is always good advice. Now, Al Koken is going to speak here in a few minutes. I've played golf with Al. I've played golf with Joe B. I assume they're in separate groups. These are big-time celebrities, probably big-time auction items to play golf with Smoke and Joe B. Who do you have winning between those two foursomes?
Now, I've played with Smoking before. He hits it right where he wants it almost every time. So I take my money on Smoking Al for sure.
How hard is it for you when it gets this hot and then you get the rain to manage a golf course?
It gets pretty challenging. I mean, especially when the humidity spikes and the storms come rolling in. The guys did really well this week, managing the lightning and the players out on the course.
Dude, did you guys have a lightning strike right there?
We did. Our
crazy.
assistant GM, Jarrell, actually saw the lightning strike in person, and tree kind of exploded on us. Yep.
What hole is that?
Number 1.
No way. Oh,
Yep.
is this one going out right here?
Yes, sir.
Oh, and then is like 10 over there, I guess?
So, yeah, 1 and 10 are right next to each other.
Okay.
We had the tree guys out this morning, and they cleaned it all up for us.
Wow. I'm going to tell you a secret that I've never told anyone. I think Lou Strudler has a tournament out here. I played in Lou's tournament. Now, it was a shotgun, so we didn't start on 1. But when we got to 1, I would say take the over on drinks consumed. And I hit the clubhouse off the tee.
That might be why the new fence is there.
Dude, it's a great cause today. Is it cool for you to get to work with the Laughlin Family Foundation?
Absolutely. I'm extremely honored to be here and put on a show for them. And I hope everybody here that's golfing today, and I hope the Laughlin family enjoys the type of product we're putting out.
And then lastly, you told me your father played for the Skins.
Yeah, Dan Ryzik played back in the 70s, 70 to 74 with the Skins, and then Tampa Bay for 2 years, and then finished his career off with the Rams.
That's so cool. So are you a Skins fan, or who do you root for?
I'm a Skins guy. Absolutely.
There you go. That's what we like to hear.
Is there any planet in which Jaden Daniels isn't a top 10 quarterback?
Not a planet I know of.
Yeah, like Pluto? Isn't Pluto not a planet anymore?
Not a planet anymore, so that might be one.
Thank you for the time. You got a great looking course. I know I'm buddies with a lot of members here. They love it. You guys do a hell of a job.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, man.
Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Now, when we come back, Ben Standig will join us, and we're going to ask him if there's a planet that exists that Jaden Daniels isn't the top 10 quarterback.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Tonight, you've got the Nationals and the Dodgers facing off in their second series of the season. Mackenzie Gore and Clayton Kershaw are scheduled to toe the rubber tonight. 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time is first pitch, so make sure you tune in right here on 106.7 The Fan for some late night baseball. The Nats ended their losing streak yesterday thanks to a massive home run from James Wood, a walk-off in the 11th inning, 4-3. They get the win, so they have a clean slate as they head to the West Coast. And former first-round pick Damon Arnett is getting a second chance in the NFL. The Houston Texans reached an agreement with the cornerback on a one-year deal, which brings him back to the league for the first time since 2022. Arnett faced numerous legal issues during his first stint in the NFL, but he did make a return to professional football this spring in the UFL. The Raiders originally selected Arnett with the 19th overall pick in the 2020 NFL draft, but later released him after a video surfaced of him making death threats and waving firearms. Arnett bounced around some practice squads until the Chiefs ultimately released him following an arrest of charges with assault with a deadly weapon. He is getting another chance, and this time it'll be with the Houston Texans. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Once Sandstorm starts playing, you know things are moving. Nobody gets it moving like our guy Ben Standig. Ben covers Commanders for The Athletic. What up, Benny? How you doing?
Nobody gets it moving like me, JP. You set me up with the hype. I appreciate that.
All right. Everybody can follow Ben at Ben Standig, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. All right, this morning you made me aware of something that I don't know that I needed to be made aware of. There's a list floating around on the internet that of the top 10 NFL quarterbacks, and Jaden Daniels is not on the list. In my mind, there are 4 quarterbacks that have separated themselves as the best in the game. In no particular order, it'd be Lamar, Burrow, Mahomes, and Allen. There's a delineation there, and then Jaden's in the next category. And that's, the next 5 or 6 guys, and that's top 10. Do you view that similarly?
Yeah, I mean, to me, you can debate the order, but Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar would be top 4 based on talent, based on what they have accomplished. I mean, there's you can have your own favorites there or have questions, but I think those guys to me have separated from the group. And sure, there's always debate what happens after that. Jalen Hurts just won a Super Bowl. Matthew Stafford's such a classic pocket passer. Justin Herbert, what have you. But yeah, I mean, for me, and look, admittedly, I've got some local bias here because Jaden's the guy that I see all the time and I think about all the time. I mean, not in a professional writer way. So to me, he would be 5. If I was living somewhere else, I might say, hey, he looks great. Let me see it for another year before I put him that high. So I could get it if somebody was like, well, I can't put him over a couple guys. But to me, I would put him 5 right now.
It's okay, Ben. I think a lot of people think about him all the time too, so it's not no problem. I think a lot of us that cover the team, that are fans of the team, don't believe that there's going to be a sophomore slump for Jaden Daniels. What's the reason for that? What do you think is the biggest reason, or a couple of reasons why we won't see that sophomore slump for Jaden Daniels?
Well, I know that JP will find this hard to believe, but I'm generally kind of like a glass half empty, skeptical kind of a guy. And
not you.
Yeah. And in this case, that's more like, okay, look, again, he had a great year, but I need to see more. If we're really going to start having these conversations about best of the best, or guys who are, just all that. I need to see more. I would be stunned if he has a sophomore slump, in part because not only do I not know what is like the thing he needs to fix the most, because everything was so good last year, but then you factor in his attitude and his work ethic. One thing, was said over and over again over the last few weeks from whether Cliff Kingsbury or Dan Quinn or others, it's like, Jaden did not really stop his training or anything for more than, a little bit of time here or there. He's up early. He's getting in his work. He's just all football. And, his teammates love him. The leadership aspect, as a young guy is pretty impressive. So, and then of course the actual talent, and he was doing it last year in his first year. The offense was just like a random collection of pieces to a certain degree because everything was new. And he did that. Now he has another year under his belt. He's got a better offensive line. He's, another year with Cliff Kingsbury. I just don't see this thing going sideways. If you say he plateaus, okay, well, he had arguably the greatest rookie season ever, so it's not like that would be bad either. So I don't know what it is to point to say this is my concern. My only, injury, sure, but that's the case kind of with every quarterback and all that. So I think that's I don't know what you could poke at. Normally there's always something, even the best ones, but I really don't know what I would, question here.
Talking with our friend Ben Stanig here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Benny, Jaden, to me, it's just engagement farming. It's just trying to get a conversation started. I think it's relatively silly, especially when you look at some of the names that are on that list. One thing I've been kind of struck by with the fan base this offseason is it seems like there's a lot of people seem like in a hurry to dismiss Brian Robinson, and I think that notion is off. Where are you at with this running back room?
Yeah, I mean, I remember, a few weeks back, people were asking me if there's a Jahan Dodson surprise, right? Because it's not like anybody saw Jahan Dodson getting traded when we started OTAs or things like that. Who would that be? And the guy I kind of kept going to was Robinson. Look, he was very, very effective in short yardage situations. He has been a viable starter, but we all saw the run game falter down the stretch. Not saying it's all on him. The offensive line needed upgrades, and they got those. But I think there was some on him. He doesn't have that second level explosion. He's really not a factor in the passing game. It always looks like he should be more involved, but he never seems to be. And in this offense, I think having a guy out there who is more of a 3-down threat, even if it's somebody who's maybe like a little bit lesser of a talent, but if he's out there, the defense isn't thinking, okay, this is a run game, or if it's not, we don't have to worry about him, I think would be beneficial. They need more explosive plays out of the backfield. I think that's the subtle positive about adding Deebo Samuel, the guy who will be back there a little bit. That's why I think Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is interesting, even though he's a 7th-round pick, and the odds of a 7th-rounder impacting is, positively is pretty small. But to me, it's worth exploring. Now, I think Robinson checked all the boxes he needed to this offseason, came in seemingly, good shape, had a good attitude. Everybody seems to be positive, but I don't know. I do wonder if there's a world where they would prefer a different style of back. They didn't do too much to do that. And Austin Eckler and McNichols, the less is more with them. I mean, effective, but especially Eckler, but he's not a guy you want touching the ball 15 or more times. So Robinson, I think, is the guy until further notice, but I do wonder if there's a world where a different type of running back would be preferable to him as the lead.
Sticking with the run game, but on the other side, how much do you think the offseason acquisitions, a lot of guys on that defensive line, maybe no big name guys aside from Kinlaw, but they made some additions over there to help with some of that run defense. How much do you think they'll actually have an impact, and how much better will the run defense be this year?
If I let what the team is saying sway me, I can feel pretty positive right about it. I mean, we heard so much about that. It got so much longer and bigger, and it's absolutely true. I mean, Kinlaw and Dietrich Wise and Eddie Goldman combined with Deron Payne, like, these guys can, block out the sun. They are huge men, and obviously having size is a good factor if you're trying to stop the run game. They believe that with Jordan McGee healthy, that they can use more 4-3 looks when other teams are going with 2 or 3 tight ends than they did a year ago. Washington played the most nickel packages last year in the league, and that's, in the modern NFL, that's not a bad way to go, but it also means you're going to be lighter when teams are going to run the ball, and that's probably a factor in why Washington struggled so much. And so all of these things, combined, they can think, hey, we're going to be a better group. That said, I'm going to have to see it to completely believe it. And realistically, we're not going to see it until the season starts because of the nature of, tackling and there's limited versions of that in training camp and with preseason, we know how that goes. It's just not much out there. So we may not see the real impact until the season starts. They got to be better than 30th. I think that should be pretty simple to do, but can they get to a point where it's effective enough to not be any kind of a real liability, and they can help, get the offense off the field earlier? Like, I think we all also are wondering about the pass rush, right? But there's a big difference if you're facing 3rd and 6 or 7 versus 3rd and 3, right? In terms of the pass rush. So I think all of that goes hand in hand, and I get the reason they're optimistic, but I'm probably going to need to see it to really believe that it's a massive difference.
Talking with our friend Ben Standig here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow him at Ben Standig or check out the Last Man Standig podcast. I agree with you. It is undeniable seeing these guys in person now for OTAs and minicamp, just how much bigger they've gotten. And that was obviously a priority. Because it's a beautiful summer day and I'm at a golf course, let me just paint a picture for you. You hinted on it, like both publicly on the record and off the record, they are extremely optimistic about what they've done with the D-line, like as a staff. And I mean, hell, June's the time for optimism, right? But what if Lattimore is fully healthy and can be the player he was some years ago in New Orleans? And let's say, Kinlaw last year with the Jets, the numbers are pretty good. Played 17 games, had 4.5 sacks. That Jets team stunk. It's not like he was in a lot of advantageous positions, right? Like when the team's trailing and stuff for interior D linemen. Let's say Washington gets 30 games combined out of Kinlaw and Lattimore. And both those guys, maybe they're not the A pluses that DQ and AP believe them to be, but let's say they are B pluses. This defense could be pretty good.
Yeah, look, we focus so much on, do you have a Pro Bowl kind of guy? Go get Trey Hendrickson. Obviously, Trey Hendrickson led the league in sacks, so it's not just a random Pro Bowler. But, it's the belief that having, these one or two guys can make all the difference. And in some cases, we know that can be true. But often in defense in particular, it is everybody doing their job, being effective, and, having the right guys that you're tasking with certain responsibilities. Again, last year, as we know, putting together that roster was a lot of a hodgepodge effort. Just needed to upgrade the talent, bring in bodies, whatever. I'm sure they never anticipated Dante Fowler having 10 sacks, nor did they anticipate having to use him as much as they did, right? And I think that became a liability in the run game, and it's partly why he's not around anymore. So, look, they brought in a lot of guys. I mean, their defensive tackle depth on paper is pretty good. I mean, Johnny Newton did not have an offseason last year to get ready for the season because of his foot issues. Now he has, and there are obviously high hopes for him. Deron Payne has been fine the last couple of years, but he has not been nearly as good as he was in the Pro Bowl level. And what did we hear this offseason? That he is looking, fantastic out there. And then you combine Kinlaw and Wise, meaning if nothing else, you just have bigger bodies. John Allen, obviously, a really good player, but Kinlaw is a bigger guy. Wise, a bigger guy than
Kinlaw and
Tyler, who
Wise
has
are massive, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even for the, I mean, we're used to being around these guys. I mean, we're saying even for these guys, for the football players, they're pretty big. So look, I agree that if all works out, it could be a big deal. I've been saying even before OTAs that to me on defense, Payne and Lattimore are the two biggest variables. That if those guys can swing up towards the level that we have seen them play in their careers, then that's where we can stop with, hey, they didn't add much on this defense. No, they will have added two guys who are sort of potentially at a Pro Bowl level. They just hadn't been playing there before. So, if all goes well, yeah, absolutely. I think this defense could be a lot better, but ifs and buts and all that. So that's the question. I'm going to just need to see it before I buy it, but I understand what their optimism is and what their plan was. By the way, I'm a process over results kind of a guy, in that if you tell me if I see what their plan is, even if it doesn't work because life is mysterious, I'll give you some credit. And I give them credit for this. They recognized the issue. They got bigger. Again, I think Jordan McGee's going to help as well. And little Lattimore, I understood why they made that trade. It just didn't work out too great last year. So I give them credit for the process. Now we'll see if the plan actually comes together.
Well, and you mentioned Lattimore there. It seemed like when you guys talked to him out there in Ashburn that he feels a lot of it was injury related, and then forcing his way back out on the field to kind of prove to this team that he was worth what was given up for him. Do you believe that? Do you believe he comes back this year healthy, and hopefully he can stay healthy? But do you believe if he's healthy week one that you're going to see the Marshawn Lattimore that's been that lockdown corner, or is you think that there is still a bit of an issue of what he came over here and kind of gave you wasn't just all injury related?
Yeah, he has not been to a Pro Bowl since 2021, and since then injuries have really just messed him up. He just missed a bunch of games because of different injuries. He missed 6 of the 8 regular season games here last year, and then he goes straight into the playoffs after being hurt. And in 2 of the 3 games, gave up a ton of yards to Mike Evans and A.J. Brown, et cetera. There were also games where, like, Detroit didn't throw at him at all. The Saints in his first game didn't throw at him at all. There is a healthy respect for what he is as a cornerback. So I think that there's reasonable expectations that he's giving Washington just a viable, solid option at a minimum. The Pro Bowl level, I don't know. I need to see it again. He's still young enough. It's not like he's an older guy, but it's been long enough that I can't just sit here and tell you or tell anybody that guy still is here. But again, I keep pointing this out. Remember where this team was a year ago. The top outside cornerbacks were Benjamin St-Juste, Emmanuel Forbes, and Mike Davis. None of those guys are on the team anymore. 2 of them, Forbes was cut in season. Davis was benched basically by week 2. This is a massive upgrade between, even if Lattimore is just solid, along with Trey Amos, et cetera. So I think that room should be a lot better. And I'm just going to try to ignore the fact that Lattimore has been a Pro Bowler, and just can he be a guy who is a viable presence on the outside. It doesn't matter. The trade happened. We can't, there's no walking it back. It's a sunk cost, whatever. So as long as he's out there, that to me is going to be the biggest question. Healthy in June is not healthy in October automatically. Let's see what happens there. So far, at least, so good.
Ben Stanek here with us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Benny, last one from me. Is it fair to call you a mock draft expert? I know you have done very well in the mock drafts. Is that accurate?
I mean, my agent would probably say so. I don't have an agent. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay. Who are the Wizards going to take at number 6?
Oh, man. I used to be an NBA draft thinker. It's less so now. From what I can tell, Trey Johnson, the Texas kid, is who I would kind of want, but it feels like he'll be gone. So if they stay at 6, I kind of think Fears, the point guard from Oklahoma, or Malawatz, the center from Duke. Not saying those would be my top guys, but just like Edgecombe and Johnson will be gone. Ace Bailey, I don't think he's a Wizard, even if he's on the board, so I'm skipping him. So I'll say those other 2 guys, but and not maybe Derek Queen at 18, but not at 6. But I don't think Derek Queen's getting 18.
I was reading DA's piece. I'm in on Malawatch. I'm all the way in on that. So I thought you should know that.
Yeah, I had DA on my podcast yesterday, and that was the same thing. I asked him, what does he actually think? And that was the guy he brought up. And big men who are projects scare me. The Wizards have a lot of runway. They're not looking to do much for the next couple of years. They can work with him, teach him, and if they think the upside's there, I think it's a worthy risk.
All right, man. Oh, hey, what's the latest on the Bethesda crime wave on the smash and grabs? Nobody keeps me more up to date on Montgomery County crime than Ben Standig. He sends me tweets all the time from what's going on. Are you?
Well, yeah,
I think you should put on a cape at night and try to stop the crime, Ben.
Well, when I see JP in the wild, it's typically in this new mall or new area where it says Starbucks and stuff. And I'm actually literally going there right now after this. So I don't know about a cape. Let me see if I got a superhero costume. See what I can do here for you. But it's concerning. Come on, what are we doing here, people? Get some cameras out there.
If Ben Standig becomes a vigilante, which superhero are you?
Ben Man? I don't know.
Nap Man, Cat Man.
Oh,
is there a
Cat
Cat
Man.
Man? You should be Cat Man.
My cat is looking at me right now, going, "It's a good one. It's a good one."
Ben Standig as Cat Man. Stop smash and grab crime in Bethesda. Thank you, Benny.
See you guys.
See you, buddy. Stop smashing people's car windows. What are you taking out of there? Nobody's stealing radios anymore. We're coming right back. Smoking Out Koken will join the program.
Jonathan Taves plans to sign with his hometown Winnipeg Jets when NHL free agency opens on July 1st, the team announced on social media. Taves' deal will be for 1 year with a base salary of $2 million, plus several performance-based bonuses per ESPN. The longtime Chicago Blackhawks captain, who led Chicago to 3 Stanley Cups, will return to the NHL after missing the past 2 seasons to deal with some inflammatory and immune system issues. The number 3 pick in the 2006 NHL draft, Taves helped Canada win back-to-back Olympics in 2010 and 2014, and now he made his goal very clear. He wants to bring Lord Stanley back to not only his home country, but to his hometown. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Been a busy day on the show. Missed any of our segments. Got to talk to Craig Laughlin earlier. Got to talk to Joe Beninati earlier. Check them out wherever you get your podcasts, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon. All the segments are on wherever you are, we are. That's what we want you to think of. I am, anyway, live at Norbeck Country Club for the Laughlin Family Foundation Charity Golf Tournament. Joining us now is Smokin' Al Koken. Everybody knows Smokin' Al, Monumental Sports Network, all of the Caps coverage. Smoke's a true legend. And Locker's name is on this tournament, but I know how much work you do to get this thing off and running, and you deserve a hearty pat on the back.
Well, much appreciated, and I can't thank you enough for you and the entire 106.7 The Fan crew to come on out here. You've done it now the last couple of years. It means a lot to us. I know it means a lot to Craig and Linda. And on a personal note here, if I hadn't been here right now, I never would have known that Ben Standig is a major crime reporter as well. The things I found out listening to you, JP, never in a million years would I have known that. As a Montgomery County resident myself, I appreciate the fact that he's out there fighting crime on a nightly basis.
Looking at
You're standing in my way, son. He's got to have a line, right? He's got to have a catchphrase, right?
Yes, he does.
You're standing in the wrong place.
I like it.
Looking back at this Capital season, how special is it when you're going to look back on this in a couple of years just to remember, even though it didn't end the way that they wanted, just going on that ride of how special it was and also how good the team was along this.
Well,
that's
that
what
was
made it so
it.
fun.
I mean, we all knew that the chance of Ovi breaking the record was there, although we all, I think, kind of felt once he broke his leg in Utah, got to wait till next year. But, of course, you never underestimate the Great Eight. But it really had to be kind of a duality. I think it would have been a kind of a listen, the accomplishment still would have been great. Don't get me wrong. But I think in terms of the team itself, to be a part of it while going through a terrific season, just put everything in perspective and brought everybody together. Everybody had talked at the end of the year how close they were, the locker room, the plane. I can tell you one of my most interesting memories from this, Dobie, is being on the charter flight coming home from Long Island on the day he broke the record. Now, they lost the game, but obviously everybody knew that their place in the Eastern Conference was set and everything. So it was all about Ovi. Everybody on that plane was wearing hats and T-shirts. It was like traveling with a Little League team coming back from Dairy Queen, right? Now, the difference was instead of blizzards, they had adult beverages in their hands.
Sure.
But just to see the joy and the complete exhilaration that everybody on that team had for being able to be a part of it, I think just really galvanized to me anyway what it meant to everybody to have a great season and also be a part of a truly historic effort.
I was in New York when he broke the record, and I haven't been in a room the locker room. I haven't been in a room with that much beer on the floor since I was in college. like,
for a non-playoff.
Yeah, right. It was a
non-playoff.
clinching
Right,
already.
right.
Yeah. I've been wanting to ask somebody this question. I think you're the right guy. The TJ Oshie retirement ceremony down in Georgetown was really, really cool. And everybody then, when the ceremony concluded, got on that boat and rode off into the sunset. One, did you get on the boat? Two, what was that scene like?
I did not get on the boat. I had to take off, but I think it was more about a kind of a celebratory cruise. And I understand there was a dinner afterwards. I mean, they did it the right way.
It was done.
And I've got to say too, and again, I know, even though I'm, with Monumental, what they pulled off down there to do a live program from that spot, and have everybody and all the different moving parts from it. I was extremely impressed on how that went off.
Dude,
but the Oshie family, they made sure that this was done the right way, and I was just thrilled to be a part of it.
So I was there for NBC. So I wasn't there for Monumental, but obviously I worked with both, and I know all the players involved. Like, not just you guys on camera, but all the people behind the scenes. They were scrambling.
Oh.
I don't think that was an easy remote production.
Right before the thing
Did
started,
the power go out? Yeah.
we lost power. Now, I'll give a lot of credit to our technical crew led by Greg Abernathy, who certainly got everything up. And but you're sitting there and you're talking, all of a sudden, just the way we are, and I can hear myself very clearly. Then I turn around and say something to Alan May, and I can't hear myself. I'm thinking, that's not a good sign, right? And literally, I'm looking at my watch. It's about 3 minutes before we're on air, and Abernathy running around, runs into Nick and Nick's Riverside Grill, and then 30 seconds before we're on the air, we get back on the air. It was a great undertaking, but it was a perfect weather day and a perfect way for TJ to say goodbye.
Dude, so I was finishing a live hit, so I was on the other side, kind of behind Oshie, kind of up by the boat. And I get done, and I look over, and I see Abs, Tischler, and Frank Crisafulli full out fire drill mode.
Exactly.
And I'm like, I don't know what happened over there. That doesn't look good. But hey, you made slot, man.
We got it. And the symmetry of being literally sitting there right there at the edge of that fountain that they made so famous in 2018, it was just a great way to kind of pull it all together.
Sure.
Well, and it's really cool to see that for TJ Oshie, right? To see that whole moment, to see him commemorated. It makes you think about some of the ones we're going to get in the coming years with eventually a Nicholas Backstrom. And can you imagine the celebration for Alex Ovechkin whenever he hangs it up? It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, I said that, Ovi is probably the face of the team, but when you talk about kind of a heart and soul of the team, the two guys you really mentioned, Backstrom and Oshie, really are, and in two completely different ways. Nick was kind of the silent assassin, where TJ was always out there. The emotion was there. The pregame histrionics with him and Wilson, and then, charging into the tunnel. I told the story that I had heard that when his contract was up, in the post-season meetings that everybody had with then general manager Brian McClellan, to a man, everybody said, whatever you do, please re-sign this guy. He means so much to us as a teammate. Not just on the ice, but his presence off the ice, what he does in that locker room, the way he keeps everybody loose, the infectious attitude that he has about the game and life. And you could even see it, and how much his teammates appreciated Toby. One of the other memories I'm going to have for a long, long time is last year in Vancouver when he's ready to play his 1,000th game. And we find out early that his back has gone out again. Now, he told the story that they found a chiropractor who he had dealt with once in Vancouver, who happened to be in his office on a Saturday just doing some paperwork. He wasn't there to see clients. And they got him to get in there, and he worked on him enough to get him ready to play the game. And I remember he scores a very important goal, and they win a huge game. And the celebration I heard outside that locker room waiting to interview him was as loud as I've heard for any occasion. That's how much it meant to his teammates to see him get that. And also knowing, as somebody who was born in the state of Washington, even though he grew up in Minnesota, he had a lot of family that came from Washington to Vancouver to be there. So everything that this meant, family related, teammate related, and you could see the joy his teammates had that he crossed the finish line on that. Because I know he had two goals, play 1,000 games and get to 300 goals, and he got both. And obviously an Olympic hero and a Stanley Cup champion. When you look about boxes to check off, I think he's going to say, I did a pretty good job on that.
Yeah, absolutely. We got our friend Al Koken here sitting down with us, Norbeck Country Club, the Laughlin Family Foundation Charity Golf Classic. Give Al a follow, by the way, at Real Smokin' Al. The last thing I wanted to ask you, Smoke, I was kind of surprised. There's a split among your cohorts. I was not surprised. Joe Beninati thinks the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to win Game 7. Joe B watches everything. But Locker, out of nowhere, just started shouting, "Go Pacers." So Locker is clearly, a Hoosier at heart, rooting for Indy. You could break the tie now. Who you got, Pacers or Thunder?
First of all, I'm shocked that Locker just didn't say go Raptors. That would have been more Locker's. I'm going Thunder. It worried me last night, though. I will say this: I was confident that it was going to go 7. In fact, when I was on with you guys early in the week, I said it's much more likely that this is going to be 7 games in the NBA, and this was before Game 6 in the NHL. It just seemed like I was disappointed in the way Edmonton played in Game 6 and not give them a chance to get to Game 7. But by that point, it looked like Florida had all the gears going. But I thought it was going to be back to Indiana. They were going to give you one last gasp in front of their crowd, and then it was going to get down in OKC. But it does worry me that the Thunder played so pathetically last night. I know you can wash it. I know you've got 2 days to wash it. But you gave Indiana and Tyrese now the ability to say, wait a minute, my hamstring may be bothering me. I can go. Right. I can do this. I can get this done. And as a team, they looked to me like they were ready to say, Tyrese, we don't need you. We got you. We'll get you in Game 7. You take it easy, because everybody else on that team came out firing and looked great. And the way they demolished OKC, it was embarrassing. And you kind of wonder to yourself, does that give Indiana just a little extra boost than I thought they were going to get? I thought they'd get the win and carry a little bit of momentum in, but I thought it was going to be such a competitive game that OKC would say, you know what, a couple possessions here or there that we'll get on our favor at home. Last night wasn't about a couple possessions. That's what worries me, but I'm going to stick with my original thought that it was going to be OKC all the way.
OKC's the better team. The Pacers have the better coach, and I think the Pacers have just more ice water. You know what I mean? Like, they just stay – they are in it till the end. So I'm hoping it's a good game.
No, I'm hoping, because to be honest with you, I turned it off after 3. I was like, I've got better things to do, right?
Last night was boring. Game 6, I went over to my buddy's house to watch. I'm talking about the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
And at 3-0, I told him, I was like, dude, if this gets to 4-0, I'm leaving.
Go.
And I went home.
Yeah. I was kind of, I had nothing in it, but I wanted the NHL to have a better representation in that game. I wanted Edmonton to go down swinging. I'm not taking anything away from Florida, but I thought the Oilers, whether it was a coaching thing, and McDavid kind of the other day in his post-season press conference said something along the fact of, we kept trying to do the same thing, expecting a different result, which I think was a little shot at the coaching, if I read it that way too. But I go back to Game 3. Okay, it's 1-1. Florida got what they needed. But then they tried to bully the bully.
Right.
And it was an embarrassment in Game 3 because they kept giving all these guys, the Florida power play was clicking. They kept giving them chance after chance, and their goaltenders were those were the things I was like, you just did it the wrong way. Be what you are, which is during the regular season at the end, and particularly during the start of the playoffs, they were a team that was rolling 4 lines. They were getting production from everybody, not just McDavid and Draisaitl. And then suddenly that dried up, and they just kind of got away from it. And their defense and Evander Kane started taking stupid penalties as opposed to being your version of Brad Marchand.
Right.
Be that guy without getting into the penalty box. And he couldn't do that. And I thought that was just a stupid way to approach it. And it was a shame that the NHL couldn't get it to 7 the way the NBA is.
Smoke, thank you for your time. Go low, dude.
I want to thank you again, and Toby as well. Thanks for being out here again. JP, it means a lot to the Laughlin Family Foundation. It means a lot to us here at Norbeck. And thanks CK and everybody who made this possible. But you, my friend, thanks for doing it. It's great to have you out here, and I hope we get a chance to do it next year.
As long as you get this weather again, I'm in. It's beautiful.
and some of those hot dogs, right?
The charred hot dogs is how I like
the Burks, babies, those big, thick jumbos. Yeah, all right.
All right, thank you, Smoke. The great Al Koken. We come back, we're all going to make picks for Game 7. Toby,
what's up?
Damn it. We have a strict policy on this program. We do not negotiate with terrorists. And for me to sit here for 4 hours, get chirped about a T-shirt, and then be threatened on the text thread by numerous numbers I don't even have in my phone, I don't know that I can stand for it. Damn it.
Do you at least have my number saved?
Yeah, Toby Alberhauser.
That's right. That's right.
I have Landfill's number saved. All right. Apparently, Ben is demanding a shout out for posting the podcast. Ben, are you paid for this duty?
Yeah, of course I'm paid. I'm here for Jeff Walker. I am Jeff Walker today.
Oh, son, never say that.
He's out somewhere fishing, if I had to bet. Remember you were asking where he is? He's probably fishing.
Now, here's my question, Ben. You are paid to be at work, and yet you're demanding a shout out.
Yep.
Marlo's here. She's been working her butt off all day. It's hot. These ladies are killing it. She didn't demand a shout out.
Well, you know who else needs a shout out? Nationals coaching staff. That win yesterday.
No. You need to go watch the Chris Rock stand-up where he says you don't get credit for doing the things you're supposed to do. You don't get to brag about raising your kids because you're supposed to raise your kids. He has more choice words than that, but that's the premise. But Ben, I mean, truly just a terrific job today. Are the podcasts even posted?
Oh, yeah, they're posted. They're looking great.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a step up from Jeff. So we're off and running. White Brian, play the music. Let's make some bets. White Brian, how'd we do this week?
Landfill won.
No, I demand a recount.
Yeah, I don't love that.
I won. Actually, this week I did not win because I kept picking the Nats.
I won because I kept picking against the Nats.
That's an effective strategy.
Oh, JP, you'll appreciate this. Let me see if I can find this tweet real quick. Someone said that if you bet against the Nats during the losing streak and then piled on your winnings, you would have won like $100+ grand or $400,000 if you would have just kept piling it on.
Well, that would have been nice. All right, everybody, quick. The spread is 7.5. Game 7. Thunder favored by a touchdown and a hook. Who we taking?
Thunder minus 19.
Jeez.
Damn.
Pacers cover, Thunder win, 111-108.
Professor?
I'm taking the Thunder.
Ben?
The Pacers are winning. They're going to win it how they've done it all postseason.
Wow. I'll take the Pacers with the points. I don't know who. I still think OKC wins, but I will take the points. I always take the points. Cost me a lot of money last football season. Thank you to everybody that listened to the show. Thank you to Donnie calling in. Thank you to Craig Laughlin for joining us. Thank you to Joe Beninati for joining us. Thank you to Al Koken for joining us. Thank you to Mark Stern. Thank you to Ben Standig. Thank you to the Norbeck Country Club. Beautiful day. Great cause out here. Thank you to Marlo and crew. We had a lot of fun. They were promoting the station. Thanks to the boys in the aquarium, including Ben. Tobo, I love you. Everybody have a good weekend. You made it this far. Jeff owes you a beer.
The Washington Nationals were on the verge of recording MLB's longest losing streak of the season. And then, well, this happened.
Down to their final out. 1-0 pitch to Wood. Swinging a high fly ball, center field deep. Back goes Hilliard to the warning track at the wall. It's gone! James Wood does it! The long nightmare is over!
James Wood, with his second homer of the day, ends the losing streak. He gets a Gatorade bath to celebrate the 4-3 win over the Rockies. No more losing streak for this team, and they also get no days off. 10 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. You can listen live as they're now on the West Coast taking on the Dodgers. We've got some late night baseball for you all. Mackenzie Gore and Clayton Kershaw will face off in game 1 of this series. Now, the Dodgers, we all know how good they are, but they're also could be a little jilted. They're coming off a very heated series with the Padres, including a benches clearing brawl last night. So maybe emotions are going to be high for the Dodgers, and the Nationals are going to be on their way of starting a brand new type of streak. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. June is 20 days old. 2025, Grant and Danny with you on The Fan. We're in the Navy Yard on Half Street in our studios by Nats Park, and we'll be with you until 6:30 tonight, live and local, deep into the evening on The Fan. Danny, happy Friday.
Buddy, we got a Game 7. We got a little teeny tiny Game 7. That's fun.
I did not have that in the office pool. I have been wrong on the Indiana Pacers. How many times have they played this postseason?
This will be game number 20-something. Yeah.
Just about that many times.
Mm-hmm.
Season on the line. They did what they've done time and time again, which is make me look bad, but also bucking the odds. They come back one final time. Obi Toppin scores 20. Andrew Nemart goes for 17. Winner take all game 7. They didn't just beat the Thunder. They destroy the Thunder. This is very NBA playoffs now, by the way, where
it happens more.
Tonight's not our night, so we're just going to kind of punt on this game in the third quarter. They sat all their starters before the fourth. But before they got to the point where they were sitting starters, Danny, the Thunder were down 30. This was their second biggest deficit all season long. Pacers at home, defending their floor, forcing a game 7. There might have been a couple people that gave them a chance last night. Nobody thought that would happen.
Not like that. Yeah, it reminds me, and this is a mildly obscure for those of you who aren't in my age demographic. Everyone thought it's not analogous, but everyone thought the Bulls coming home against the Jazz. I think they were up 3-1 at that point in time, and everybody just assumed, okay, coronation time. This is the Bulls. They're doing it. It's Jordan. It's the swan song. This is going to be perfect. And they laid the stinkiest egg of all time. Had to go back to Utah. Then you get the shot over Byron Russell for the win, and the Bulls clinch it. But it reminded me of that.
Former Wizards great.
That's right.
Byron Russell,
former Wizards great. But it reminded me of that, where it looked like Oklahoma City, the Pacers deserve credit, as I keep pounding the drum for. I don't know if they win the whole thing, but they deserve a ton of credit because this is who they are. Oklahoma City looked disinterested, like they just assumed it would just go their way. They've responded every time they've had a kind of a stinker, so I assume they'll come out much better in Game 7. But man, oh man, it looked like we might win, we might not. It was like, no, dude, this is it. You're sitting on the precipice. Where's my urgency? Wasn't there.
Dad, put a pin in this one. I oftentimes will think of something and then I'll spin and look toward Darius and I'll say, let's write this down for a topic at a later date. But normally that's like late June in the summer when there's not a whole lot going on. So maybe we just do it today because today is the later date.
I was going to say it is late June, June 20th.
And maybe it's a couple of weeks from now. I don't know. You just mentioned Byron Russell. I remember when the Wizards brought him in, that at the time I was kid, teen, whatever I was, I thought, oh, they're bringing in the guy that Jordan hit the shot over.
Yep.
To this day, when you mention the name Byron Russell, he was a pretty good little 3-and-D guy. He was a pretty good little player in the NBA, had a decent career. The first thing anyone thinks of, he is synonymous with Jordan pulling the trigger and hitting the shot over Byron Russell when he pushes off a little bit and hits the game winner against the Utah Jazz, right? 1998 finals, I think it was. Who are the players in sports that are remembered for one terrible moment? I think that's a great topic.
That's a good one.
Like, because he had a career. Byron Russell had a legitimate NBA career. I don't think he was ever an all-star.
He was a good player.
Tell me if I was wrong about that. But say Byron Russell's name to anyone and ask them, what do you know about him? They would go, oh, he's the guy on the Jazz Jordan hit the shot over because he was falling. I got pushed a little bit. My goat shoved him. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But he was falling as Jordan hit a game winner over top of him to win the finals.
By the way, I've done the Byron Russell thing forever. It's Bryon.
Yes. His name's Byron, though.
I know, but it's like it throws me every time. Like I go, is it Brian? Is it Byron? Like I never get that right. So I was just now looking him up is my point to see if he was an all-star, see what he did. And I did the Byron thing. And I'm going, where's Byron Russell? What happened to him? Tells me every time. Back to you.
File that away. Players who probably shouldn't be remembered for one bad moment, but are. Like when you say the name Jeffrey Mayer, everybody knows.
Right.
When you say Tony Tarasco, is that the first thought? That he was the outfielder.
He's pointing up at Jeffrey
on
Mayer.
the warning track, camped under a ball trying to catch it. I don't think he's as well known for that moment, but maybe.
I mean, you know the all-time example. The guy was a really good player for a long time. Bill Buckner. Known for nothing else.
Correct.
Like literally, I'm going to list one thing he's known for, and it already comes to mind. 86, the ground ball. Like, again, a good player for a long time. Nobody knows and no one cares.
Bill Buckner, Byron Russell. There's got to be others. We can talk about that at some point. But yeah, Game 7, enough, by the way, with the what if, these finals had a bigger city, and what if these finals had a better media market? The TV numbers would be better. How good has this been?
It's been great. I love it.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander wins an MVP as the next great superstar in the league. Tyrese Halliburton, who was on Team USA playing internationally this past summer, is one of the rising stars in the game. We've got really good young firepower, 2 ultra-competitive teams. By the way, the Thunder aren't just a nice little team. They are one of the best teams ever, statistically, in the way of win margin and dominance. And they're getting pushed to the brink by a Pacers team that doesn't really seem to have any reason to be doing it. Like, think about this, Danny. 50 wins for the Pacers now, 38 wins, 18 wins behind the Thunder this season, and had a 30-point lead over them last night. Nobody thought this was going to happen.
Yeah, and it's the likes of Andrew Nembhard, T.J. McConnell, Obi Toppin on at least his second team. There may be another stop there that I'm not even remembering. It's not superstars that are doing it. It's not nothing but lottery picks. You know, their guy, Benedict Mathurin, has had one excellent game in this series, but was largely not a factor last night. It's awesome. This is kind of the whole point of sports to me, is these sorts of things. There is an overdog. As you said, the juggernaut. They haven't done it yet. And it's not like they're, have won 3 titles in the last 4 years or something, very Golden State Warriors-y. They're in the middle of a dynasty. Everyone thinks this is the beginning of their dynasty, right? With the talent they've got, nobody that matters for them is over 25.
Well, it is the beginning. Whether they win a bunch of titles or not, nobody knows. But this is the start of
their
several
window.
Years of them being one of the best teams.
And here's the 4 seed in the East that was pretty good this year.
Yeah.
That to me was the underdog in every series they've been in so far.
By the way,
a
that's
win away.
basically what you say about the Pacers. Now, the playoffs have been different, but they're pretty good. It's a very solid team. I like them. They're a good team. Then the playoffs happen, and they cannot be killed. You cannot drive a stake through this team. Matt in Centerville has a great addition to our list of the Byron Russell players who are remembered for one really bad moment. Matt, what's up?
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's up, buddy?
All right. Hey, it's Leon Lett for me, right? That guy ran the ball back in the
Don
snow
Beebe, dude.
into his own touchdown. It's crazy. I thought of an honorable mention while I was on hold, and I think it's Robin Ventura, who's the guy that charged the mound and got beat up by Nolan Ryan.
And Nolan Ryan put him in the woodshed.
You know what? I might even accept Robin Ventura because really good player. He was actually an all-star player. But I do think when you say the name Robin Ventura, who ended up being a manager, the average person's first recollection, like if you're writing you've got to write 100 words on Robin Ventura. It's the comma, whatever you fill in, then the comma. It's not Robin Ventura, longtime quality third baseman. It's Robin Ventura, who you know is the guy that Nolan Ryan punched in the face and made bleed.
Put in a headlock by Nolan Ryan. Yeah. So it's interesting with Leon Lett. My first thought was Super Bowl. Don Beebe chases him down and takes the football away.
He was talking about
He was talking about the field goal where he ran the wrong way.
So he had 2 of them.
He had 2.
Yeah, the most popular, most famous or infamous play for Leon Lett is actually the one where he's celebrating early and
it's the Don
hits the
Beebe
ball
play,
out of his hand. But yeah, can you be on the list twice? I think we're building a good one, though. Russell, Buckner is who we would name the list after.
Right.
because he actually was, and I didn't even know this until actually semi-recently, the last handful of years. I never knew how good of a player he was. I just thought he was the goofball that committed the error. Ventura, those are good ones. Dan's in Ashburn on Grant and Danny. What's up, Dan?
What's up, guys? Hey, back in, I think it was 78, Super Bowl 12, Jackie Smith was wide open in the end zone. And Jackie Smith's a Hall of Fame tight end, wide open. Roger Staubach hit him right between the numbers, and he dropped it. Would have been the game-winning touchdown.
So that one's before my time, and if you were to say the name Jackie Smith, I wouldn't have been able to pull that moment, but I wouldn't have been able to pull anything. So it's very possible. I don't know if you are able to go there, Danny, but if you tell me that's synonymous with him, because that's kind of the idea. Great player, but synonymous with a moment that makes it seem like you weren't actually that good. Miguel in Stafford, what's up?
Hey, how we doing today?
What's up, buddy?
I think one of the moments that actually share the most when is the finals between the Lakers and Philadelphia, NBA Finals, where Tyronn Lue fell on the floor and Allen Iverson stepped on it. That was one of the best shots I've ever seen, and he made that shot too.
So the idea being Tyronn Lue, who's become an NBA coach, who had was
a good career, good player.
Yeah, I would say not on the level of some of the other guys we're talking about, but you're right. Like, that's a solid career. You should be remembered for being really good defensively. And part of the reason, by the way, he was on Iverson, I don't know if he was the Iverson whisperer. I wouldn't go that far necessarily, Danny, but he was absolutely a excellent defender. And they had their best shot when he was on Iverson because he ran around with him and made a bunch of plays. And now he's known for basically Iverson hitting the shot and sunning him about as bad as you can in game.
Because if the test is, what's the first thing you think of? That's it.
But if I asked you today, before this show started, Tyronn Lue number one memory, what would you
Allen
say?
Iverson stepping over
I think
in the
so.
finals. That's it. Yeah.
I think that's how you get on this list.
People don't remember him as a wizard or as like a rotational point guard or as like a pretty nice little player or a coach. Even it's like, isn't that the guy that Iverson stepped over in game one of the finals? Yes.
He was my guy, by the way. He was a wizard before that happened. I'm pretty sure. If I have my dates right.
You got it right. Yeah.
That Iverson step over him came after I was in my room with loose leaf paper clocking how many assists Tyronn Lue had to Chris Whitney or
Lakers first. How about
Jerry
that?
Davis.
I would have got that wrong. I would have thought Wizards first too.
Lakers then Wiz. So what year was that finals?
So that's
earliest 2000s, maybe the 90s.
Must be 2001, right? Is that 2001? Somewhere in there? 2000, 2001, something like that?
Let's go to Miguel and Clinton on Grant and Danny. What's up, Miguel?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, buddy?
I just wanted to put one on your list. Is Brian, the Monday night game, Brian Bosworth fight against Bo Jackson.
Oh, come on, dude. Because Bosworth was this, like, the next big thing, the next, great linebacker, face of the league kind of guy, the 80s style, Jim McMahon style headband, flat top, big, nasty SOB. And Bo Jackson, we were robbed, by the way, of so much Bo Jackson time, but the greatest natural athlete I've ever seen, or I think has ever existed, knocks him into next week for a touchdown. And the legend of Brian Bosworth, little pinprick in the balloon, and it went flying away.
Definitely a thing, although I would just say, I don't think that play gets mentioned right away with Bosworth. I think him being a gigantic bust does.
Yeah.
Or like the neck roll or something. Like, to me, that's not the lead. I think that play is certainly the blooper of his career, for sure. Maybe I'm picking nits, but you get what I'm saying. Where I think the first thing you have to think of when you think of a player is the snap that they want back, because it's a date which will live, forever for them in regret. Let's go to Doug in Potomac on G&D. What's up, Doug?
Hey, this is a great list. I have two. Scott Norwood, the Buffalo Bills kicker.
Yes.
Missed Super Bowl 25, the game winner at the end. And then, unfortunately, our own Freddie Brown from the Hoyas, who had a good career with the Hoyas, and he's a
good player.
He's only known for the throwing the ball to UNC at the end.
He passed to James Worthy.
He's not on his team.
Not on your team.
Norwood is perfect. And I've seen documentaries of those Bills years, and it still haunts him. But even the name Norwood still in the Bills building or with that fan base, it's a pejorative. And I feel horrible for the guy. He did have a good career. By the way, because of the documentary I watched about those Bills and how it affected Scott Norwood's life after the fact, it has changed the way I view players who go through these terrible moments, Danny. Did you see the LSU-Arkansas College World Series game the other day where LSU came back?
Yes, the poor kid, the poor left fielder for Arkansas. Like, oh, my God.
I mean, he was sobbing, being helped off the field by his teammates, his managers trying to control him, and he was inconsolable. I mean, he was devastated immediately, understandably. He misplays. He kind of falls as he's trying to make a catch. The ball goes off his back. LSU comes around to tie the game. They eventually win it. He's got to live with that forever, and I don't know how you do. But an Arkansas baseball fan, despite him being a really good player who the manager says they don't get to Omaha without, there's probably a really good chance eventually that it's the only thing that he'll be remembered for, or the number one thing, no matter how good his career is, short of winning a national championship with a couple of big hits or something. Let's go to Charles in the district on Grant and Danny. Charles, we're putting together a list of players who are always going to be known for one terrible play, even though they had good careers.
Grant and Danny, if I say Mark Sanchez, you automatically would know where I'm going with it. So I don't know how far you would classify him as far as being as good of a player, but the butt fumble has to go right up underneath of the guy that the list was created after.
Yeah, ask Mark Sanchez how often the butt fumble gets brought up to him. I've heard him talk about this on some interview he did, where he basically said it's like a typecast actor. Like, you can't walk down the street with someone talking about that one role you played with Jason. Is it Jason Richardson? Who? Oh, no, that's a basketball player. Jason Richards? Who played George?
Jason Alexander.
Okay, Jason Alexander. So Jason Alexander's an actor. He's in Shallow Hal and a bunch of other stuff. Every single day he's walking down the street, people are doing George bits, right? Mark Sanchez can't go get lunch without someone bringing up the butt fumble. That's how you know that play. He got to 2 straight AFC championship games.
Yeah. Had a really good start to his career.
He was the 6th pick in the NFL draft. He was okay. I mean, he wasn't great. His performance here notwithstanding in his one game, former Redskins great, you sleep.
Handed off to Adrian Peterson that time.
90-yard touchdown. But I bet you in the next 24 hours, somebody in public will say something to Mark Sanchez about the butt fumble. Let's go to Robert in New Haven. Hey, Robert.
Hey, guys. How are you, man?
Hey, buddy.
I've got one for you. I'm surprised someone hasn't already said this, but Chris Webber, timeout 95.
I think he overdid that. I overcame it. I think his career was so great in the NBA that if you were to say, oh, no, he called a timeout and didn't have one, everyone would go, he pulled a Webber. Everyone remembers that.
Yeah.
But if you say today, remember Chris Webber? I would say one of the best passing big men ever. Or those Kings teams were awesome. So I would not start with the timeout.
Because I would, and then like the comma or the second thing is one of my favorite players ever, dominant power forward of this new modern era, who was incredible, should have been here for his whole career, but wasn't. Sacramento, those fun teams that could never beat the Lakers. But I think the first thing, the criteria is always so hard, right? Because if you go, is it the first thing you think of, or is that what they're known for?
Well, it's the only thing you think of, maybe, is the better way to put it.
So for Buckner, for example, the guy whose the list should be named after, right? The Buckner list.
Yeah, this is our Buckner list.
You have to basically go, and by the way, did you know he actually had a good baseball career?
Byron Russell.
That's kind of
Byron Russell is known for Jordan hitting the shot over him. Did you realize how good of a player he was? I think Leon Lett's probably the same way.
Yeah,
so yeah,
nasty.
Maybe is it the only thing they're known for? Might be age thing too. You're older than I am by about 10 years. I was not old enough to remember live the timeout. Like I didn't watch it in real time.
I did.
I knew in my early career with him being on the Bullets, this is the guy that called the timeout at Michigan that everybody talks about constantly. And that was what he was known for. I just think he kind of lived long enough to
had a Hall of Fame NBA career.
Yeah, and move on after that. Let's go to Jeff in Ashburn. What's up, buddy?
Hey, boys. How we doing?
What's up, buddy?
My take is Ron Artest. Not a play, but what he did in Indiana, appropriately so. We got finals going on. Ron Artest, Meta World Peace, that guy, Malice at the Palace. I don't know what else you're going to remember him for, aside from being just a nut job.
Perfect.
I think totally right.
Perfect. Yeah. Ron Artest was good, by the way. A Meta World, whatever we're calling him now, I don't know. But when he was Ron Artest, awesome basketball player.
Yes, indeed. He shares like one of the distinguished honors of having dunked on me in high school.
It's true.
I mean, not many people can say that.
Try to tell that story today to a producer around here, and they'll probably
And they'll just leave the room.
Right as you're starting to launch into the story.
Leave the room.
Travis in Arlington, you're on the Fan. We're putting together our Buckner list of good athletes who we don't remember for anything other than their worst moment.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Hey, buddy.
First time caller, long time listener.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Awesome. If I can give two, if that's cool. I got one, which is another victim of Michael Jordan, Craig Elo. He's been kind of posterized forever.
I'll prove your point. The only thing I know about Craig Elo, and I'm not exaggerating,
Shot a reload, good!
Is the shot Jordan hit when he jumped up and fist pumped a bunch of times. It's the only thing I know. If you tell me he was a really good player,
he was.
I'll take your word for it. I don't know him for any other reason.
Awesome. And then the second one, I guess it kind of depends on what city you live in, but Ernest Biner's fumble in the playoffs was pretty devastating in Cleveland.
Oh, before the drive.
All right, the late, great Marty Schottenheimer. That one got you. You might have a Super Bowl otherwise.
On his way into the end zone, fumbled at the 2, entered, then John Elway, 98 yards down the field. Denver goes to the Super Bowl.
I don't need to tell people in D.C. Biner was a dude.
He was awesome.
Really, really good player. All right, that was fun. You can take that off of the list because we just did it.
Strike it from the list.
That is called our Bill Buckner list. The athletes known for their worst moment who actually were pretty good. Grant and Danny on the Fan. James Wood hit a home run the Nats needed desperately yesterday. He's awesome. I'd like to get into that next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, or Surfside Lemonade in Vodka. NBA Finals last night, the Pacers beat the Thunder 108-91 to force a Game 7. That'll be on Sunday. Baseball, the Nationals beat the Rockies 4-3 in 11 innings. James Wood with a 2-run walk-off home run to snap an 11-game losing streak. Nationals now head out west, begin a 3-game series against the Dodgers tonight. 10-10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. Clayton Kershaw goes for the Dodgers. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Down to their final out. Adams leads off third. 1-0 pitch to Wood. Swinging a high fly ball, center field deep. Back goes Hilliard to the warning track, at the wall. It's gone! James Wood does it! The long nightmare is over! Nets win it 4-3. He puts it on the batter's eye hill with a soaring, towering home run to straightaway center field. They're mobbing James Wood as he crosses the plate. His first career walk-off homer, his second homer of the day in dramatic fashion.
Great call by Dave Jagler is heard right here on the Fan yesterday afternoon. About 24 hours ago, James Wood, a one-man band, dragging the Nationals into the fight and then dragging the Nationals across the finish line. He's single-handedly beat the Rockies yesterday 4-3 with 2 2-run home runs. Danny, he's only 22, but our sweet, nonchalant Prince is already one of the best players in baseball. He is 6th in OPS. He's 6th in home runs. I'm not talking about in the National League or among outfielders. I'm talking about in Major League Baseball. He's got a 945 ops. He's hitting for average. Oh, by the way, he's getting 40 points over league average, and he's got 20 bolts. He's on pace for 43. That'd be second all-time, behind only 2006 Alfonso Soriano when the Nats were still playing at RFK Stadium in organizational history. Soto never hit that many. Bryce Harper never hit that many. Ryan Zimmerman never dreamed of hitting that many. What he is doing is absolutely outrageous.
It's astounding. It's astounding.
And with so little help, why
this is
in
my
the
point.
hell did the Rockies pitch to him yesterday?
That's what we like to call, I have to look this up, a mistake. That is a mistake for them to do that. But thank goodness they did.
You're choosing between James Wood having a chance to end the game and send everybody home with the 11-game skid over, or pitching to Luis Garcia.
Oh, but you're putting the winning run on base. I don't care.
What are they thinking, and why are teams doing this? CK asked me today, he said, how many home runs is James Wood going to hit this year? Legitimately. Now, in a normal year, I would look at this and I would go, okay, he's got 20 this moment. He's on pace for 43. The weather's only getting hotter. They're playing in some pretty friendly ballparks in the second half. I think it's very realistic that he's going to hit 45 home runs. But I have to assume that his pace will fall off and he's going to end up in the upper 30s or something. Because don't you think inevitably in this terrible lineup with only really CJ Abrams as another all-star caliber hitter every day who hits in front of him, not behind him, nobody's going to pitch to this guy.
I wouldn't.
Stop pitching to him. I mean, please don't. That would ruin everything for me. And the only reason I watch is to see him hit a home run. But you get what I'm saying?
Of course I do.
Like, that has to happen soon.
Yeah, for the Rockies, it's all about development, and why not challenge the guy? If we lose, what are we going to have, the worst record in baseball? Yes. If we win, do we have the worst record in baseball? Yes. So maybe that's the thinking there. Who knows? But when you play first division clubs that need wins, you've got more games against the Phillies, the Mets, this West Coast trip against the Dodgers, Padres, and everybody else. If you're competing, I would go, all right, there's one guy, and he's going to hit second, maybe third sometimes. He's huge, and the rest of these guys are numbers. Pitch to Nathaniel Lowe. Pitch to Josh Bell. See if you could pitch to him more times than not. Pitch to Luis Garcia. No, like it makes it that much more remarkable, again, that there's no help. Like you saw their view of him otherwise, where they're trying to get him to expand the zone a couple times. He had a couple walks the day before, not biting on some closer stuff. The kid is just absolutely incredible. And the thing that boggles the mind not even boggles, it bottles them on. It puts the mind in a bottle. Is he does the hardest part now. Like, that's the thing. I think anybody that played the game at like even like a moderate level, high school or even a little bit above, understands hitting backspin line drive seeds to the opposite field for home runs the way he does is insane. It's like that craft, that skill, that extra layer that a lot of times has to be learned. 99.99999% of the guys that have picked up a baseball bat can wrap a ball around the foul pole, can hit a pull side home run. If you're taking major league batting practice, a lot of people can do that. It's the Freddie Freeman approach to like spank line drives at the shortstop's feet in batting practice. Imagine doing that except for home runs, which is where he hits them. I mean, you and Toby have dubbed that section the woodpile. That's because that's where they all go. It's nuts.
It's the lack of support that makes this so amazing. In addition to just him being able, to your point, to do things that so few people on the planet can do. I mean, there are only 5 or 6 guys on Earth that have his opposite field power, that have the even ability to do some of the things that he did. And when I would jokingly, and still do, talk about people sleeping on James Wood, it's because I really don't believe there's an understanding of how special and how good he's going to be. Like, I was on with Sheehan. He had me on as a guest on his show a couple of days ago now. And he's like, this guy's not going to turn into as good as Harper or Soto, right? Yeah, he is. First of all, right now, this moment, he's playing at the level that when those guys are going good, they play at. But no, this is an MVP winner. Like, this is a guy that is going to, if you're any good, carry you to the possibility of a World Series offensively as the best hitter in the lineup. This is someone who could win 1 or 2 or 3 MVP awards in his career. There aren't guys that much better than him. I mean, Aaron Judge right now is playing a video game. Everyone else is playing Major League Baseball. So we'll put him in his own category, right? Soto, just from a sheer approach, walks, on base standpoint, he's got some Ted Williams to him. He got paid what he did for a reason. But at this age, James Wood to be this advanced and to not get himself out more often than he does in a lineup with so little help. Think about it. We always compare on these graphics James Wood right now to Juan Soto or Bryce Harper at this point. Look at the teams those guys were on. I will say, I looked up the lineup that Harper was in his 2015 year, which was one of the greatest offensive seasons of all time. And it's not as good as you think it is. Like, there's not a whole lot around him. So he had a little bit more early on of what
at least guys that had done something in the league. You know what I mean?
But also there were a lot of injuries. Like Zim's hurt that year and Rendon's hurt, but they exist. They're in the clubhouse. They're helping you. But Soto, at this point of his career, first full season in the major leagues. It was the year ultimately that the Nats went on to win the World Series. He's in a lineup with Trey Turner, who's got a $300 million contract. Anthony Rendon, who got a $250 million contract. Adam Eaton, who was a 6-WAR player at one point in the big leagues. Ryan Zimmerman. Kurt Suzuki, who's been an all-star. Howie Kendrick, who had been an all-star and was, when he got called up, like a batting title type offensive profile guy. So, I mean, it was a lineup littered with quality big leaguers. Yan Gomes at catcher was a 1.5 win player that year. Trey Turner was worth 4 wins. Rendon was worth 7 wins. Victor Robles that year, thanks somewhat to his defense, but also he had almost 20 home runs that year, was a 4-WAR player. There's nothing like any of that on this team. And James Wood says, it's okay, guys. Losers. If you want to keep losing, you can do that. But I'm going to win. So I'll be at home plate in about 26 seconds. You guys can high-five me or not.
Give me a minute.
When I'm done at home plate, then I'm going to put my clothes on, and then I'm going to go to the plane. And if you guys want to come on the plane to L.A., you can. If not, me and 24 other donks will go take on the Los Angeles Dodgers. But I'm tired of this losing streak. It was so cool to watch him just decide that he'd had enough yesterday. That was a great moment.
I mean, a bizarre one, it just in and of itself, where he was also responsible for 4 outs by hitting the ball harder than anybody else in the world hits. You know what I mean? Like those double plays that he lined into. That, like, those were his other, I guess, like negative contribution, like mess ups. But like the rest of the lineup's not doing anything at all. C.J. Abrams starting to swing a little bit better, getting on base some. Luis Garcia had a couple knocks yesterday too. That's nice. But the whole offense, basically, the only threats to score were when that guy stepped into the batter's box.
Well, we were in the press box yesterday. You may have already gone down. I don't remember. But I was sitting with Toby, and James Wood had hit his home run, his 2-run home run, gives him a 2-0 lead. And I said, like an inning later, after they'd let the game get tied at 2-2, well, when's James Wood bat again? He's got a homer if they're going to win. It just felt like that. I thought it'd be a walk-off in the 9th. It ended up being in the 11th. But there was only one way that game was going to end yesterday, positively for the Nationals. They get their chance in the 10th inning, and they can't get a run home. First of all, the sacrifice bunt I hated, but then they give themselves 2 opportunities. Ahmed Rosario has to hit a sacrifice fly. First pitch swinging at a breaking ball up out of the zone, ground ball in the infield. What on earth are you doing? It was bad baseball. It was losing baseball again. C.J. Abrams completely stings the ball. He hits a rocket on the ground, but a diving stop is made right at the bag, and you go, holy shnikes, they're not going to score again. They're going to miss out on a chance for a second straight inning of winning a game, and they're going to have to go to the 12th, and the Rockies are going to win, and they're going to have lost 12 in a row, and then they're going to get on a plane and fly to L.A. and get their teeth kicked in by the Dodgers for 3 days. Oh, my God, how long is this losing streak going to last? That's what's going through my mind.
Yeah.
And then James Wood said, hey, guys, everything will be okay. Don't forget you have me.
I got you. Thank goodness they're dumb enough to pitch to me. I mean, I think your point is 100% right.
Well,
That's changing very soon.
And let me be clear.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that I didn't think James Wood couldn't hit a walk-off home run. It's that I just thought his big ass was going to walk down to first base immediately because they'd put 4 fingers in the air. So he's going down there, and now it's the Louis Garcia, Nathaniel Lowe time. And neither of them are coming through today because you got to wait till James Wood's next at bat to hope maybe
you got to wait 9 more guys.
The bases are loaded, and they can't walk him that time.
One of my favorite things is listening to the road team or the other team's call of a James Wood home run. And this one, of course, is especially special because it was a walk-off. Can I play the Colorado call for you here?
I love this.
Yes, they're going to go at him. 2-run home run in the 4th inning. It's the entirety of the offense for Washington today. This ball in the air to center field. Hilliard going back near the wall, and it's gone. The last guy you wanted to see up just ended the losing streak for Washington. James Wood, a walk-off 2-run home run off Seth Halverson, his 20th of the year. And today, as he has been throughout this season, he's a one-man wrecking crew.
He's that dude.
You can hear the
anguish. Well, I thought with the crack of the bat that he got it. It was so high, though, that I thought it was either going to come down right at the fence because it was the deepest part of the park initially. It kind of got blown into a little friendlier area, honestly. Or I thought maybe there was going to be a chance for a home run robbery because Brenton Doyle, who's a local guy, Virginia ties, is a Gold Glove winner who brings balls back all the time in center and has had a crazy series. He had one error, but otherwise was just unfathomably good. So we had enough time to debate this. Toby and I did
because it was up in the air for an hour.
We recorded our Bust and Lose Baseball podcast while we were waiting for the ball to come down. And the podcast was just called, Will This Be a Home Run When the Ball Comes Down? And then eventually it did. But did you think it was gone off the bat?
Yes.
Because that trajectory was like, it was nuts.
So initially I go, he got it. And Ryan and I and his buddy were in the toaster oven out there in left field. And as I think it was actually Hilliard in center field. Doyle was the DH yesterday.
Okay.
That's neither here nor there. He tracks back, and I'm like, oh no, it's going to slow up because of the height. It's going to scrape, and then it just again kind of kept going because he's James Wood, and regular people would have been subject to physics.
The sound of the bat made it seem
was
like
a thump. Yeah,
it was a home run. Right. The initial thought was gone, then not far enough, maybe because of the trajectory. But as you said, he gets back to the wall, and he's got that backspin, that James Wood Oppo power, where it just goes and goes.
It just stays hit.
It just didn't want to come down. It brought all that rain about 10 minutes after the game that we saw. I think it knocked into some cloud. It did something, and that's why
it seeded the clouds.
Storm
so that
came.
The violent storm. By the way, we're out there in left field, and people are like running for their lives. Trash cans were getting blown across the concourse, like not even joking around. Like,
oh yeah,
it was a show.
I thought the red box was going to get lifted up, and then we were going to get slammed back down, and like we were only going to see Darris's shoes, and then a bunch of people would walk on like a little brick road or something, these like little munchkins, and they would grab Darris's shoes, and just we'd have a whole movie that we could start.
We just do a movie, and there'd be a little dog.
It looked crazy out there, man.
Yeah,
but James Wood's ours for now. He is ours. Grant and Danny on the Fan. How improved are the Commanders? One writer at NFL.com says they're one of the most improved teams in football this offseason. We'll discuss. I'll take some of the blame, but I need you to take a little bit of the blame too. I just threw a ball really hard because I like to throw the ball hard.
I don't know why you like to throw it so hard.
Clary did this thing where he turtles away, and the ball just continued on a rocket all the way and hit the glass, and it easily could have shattered the glass. And then the big takeaway would have been that I threw it, and I threw it too hard because I always throw it too hard.
Yeah. Why do you throw it so hard?
It's just part of the thing. I like a tight spiral. I like, putting one right between the numbers where it needs to be. But Clary turtling away because you're throwing it too hard. Can we not break the glass?
Well, it's the biggest reason I usually don't do catch stick during the commercial breaks is because you're so close and you wind up and throw it so hard.
Respectfully, it's not the biggest reason. You've never done catch stick.
It's the biggest reason.
No, this is a newer thing. It's now taken on a life of its own.
You've been doing this for a long time.
You've refused to participate in anything fun with us for many, many years. Multiple buildings, many years over.
Each reason for the non-participation in fun things is I have one. I mean, each instance I've got a reason for it. The reason I opted out is I saw you burning out some poor intern.
No.
Like our buddy Talib is trying to play catch with you, and you're like from 4 feet away, like winding up, going full Clemens on him. Like it doesn't seem fun.
That this is much newer, and what you're saying is not correct. You're just using a straw man argument because everyone will agree that I throw it too hard. And B, if you said, "Hey, I'd like to play, but I don't want Grant to throw it hard," then I would say no problem. You don't want to play.
You wouldn't say no problem.
Of course I would.
You can't not throw it hard.
No, we play all the time without throwing it hard. You said you wanted to bring something up, though, before we got to the Nick Shook conversation at the top of the hour.
For folks that aren't unaware, we are on the YouTubes, right? We'll say hi to the YouTube folks right now.
High definition, 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us on YouTube.
Hi, guys. Yeah, we're here. So 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, easy to find as we're streaming right now. The chat is always active. People are commenting. And sometimes
chat?
Hey, chat. Every once in a while, somebody brings something to our attention. So I will offer this from Kyle. Does the guy in the white shirt over Danny's shoulder in the glass room realize he's picking his nose in front of all of us on YouTube?
Wait, so he's talking about Strobe?
That's Strobes.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's tough, Strobes.
What happened, Strobes?
Strobes, you get a bat in a cave up there, brother?
I don't know. I don't have any recollection of this.
Do you remember digging in there for a little something?
Am I going like this under my nose? That's
it
what
wasn't
like
an under, and it's not the Seinfeld episode where he got caught adjacent to a pick, but not an actual pick. So a woman he was dating thought she saw him in an adjacent cab. He was on the side of his nose. It looked like a pick. It wasn't a pick. I think you got caught in a pick.
I honestly have no clue. I might have.
Wow.
I can't confirm nor deny these allegations. I can't.
So I will say I kind of looked over my shoulder, and not that I'm like I bet under the bus here, but I think he was thinking for a little bit of gold. But I will say he was on Snapchat. So I think like he maybe saw something, didn't realize he was in the stream. I looked over, I was like, this guy doesn't realize like he's in front of like thousands of people in the stream. Like right now, we got a couple thousand people.
Hold on. Whoa. What does Snapchat have to do with that?
Well, I don't know. I just saw him. I noticed that he's on Snapchat. Like, I'm probably Snapchatting his friends. The young people do.
But what does that have to do with picking his nose?
But I think that's why he noticed, and he's like, oh, like I have a booger there or something. And that's why he went into.
He may have seen a visual of himself.
We've all done it
with a stalagmite.
So Ben, his suggestion is you were like taking a picture for your buddies. Do you recall any of this, that you saw a boogie and you had to get it out?
Honestly, no. I can't recall any of this.
Well, we're not calling our guy a liar here. Who suggested it?
This is Kyle. Kyle saw.
I'm not trying to lie. I'm telling you, I genuinely don't know.
You are lying. Do you think Kyle maybe is exaggerating what you did?
I have no idea. Maybe he saw. Maybe it was one of these situations where I'm on the side, or like I was trying to like fiddle with something that was on the edge of my nose, and it looks like it from that angle. But he could be totally right. I could have had my hand almost up to my brain.
All right, let me look on camera now. Fiddle with something. Like you're talking about, fiddle with something on the quote unquote side of your nose.
Do the non-pick.
What's the side of your nose look like? It's going to show up in a second. There's a little bit of a delay.
Okay.
All right. See, the left-hand one could not be confused for a pick.
Right.
Okay. The right hand, maybe.
So I actually think I have a hot take here, which is I think picking your nose, while it can be disgusting if you're really up in there, like doing it for too long, I think we overrate the quick nose pick in general. I would much rather someone just get what they got to do done, tissue, whatever, let's move along, than have something. The grossest thing is watching something dangle from there.
Like if the other person can see it.
Right.
Yeah, that's the worst.
But if he did a quick, he's at the office, he's working, no one here noticed, He's only on camera. Only reason we're noticing, he does a quick pick and he moves along with his day. I think we got to leave Strobes be. I think that's perfectly reasonable. A quick nose pick? Who hasn't done that before?
I mean,
Maybe
it's a quick pick.
Maybe he needs to breathe a little easier. He hasn't been breathing as
Yeah,
good.
somebody with some historical sinus issues. I'm empathetic.
Alex Ovechkin is breathing snot rockets all over the ice every shift. I mean, nobody seems to have an issue with that.
Right.
You watch 5 seconds of baseball, you get 4 loogies per player. This guy, he dug into his nose for a split second.
So Kyle's saying it happened multiple times, which is why I finally commented.
Multiple times is tough.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think we had an official dig site.
So we need people to be on high alert on the 106.7 The Fan, Grant and Danny show watch on YouTube. If you see Strobes in the white T-shirt digging into that nose, we need a code word. What should the code word be?
Archaeology.
Okay.
Wow.
Archaeology.
I'll just tie my hands behind my back. The rest Darius is gonna have to get the phones the rest of the day.
Jason Bishop keeps a huge supply of paper towels over here. I'll bring you a couple. You execute a little nose blow.
Clean it out.
Yeah.
Nick Shook says the Commanders are one of the most improved teams in the league. We will dig into that.
Oh,
next.
thank you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local, Main Street Bank. In the NBA Finals last night, the Pacers forced a Game 7, beating the Thunder 108-91 to tie the series 3 games apiece. Game 7 going to be on Sunday back in Oklahoma City. In baseball yesterday, the Nationals beat the Rockies, finally snapping their 11-game losing streak. It took 11 innings to do so. Nationals down to their final out, down 3-2 when James Wood stepped to the plate and sent one over the center field wall. His first career walk-off. The 2-run walk-off home run was his second 2-run homer of the day. The Nationals now head out west to begin a 9-game West Coast road trip, beginning at Dodger Stadium tonight at 10:10. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. A pair of lefties on the hill, one of the best young lefties in the game right now. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill. He's 3-6 with a 2.89 ERA and takes on one of the greatest left-handed pitchers of all time in Clayton Kershaw. He's 2-0 on the season with a 3.25 ERA. Some news in hockey today. Jonathan Toews is signing with the Winnipeg Jets once the free agency opens in July. He missed the last 2 seasons with health issues, but played over 1,000 games in his career for the Blackhawks, now signing with the Winnipeg Jets. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. We're with you until 6:30 this evening. Brought to you by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murat. They'll take care of your real estate transactions, elder law, estate planning, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. You can go to kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. Get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com.
We love those guys. They are the best. I think we've got some stuff in the works for the fall. I'm going to say that. That's as much as I can say right now.
This is true.
There are things that are in the works that are going to be pretty cool.
The boys could be making moves again, thanks to the good folks over at kmlawyers.com. I think we could say that.
We could say that.
Details to follow, as they say. Nick Shook writes for NFL.com. He's one of their around the league writers. He highlighted 4 teams today that he thinks are the most improved teams in the NFL since the final snap of last season in the Super Bowl, with the Philadelphia Eagles beating the Kansas City Chiefs. And he highlighted Washington as one of the 7 most improved teams in the league. He lists the Cardinals, the Bears, the Raiders, the Vikings, the Patriots, the Jets, and the Commanders. So my first thought with a lot of these teams is the Jets have a new coach and have kind of had a complete culture overhaul and upgrade. So have the Patriots, new coach. That's 2 of those teams. The Raiders, now Tom Brady's involved. They went and got Pete Carroll. They have a new coach and a new quarterback. 3 teams. The Bears have a brand new head coach and offensive philosophy with Ben Johnson. That's 4 teams. So there's only 3 teams that are returning a coaching staff and only 2 teams that are returning a coaching staff and quarterback. Of the 7 here that are listed as having dramatically improved, and that is the Arizona Cardinals and the Washington Commanders. But I don't think you hear this idea very often perpetuated in the national media that the Commanders have had a bang-up offseason or one of the best offseasons in the league.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously headlined by Laramie Tunsil and Deebo Samuel, names that we recognize. Tunsil, I think, still a bona fide star in this league. Samuel, questions, but, a lot of deposits in the bank. So, My only gripe here is when you say most improved or dramatically improved, how much better are you going to be than 12-5 and in the NFC title game? That means you win the Super Bowl, but not just like a close one. It's got to be by double digits. You know what I mean? Like it to me, there's not as much room for dramatic improvement now. Maybe you're looking at a roster and say they overachieved last year, and in which case I'd start to pick some nits and go, there are areas where they're considerably better. The offensive line being 1-1, I think, to me. I mean, that's kind of the alpha and omega of it. I think weapon-wise, they're better with Deebo Samuel than a hodgepodge of De'Ami Brown and Lamine Zaccheaus and Jameson Crowder and company. But there are areas where I think they're probably worse defensive line. There are areas where I'm not sure cornerback. There are areas where I'm still not certain running back. I mean, there's enough stuff where I'm going, are they dramatically improved? They're better, I think, in a huge area, but dramatically, that seems a lot to me.
Well, I also don't think how they played last year matters at all, honestly, to this. When you talk about the win total and trying to improve on that, because from what I can gather, he's not predicting the teams that are going to have the most dramatic leap in the standings. I think that's a very different conversation. Or the teams that are going to win the most games compared to what they won last year. I think he's talking about who has had the best off seasons. And frankly, that's just about personnel and upgrading talent. So you could be a 2-win team last year or a 15-win team if you were like Washington plus, maybe without the talent. And then you go out and you add a lot and you bring a lot in, and maybe you only win 13 games. But he's saying if you look at the rosters on the final game that each team played last year compared to now, there are 7 teams that really had great off seasons, and Washington's one of them. So let's look into how he listed the upgrade for Washington, why he was so impressed by what he did. He said the Commanders' stunning 2024 turnaround breathed new life into a franchise that had trudged through plenty of losing in the 21st century. The Commanders entered the offseason with a clear goal: capitalize on their newfound success and do so fearlessly. Trades for Deebo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil gave them 2 proven veterans to bolster an offense headlined by 2024 Offensive Rookie of the Year Jaden Daniels. Now there are ways things could go poorly. He says, but Samuel struggled to stay healthy, consistently producing in San Francisco in recent years. Tunsil allowed 52 pressures last year, the most that he had in a season since 2018, according to Next Gen Stats. If everything works out, though, the Commanders should be better than they were a year ago when they sprinted all the way to the NFC Championship game. So I ask you, Danny, he highlights the Deebo Samuel trade, which I think a lot of people feel like is kind of a mystery in terms of if it's going to work really well, backfire. Still a worthwhile proposition.
100% to me,
and I'm
yeah.
thrilled that they did it. And the Laramie Tunsil trade, where we have spent a lot of time, especially right after the trade, talking about how good he is, how much he's going to help. But there is another side of the conversation, which is that the Texans, who had a bad offensive line, who had 1 star offensive lineman in Tunsil, were okay letting him walk out the door. And I kind of couch that as, well, they got to pay their quarterback next year. They're saving up money. They're going to have to take care of C.J. Stroud. So, of course, you can't make Laramie Tunsil one of the highest paid tackles in the league. But they didn't have to do anything right now. They got the most back for him. Think about the Soto deal. You trade him with 3 off seasons and 3 postseasons left, you get more back. So they could have waited a year. Tunsil's not holding out or looking for a new contract. He's just a pretty cheap, economical, elite tackle at this point. But instead, they did it early so that they could get the most back possible. But when you dive into some of the numbers, and he cites the Next Gen Stats pressures this past year, pressure allowed rate of 8.3%, 4th highest for him in a span of his career now. He's saying it's possible, I guess. The downside is maybe Tunsil is not the same guy we've been seeing him be for years. And that's something Peters in Washington has to consider. But he's very high on Deebo and Tunsil and what they'll add on offense for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, those are the marquee additions. And again, by adding Tunsil, you improved 2 spots on paper, in theory, right? Your left guard spot, you take a guy that played pretty well at left tackle last year, and you would think ultimately, as the season goes, you're upgrading now at left guard. You took a guy that can play tackle, move him to guard, and maybe you have a star in that regard in Coleman. You had a first-round draft pick in Connerly, opposite. So you now have changed, just by virtue of 2 acquisitions, 60% of your offensive line to start the year. Who plays right guard? I think it's a good position battle at this point, and you're solidified with Biotish at center. So that's the area to me. They went from fine, we can get away with it, to potentially plus. How is it plus? Is it elite? Is it awesome? I don't know about that. It could be, potentially, if Tunsil reverts to form. And Connerly's as advertised, and Coleman, is like duck in water, taken to the left guard spot. But they've improved that area. Again, maybe I'm hung up on this, and you might find me annoying. Everyone else here except for Minnesota was a disaster last year on this list.
Meaning, right? Which makes sense because it's a lot easier to improve a team that's bad.
And that's kind of my point is, like, how much better are they than last year for Washington? We've had that conversation a ton.
I think it's really fair. That's why I was surprised. If you're only picking 7 teams, I'm surprised you'd put them on the list.
And that's my point.
But in a vacuum, I kind of get the idea of, if you are looking at it as, if Deebo Samuel has his second best year of his career, because I don't think a few years ago is happening again, when he was one of the best offensive players, like a DPO, an OPOY type player. I don't think that club's in the bag. But let's say he has an excellent year. Let's say he catches 65 balls, goes for 800, 900 yards, whatever it is. He runs 45 times. He runs for another 350 yards and several touchdowns. And he's Debo from a couple of years ago in San Fran. And Laramie Tunsil plays at a level where he's a top 3 offensive tackle in football. Then you just made 2 of the 5 to 7 best offseason moves that anyone will have made in terms of just overall impact acquisitions. They did swing for the fences. I think that was his point. They were aggressive and they went big. They brought in stars. Now, there's a lot of reasons why you could say Debo's not going to play at that level, and I understand that. Or they're catching Laramie Tunsil maybe on the downside, possibly. I feel less good about saying that. I'm pretty confident he's going to be good for several more years. See the age of Trent Williams and so many others along the way, like Jason Peters, who have been awesome deep into their 30s. But I get the logic of if you're ranking the 10 biggest moves of the offseason in terms of just ceiling, best case scenario, I think Debo and Tunsil are really high on that list.
Me too. So again, for me, some that are skeptical of Debo Samuel, let me just play this out for a second and on a quick tangent. They go, well, if you get what you got last year and he's kind of in the decline of his career, that's not that great. I'm going, what did they spend? A 6th rounder, if memory serves, on him? Or was it a 5th? I'm blanking on that. But it wasn't a very expensive trade. If I get 800 total yards and 50-some catches from him, rushing and receiving, that's an upgrade from what they had. What they had was guys that would not make rosters.
They gave up this year's 5th.
This year's 5th. That's what it was. Yeah, thank you. So as a floor, if we get last year, this year, a couple of games missed, banged up some for a couple others, but generally 60 catches, give or take, is average the last couple of years, 700-plus yards there, a couple hundred yards rushing. Yep, sign me up immediately. That weapon is now the 2nd best offensive weapon that they have, maybe 3rd, depends on where you feel about Eckler and his health. But that's the point, is you took the touches that were going to guys that were readily available for all 32 teams to sign at all times in Jamison Crowder and Olamide Zaccheaus, and you give him the Debo Samuel. I'd much rather have him have the football, even a diminished version from just a couple of years ago. That's an upgrade. The ceiling, I still think, is much higher if he's in that proper space of motivation, prove everybody wrong. Let's have a Renaissance Debo season. That's a steal for that value. So yeah, you're swinging for the fences there. So to me, the floor is higher than people I think are giving it credit for. I love the Tunsil move. I got no issue there. But again, overall, those 2 moves to me are the offseason. The rest of it is head scratch Javon Kinlaw, a lot of faith in Marshawn Lattimore, and where's the pass rush coming from?
But that's kind of the idea, isn't it? Is that if those 2 moves work, then the rest of it's going to be
academic.
Fine.
Yeah, okay.
The fact that you didn't do a whole lot else matters a lot less. And it's not like they didn't do a lot. Specifically on defense, they have 4 new starters that they signed.
Yeah.
And that's if Jacob Martin and Eddie Goldman don't end up starting it all. And I don't think either of them will. But Javon Kinlaw, Dietrich Wise, Jonathan Jones, Will Harris, all 4 of those guys are going to start plenty for them. They signed a starting kicker. They dramatically upgraded there with Matt Gay, who's been a long time quality player in the NFL. And they've signed 2 starters on offense in Debo and Laramie Tunsil. I say signed, but of course they traded for those guys. They added them. So that's the offseason. We got to get to the defense, though, if we're talking about how much better are they. Because here's my problem. I am willing to say they're way better on offense. Just suspending the what-ifs with Debo and Tunsil that we keep bringing up, let's just say in a vacuum, you just went and got a really good weapon at receiver and an excellent offensive tackle.
And drafted another one in the 1st round.
And you brought in another tackle who at this moment, I don't even know if he's going to start, but possibly would start at right tackle. And when that happens, your 1st round pick at right tackle makes your line way more athletic, way more mobile, and you're able to get out in front of screens and do a lot of those things better. Awesome. That is a hugely improved offense. Even though they didn't get the running back that I wanted them to, even though they didn't go out and add a weapon at tight end in case something happens with Ertz, you re-signed Bates, you've still got Sinnott. They're in a really, really good spot. Didn't go get any traditional wide receiver help. I think they were banking on Noah Brown. Hopefully he's not seriously injured. Although I don't know if you saw this. Noah Brown's taking part in like some camp, or there was something he posted on social media within the last day or two about an event that he's going to be participating in, which gives me a little hope that he's not dealing with something really serious.
Yeah, he's not there in a cast.
Exactly.
Or whatever, right?
I don't know anything, but I saw that and I thought, well, maybe this could be more minor than it is major. But hopefully Noah Brown is available. Otherwise, maybe you got a little question at receiver. But let's just say, for the sake of the conversation, because your 2 biggest moves were on offense, weapon, tackle, you're way better on offense. I can believe that. The problem I have with saying that they're one of the most improved teams in the NFL this offseason is I don't know how much better their defense is. I'm not even convinced their defense will be better. It certainly is a defense with a path to being better. Javon Kinlaw could be really good. We had Logan Paulson on the other day, was singing his praises for his size and his ability to get up the field at that size. I just got a bunch of years worth of not a whole lot of production in the way of numbers, with beat reporters from the places he's been on coming on saying it didn't help that much. Now, Washington might be right and they might be wrong. They deserve the benefit of the doubt, by the way. This front office is batting 1,000.
Yep.
They're 1 for 1 on years where they were right and a lot of people were wrong. Maybe that's going to be the case. Dietrich Wise, I actually think, is a really good player. I really like him. Will help against the run. Not sure how much against the pass. But the secondary is a huge question. Will Harris, the thumper from the Saints, who probably starts, I would be shocked if he is as good as what they lost in Jeremy Chin at the safety position with Quan Martin. Jonathan Jones is an okay corner. I think they're probably better at corner, but they're only going to be good at corner if Marshawn Lattimore can become what he's supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
So there's still huge questions on the defensive side of the ball. And I cannot say in pen. I will write in Sharpie or pen, whatever you prefer. They're better on offense. I'm writing in pencil that they're better on defense because you lost John Allen and Deron Payne is the last man standing and hasn't had a big year in 4 years.
They're banking on two things on defense to me, looking at their actions. Number one is they'll be so much better stopping the run that takes care of a lot of ills. That to me seemed to be their priorities, to get bigger, to get more physical, to a little bit less speed up front, a little bit less agility up front, a little more power. They want to be able to stop the run. They think that's the priority. That's focus number one. And number two, yeah, they got the Trey Amos, a kid that I like a lot, who'll end up playing a lot for them. But it's basically Marshawn Lattimore is going to be the guy we thought he was, will help our pass defense. They think that's going to solve it. Where the rest of us are kind of going, thank you for that. Where's the pass rush coming from?
Right.
How will you affect quarterbacks in this league? How will you affect quarterbacks in your division? How will you affect the quarterbacks that are on your schedule? You got the AFC West. You got a bunch of really good quarterbacks on your schedule. How are you going to bother them? Their answer is, we'll stop the run and Lattimore. I don't know that I'm willing to say their defense is better.
Yeah.
Because again, they're smarter than me. They know more than me. Totally understand that. That's not how I would design it. I would go, can I get after the passer? Then kick the rest of my ideas about what I'd like to improve down the line until I'm awesome at bothering the quarterback all the time. Then we could start talking about run stuffing and these dynamic packages and whatever. If you can't disrupt the pass, you're kind of wasting your time, I think, at this point. And that's what I don't know. I don't know how good that part of it's going to be.
Let's open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. The question is, do you agree with the idea that the Commanders are significantly improved? Do you agree with the notion, and this is NFL.com and Nick Shook, saying Washington's one of the most improved teams in the league based on their offseason? And he's obviously letting the Deebo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil additions do heavy lifting. I think there's something to be said, too. Year 1 to year 2 is where quarterbacks often make massive leaps. A normal rookie quarterback looks nothing like Jaden Daniels did last year. But then this year is when you see, oh my gosh, that guy's actually going to be the dude. See Josh Allen or somebody like that. That is way more normal. Now, CJ Stroud looked kind of like Jaden Daniels. He's a different type of player, but he played at an elite level and blew everybody away and made the playoffs and won a playoff game as a rookie. It's hard to build on that and make another gigantic leap when you've already exceeded all the expectations with the Texans. So what happened? He made a small step backward. I'm not expecting that from Jaden, but maybe we shouldn't expect a gigantic leap. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is, if part of his argument was, and oh, by the way, with all these additions, Daniels is about to be a second-year player, and with all of the studying he's done all offseason is going to be even better than he was last year, that would make a lot of sense if you feel like that's part of them getting better, is that the already good Daniels is about to be even more spectacular. But he doesn't even acknowledge or mention that.
Yeah.
It's not even part of what he loves about the offseason. Let's hit the phones next. 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is powered by Guerrilla Fireworks. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open. The Nationals finally snapped their 11-game losing streak yesterday. They won 4-3 in 11 innings. James Wood with a towering fly ball to center field, a 2-run walk-off home run to win it for the Nationals. His second 2-run home run of the game and first career walk-off home run. The Nationals now held out west for a 9-game, 3-series road trip beginning tonight at Dodger Stadium. 10-10 first pitch right here on The Fan. Mackenzie Gore, the lefty, takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 3-6 on the year with a 2.89 ERA. He'll take on Clayton Kershaw, one of the greatest left-handed pitchers of all time. He's 2-0 with a 3.25 ERA. Late night Nats tonight. Nats and Dodgers 10-10 right here on The Fan. NBA Finals, the Pacers beat the Thunder 108-91 last night to force a Game 7. That Game 7 going to be Sunday evening. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, just 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
NFL.com and a writer named Nick Shook wrote a piece about the teams that have helped themselves the most this offseason, improved the most. And he's got the Commanders as one of the 7 clubs on this list. He points out trading for Deebo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil to give them 2 proven veterans, bolstering the offense that's headlined by Jaden Daniels. But improving the offense, while ideal, and you're never going to get a complaint from me about that, was not really a necessity and certainly wasn't the biggest goal of the offseason. The defense had to be. And as we sit here today, I don't know if their defense is any better. It may actually be worse. It's probably about the same. But how well Daron Payne plays, who they need to get back to his 2022 form, how well Marshawn Lattimore plays, who has not played at a real high level since 2021, but certainly last year was a weak link here after he came over, while not healthy, to his credit. Those guys might determine the whole thing. If you told me right now, Daron Payne plays like a Pro Bowler and Marshawn Lattimore looks like a number 1 corner, then their defense is not only better, but it's probably actually legitimately good.
Yeah, especially the Payne part of it, because we're sitting here going, obviously Lattimore's huge and key, and it influences their entire season, quite frankly, and it'll shed some different light on what they did this offseason, or they didn't do this offseason, in terms of going big game hunting at corner when they had the space and wherewithal to be able to do that, and they chose not to. But if Payne is a star in the middle again, I don't think 11.5 sacks is reasonable, but call it 7.5, call it 8 with some TFLs in there, some disruptions, some batted passes, some bothering. That's kind of your answer as to where the disruption's coming from. It's him. He has not been that for the most part for the last couple of seasons. Right? I mean, he's been a stay-at-home, do your job, nothing wrong, but it's not what we thought. It's not, you're not paying a guy all the money to be okay. You're paying him to be that disruptive force, and that's the answer, right? If that happens, then that's where the disruption comes from. Then it makes Armstrong a bit better. It allows Frankie Louvu to rush the passer a bit. You get more from Johnny Newton in terms of pass rush. You're not a traditional 2 defensive ends, get up the field, meet you at the quarterback, 20 sacks between them type defense. But if you guys have 5, you guys have 5.5, and, Payne's got 7, and you go, okay, we're hitting the quarterback enough.
Let's go to Brian in Lovettsville. Wants to hop in on Grant and Danny. Brian, do you agree that Washington is much improved?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Got it, buddy.
Yeah, so I'm going to sound like a Debbie Downer here. I'm going to try not to. I am very, excited for the future. But I do agree that I think we've made a lot of improvements on offense. One gripe I would have is that I wish they had done more at the running back position, bringing a guy like J.K. Dobbins, for example, on a low dollar contract. But besides that, I like what they've done on offense. But you look to go down the line on defense, I think they've gotten worse at every position group, unfortunately, with the exception of cornerback. But we have no legitimate pass rush, from what I can tell. I still hope they bring in a guy like Jadeveon Clowney or something like that. Grant, I saw you at the DC Defenders game when they went to overtime. I was like, this is weeks ago. Can we get a pass rusher? We still haven't got one. look at linebacker, there's no depth whatsoever. Any injuries happen to Louisville or Wagner, we don't have anybody with any real experience coming off the bench to replace either of them. Replace Jeremy Chin with Harris, which I guess could be kind of a wash, but I like Chin a lot. I thought he brought a lot of energy.
He was good.
Yeah, I think they'd be lucky, Brian, if that ends up being a wash. Appreciate the call. Let's go spot by spot, because he said, other than corner, he's not sure they're better anywhere, which might be slightly hyperbolic, but let's go through it. So at defensive end, first of all, you lost your only double-digit sack guy in Dante Fowler. You did not replace him. I think they have gotten much better as a run-stuffing.
They are definitely better as run
defensive end room. You cannot convince me. You cannot tell me they're better as a pass-rushing defensive end room. They've gotten worse in that way. Not that Fowler would have even repeated 11 sacks, but he would have had, in my opinion, more than Wise is going to as the guy that is the de facto replacement.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, they showed you what the priority was, right? I mean, again, it's not about what they say, what they do. Here's what they did. They got a lot bigger, run stuffing. They showed you that this is where we're going to spend the resources. We got 10 chips. We just moved 4 chips into stopping the run.
So the defensive end, if we're going binary, better or worse, I would say worse because of the loss of Fowler, even though, and maybe, maybe I'll go wash if that's possible, because I think you are better in one area and you're worse in one area. But worse as a pass rushing group, I think Wise is I really liked Wise in New England. I think he's a good player.
Yeah.
But maybe wash, but it is far from a strength.
Yeah, I would say slightly worse, but we're in the same ballpark.
All right, D tackle, John Allen leaves, Javon Kinlaw comes in, starting next to Payne. Johnny Newton in year 2 is a big deal because I think he could make a pretty sizable jump forward. They also brought in Eddie Goldman, who's retired multiple times from the NFL. He's not a kid by any means. He's a local guy. He's huge. If he makes the team, helps as a run-stuffing presence probably. They've still got Sheldon Day, some of the guys that played at the end of last season that were okay. D tackle, better or worse?
Slightly worse. Now, again, the variables, if Daron Payne is the guy that we're talking about in the offseason that Dan Quinn singled out and that everybody said looks like he's in great shape. If he's a star, then by virtue of his glow up, you're better. But to me, I think on paper, they're worse than they were last year.
I agree. I think you're worse. My variable is Newton, though. I think there's a better chance Johnny Newton plays at a much higher level than people think, and that Payne gets back to his old ways. Although, should be noted that Daron Payne's been one of the most singled out players by the coaching staff and one of the most praised players they've been heaping all kinds of kind words onto this offseason. Linebacker. This one's really interesting because you've got Wagner and Luvu. In today's NFL, you basically use 2 linebackers at a time. This is not your older brothers, weak Mike, Sam, weak side, strong side, Will, Mike, or Sam. What do you play? This is now basically your 2 linebackers off ball, and then your Mike with the green dot and your other guy who's roaming around like Frankie Louvu on the weak side. On that, I think Louvu's going to end up being a pass rusher a lot because it's the only way to really get the pressure they need off the edge, which means one of the other linebackers is going to play a bunch. Who is that? Is it a safety they bring down in that tweener Landon Collins role, like a Dominique Hampton, remember, who they drafted in the 5th round last year? Or is there somebody else like that they like a lot in that role, like Tyler Owens? Not him as an example. He's long and skinnier, but maybe Percy Butler, who plays that role a little bit. I think most likely, though, Danny, they just drafted Kane Medrano at a UCLA, the 6th round pick. They had Jordan McGee, who they took in the 5th round last year, who was a really impressive tackler collegiately. One of those 2 guys probably plays a lot more. Mm-hmm. But if that is the case, then you're going to have a hard time telling me that it's a better linebacker room if you're getting more McGee or a bunch of Medrano's a 6th round pick.
Yeah, I think it's a wash because last year it was Michael Walker, who was on the field a ton.
But he barely played.
Well, but that was your depth. That was your backup, right? And you still had Hampton. You still had Nick Bellore, who played some snaps for them. That group is still there. The difference now is a healthy Jordan McGee, who we don't know. The idea of him is very good. We don't know. Again, we don't know. We haven't seen him in a whole lot of regular season action. And then, again, the idea of Kane Medrano is very exciting. A linebacker that can run that's in between, the hybrid. Like, people fall in love with the idea of somebody. Whether or not he can play, we don't know. But to me, it's pretty much a wash because your 2 main guys are still your 2 main guys. And a third person that's not as good as those 2 guys will fill in when Louvu's rushing the passer.
So I agree with that, but do you agree with a couple of premises here? Number one, whoever the third guy is will play a lot more than Michael Walker did last year. He only played 7% of snaps, 77 snaps all year long, because they didn't have Luvu standing up nearly as often as I think they will this year, because they had Fowler. They had pass rush, with the guy that was getting double-digit sacks. I could be wrong about my hypothesis.
No, but you're looking at the roster the same way the rest of us are going, where's it coming from?
I think Luvu,
the guy that had 8+,
stands up on the edge and is their leading pass rusher, kind of coming off the edge a bunch. And that means on all those downs where they switch his role, someone's going to play linebacker. And if it is a third linebacker on the depth chart, younger, faster player maybe than Walker or any of those other guys, just that means that they're not as good. Also, Wagner's a year older. Now, I don't know if you care about that much, but it's not like he's fleet of foot anymore. I'm still a big Bobby Wagner believer. I'm glad they kept him around. I thought that was pertinent. But he's going to be 35 years old this year. He looked okay at 34.
Yeah.
At some point, you run into the wall. I just think now a year older at 35 with your main guy, plus your other guy having to help out in another area, plus maybe more of your depth, all equals a slight downgrade at linebacker, not a wash.
I think that's fair. I mean, to me, again, it's in that category. If it's a 4 out of 5, a 5 out of 5, 4 out of 10, a 5 out of 10. Well, it's a pretty similar group to me from last year. Just shuffling up a little bit.
Okay. Next, let's go to corner. They're better at corner. How much better is going to determined by Marshawn Lattimore. But when you go get Jonathan Jones and Trey Amos, Jones, who's a veteran, who you can make the case is a significant upgrade over like a Benjamin St-Juste or what have you. Trey Amos, rookie, yes, but a guy that in the second round I think immediately plays and helps. I don't know what they're going to do with Sanders still. Does he go to the nickel or does he stay outside? If he stays outside, I'm perfectly fine with that because he showed promise last year. I think he could be one of the best nickel corners in the league pretty quickly. So if you moved him into the nickel and then you have the outside guys that are both new, let's say Amos, Lattimore, or Jones, whatever it looks like, you're still 4 deep at that position, whereas it used to be kind of with the idea that Lattimore was good, 2 deep.
I think this is their most improved position on defense. And I don't think it's good yet. I think it's a lot better simply because last year at this point it was Emmanuel Forbes, Michael Davis, Benjamin St-Juste.
Bad, and I don't think St-Juste is as bad as everybody else does, but constantly penalized.
But not good. Noah Benogany went from a guy that's going to play a ton to right now probably won't play that much if it goes according to plan. So to me, this is where they've upgraded the most. And I'm not a Lattimore believer.
But if Lattimore is the real deal and he plays his butt off this year,
then that's where they're good.
Then that's a legit position.
Yes, indeed.
Safety, I think they got worse because they lost a guy who was one of their unsung heroes last year in Chin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm open to the idea that Harris could help them a lot.
I think it'll be solid.
I just think it's going to be a hard time to get what they got out of Chin in year one.
I agree with that. Yeah, I don't think he's a disaster talking about Harris, but I think it's a lower ceiling maybe type player. But again, filling in there.
Quan Martin's legit though.
Yeah, he is.
I think he's a little bit slept on.
That's the only Rivera feather in the cap.
Let's go to Vic and Akakik on G&D. What's up, Vic?
G&D, what's up, y'all?
What do you make of this? So we're looking at this NFL.com piece. They've got the Commanders as one of the most improved teams this offseason.
Offensively, they are. They're good enough offensively that if I'm a general manager, per what they signed on, what they drafted on the line, and what they signed on the line, I'm already preparing my mind to make a pitch for Cliff Kingsbury because they're going to be able to run the football, and this could very much evaporate the idea that his offenses lack the ability to run the football. But they're going to be able to do it well this year, and they have a quarterback that can pre-snap, post-snap read, and has the arm talent that also can run. So you're going to put yourself in a position where your offense can really put points on people and really move the chains consistently. Defensively, it's not about – I don't know if they're yet, period. It's not about personnel, more or less. We had personnel last year that could do the things that we should have been able to do. It's about reading keys. It's about gap control. It's about tackling. It's about being able to not get out leveraged. These are fundamental things. I say this all the time, guys. This is not going to change. It's not going to change until I see it. If we can do that better, then we're better. The Eagles do not have a top 10 pass rusher, but they stop the run. And they squeeze the field in the intermediate passing game and down the field.
Well, remember what they had last year that kind of changed the game for them was Zach Bond played at an all-pro level at Mike linebacker. And that's one thing it seems like that the great defenses in this league all seem to have in common is that production. And Bobby Wagner is that field general who theoretically can give you some of that. I thought they needed some more speed, and I thought they went out and got some of that, but they mostly prioritized size, interestingly. Like,
Up front, they did, yeah.
Where I was going, let's go get faster. They were going, let's get bigger. Let's get more physical. They really want to stop the run, and they should. Look at your division, Saquon Barkley. Look at your conference, the Detroit Lions, with Jahmyr Gibbs tearing you up in the playoff game. Luckily, they stopped handing him the ball, and your offense went for 40 points. But if they can't stop the run better this year, then they miscalculated on the personnel because they clearly spent enough money,
prioritized it, yeah.
Did enough to make sure that they stopped the run a lot better. Grant and Danny on the Fan. How are you winning off the field? It's Friday, so in lieu of a double play, we want to know what's going right in your day that nobody else would care about on G&D. go up and then, they stay there, of course. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is time to figure out how you are winning off the field. 800-636-1067 is the number. That's 800-636-1067. These are little teeny tiny mini moral victories.
I'm going to keep mine pretty simple, GP. It sounds like this. You ready?
Oh, I'm familiar with that card.
Do you want me to get yours out and do it too?
Yeah. Mine's gonna be a little more of a metallic, high pitch.
Yeah. So I'm gonna drop it a second. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. There's your drop sound. That's your VIP card. All right, ready to drop at the same time. 1, 2, 3. That's a cacophony of Pupatella VIP card drops. They don't like to see me coming. Just off of Glebe Road.
They might like to see you coming.
Nah, they don't love it.
Oh, so you went to the Glebe Road location?
Yeah, so the one that's on the way. So I mistakenly, it's a long story. No one cares about it, but I thought we weren't allowed to go to the one in Arlington, but there's 2 in Arlington, and this one's fine. So this one's on the way to the station. I brought pizza for the boys. They kind of roll their eyes when I roll in there.
It looked delicious. I'm sad that I couldn't enjoy it, but Ryan, I think, and Strober and Tobes and Darius.
Strober and Tober, everybody got some.
All got what they needed out of the experience. Thank you to the good people over at Pupatella.
The Pupatella situation, my friend.
Winning
off the field. Thank you, Bruce, for I forgot that
I
part.
like how they all wear those red fedoras, especially at that location, but I think they do it at all the locations.
I like that there's that little tiny car that says Pupatella at every Pupatella location.
That's good too.
You know what I'm talking about? It's like, what place is that? It's the one with the car.
We're joined in studio by a producer here at the Odyssey headquarters.
Hey,
Anthony, how are you winning off the field?
Darius almost didn't turn his mic on, by the way.
I noticed that.
So I woke up this morning and I played my playoff game against your producer in there, Darius Dameron. And it was a defensive battle, and yours truly emerged victoriously. 19-16 in overtime, dramatic fashion.
Therefore, he is
winning on the field. No, Bruce. Don't you do it. Don't undermine him.
Little backstory here. Anthony is known as the villain who has ruined Darius's Madden League.
He has quit the Madden League because of Anthony.
Darius, what's the terminology you use of the sim where you want it to be as authentic as possible?
It's a sim league.
Sim league, okay.
Correct, yes.
Yeah,
So
it's a sim league, yeah.
They don't go for 4th downs. They don't have like 40 seconds of motion and a bunch of nonsense.
Nope.
They just line up and play football. So Anthony came into the league, and the phrase you guys use is that he is a cheese, right?
A cheese ball.
A cheese ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheese ball. He plays cheesy.
Right.
There's various ways of saying cheese.
So you guys are 2 of the 32 coaches in the league. Of the other 30, how many of them have issue with, take umbrage with how he plays?
I would say upwards of about 26, 27 of them.
26.
Wow. 26.
He has 3 allies, and one of them's Anthony.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
No, he's saying 26 call him cheese.
That's what I'm saying. He has 3 out. There are only 3 guys left.
No, my guy over here doesn't have a whole lot of countries coming to his defense.
I'm an honest man.
At this juncture.
I'm an honorable man.
He's ruined your league. Now, you basically, after years of Madden being your favorite thing and your passion in the world.
I've been running the league for 9 years.
9 years. You said about a month after he joined the league that this would be the
You
final.
said this is going to be it.
The final go round because he ruined everything.
That'd be correct. Yes. This is the end.
And today was what? The last of what?
The last of what? What do you mean?
Well, what was today? Like, are you done now?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
there
Today
another
was the end of
season
my Madden
coming?
career. Yeah.
Yeah, I sent him into retirement, just like I did Toby.
I have, yeah. He has officially sent me into Madden retirement.
Okay, so Toby quit your league after losing to Anthony.
Yes. Yeah. Toby had a 17-0 lead on Anthony in a game, a couple seasons ago. And Anthony came roaring back in the game, and Toby quit in the middle of the game, which you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to quit in the
Toby
game.
actually feels bad about it. He still says it's one of his lowest moments.
Yeah. And he quit the league, left our Discord chat, everything.
Yeah. I mean, that's
it was.
incredible.
It was. I've never seen Toby rage that way.
No, Toby's the nicest guy ever.
Not that night, he wasn't.
I mean, you're the second nicest guy ever. But what percentage, if there's only 2 slices of pie here, what percentage is you guys are poor sport, sore losers? And what percent is Anthony is the ultimate cheese and he's the bad guy here and you guys are victims?
It's definitely, I would say 90-10.
Which way?
90-10.
Which way do you think? It's not the sore loser part.
So it's 90% extra cheese.
Yeah.
It's a 4
Anthony,
queso burrito.
What do you think about that? Are you a cheese ball?
No, I wouldn't say I'm a cheese ball. The thing is, I told Darius I'm gonna use the same playbook I used on him earlier in the season to beat him. And guess what I did? I beat him again. Fair and square. He knows the plays, he knows what's coming. You gotta stop it, dude. And also, I didn't score an offensive touchdown until overtime. Like, he was stopping me. He has to go out there and put up some points. I can't help the fact that he only put up 16 points. You gotta go. Score.
You didn't score an offensive touchdown until overtime?
Yep.
He claims to us all the time that his cheese has gone lesser, like that he's on a diet from cheese.
Yeah, he came in here. He came in here a couple weeks ago and was like, "Yeah, I got these new plays, and I'm break out on you." I didn't see not one new play in the freaking billions of times that we've played each other.
Oh my God!
I haven't seen one new play from him. It's the same stuff over and over again that he's been doing.
But is that
for these
why
for these
isn't
last
that
2 years.
okay? Is it cheese plays?
Yes.
What makes them cheese?
It's stuff that clearly is like exploiting the game, and stuff where you go and play a ranked game against some online random donk who's not working a job and sitting at home 12 hours a day streaming themselves playing Madden. It's that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff that the stuff that you learn from dudes on YouTube and somebody on Twitter who's like, "Hey guys, today's the day where I'm going to teach you how to break cover 3 on Madden." Like, it's that kind of stuff.
And is that what you use, Anthony? Is that where you got it?
No.
Where'd you get it?
I lab. I get in practice mode. That's what I do.
Yeah, lab is a phrase that those dudes on YouTube and Twitter say. So, congrats.
I mean, if you're gonna call me a cheater because I use the terminology, those two things don't correlate.
Can you give me an example of a cheese play? Like you've said before, cheese is he's rerouting everybody. He's doing stuff at the line, which happens in the NFL with like a Peyton Manning or something. Not to the extent that he does it. I grant you that. But what is a play where you'd say, like, that is BS?
So say, for example, today there was a route combination that he didn't hit against me because he overthrew it because Will Levis stinks. Thank God. But there was a route combination.
That's worse.
He has Will Levis. He made him like a 99 because he's throwing for 6,000 passing yards, which shouldn't even be happening. But that's what happens
I'm not the only person.
That's what happens when you throw 70 times a game and only run the ball twice. But that's another cheesy thing. But I won't get to that.
Okay.
I tried to run the ball on the 2-yard line, and guess how many yards I got? -1. I ran 3 straight times. I got -1. But if he runs the ball, he has a running back that breaks 20 tackles, that falls forward for 10. Nobody complains about Darius running stretch plays inside zone repeatedly, and you can't stop it because guess what? His running back is Derrick Henry, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, all in one. Like, come on, bro. No, like that is taking advantage of.
Now, is that cheese?
That is cheese. I view it as cheese. But guess what? I don't complain.
How is me drafting a really good running back, a really good player, cheese? That doesn't make any sense. Come on now. What are we?
I'm just
Did
saying
you run the same run plays all the time?
I do not run the same run plays all the time. I've done this before where I've gone back and charted every play that I ran in a game versus you, and I don't run any particular play more than once or twice against you. Whereas you'll run the same play against me at least 4 times, sometimes 3 times in a drive. You'll run the same play against me.
You can't run the same play 3 times in a drive.
You definitely can.
There is a play lock.
There is, but that play lock only lasts for 3 to 4 plays.
I'm very conscious of the plays I run on the drive. So I'm not running the same play on the drive.
All right.
So, but cheese means you run the same play too much. But anyway, we got to go. But give me the play. Like, give me an example of a cheese play.
So there's a route combination where you have a receiver from the slot run a streak, and then another receiver run a post over the streak. That causes the defensive AI to freak out. The center fielder won't follow that post route.
So it's taking advantage of the AI.
It's taking advantage of the defensive AI. Yeah, correct.
Do you agree with that, Anthony?
I haven't even run that.
Okay. All right.
I haven't run.
Okay.
Can you produce a video?
This is what we do. This is how this happens. And this is why I'm done.
He said a streak and a post. I don't run that.
So why don't you stay in the league and sort this out?
It's over.
Why would I waste my time anymore?
It's over now.
I'm good. I'm gonna move on to.
Are you gonna miss Madden?
I don't know. We'll find out. But
if you start another league, will Anthony get into it?
I won't start another league, so you don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm done.
Will you ever play Anthony again?
Absolutely never again. That's the best part of today. Is that I know I never have to play him ever again.
I have the bragging rights. I beat Darius the last time we played, and hopefully I win this AFC title game because if I do, I'm going to win the league, and I'm riding off in the sunset. Oh,
You
my
ruined the league, and then you'll be standing there in the ashes. Last thing, real quick. You and Darius, all time. What's the record?
I don't know. I'm winning.
I think he might have a slight edge. He might.
The last one.
It's probably
Oh.
close. No, yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah.
He's wearing Celtic shorts, too. We're right in your face.
Beltway Blitz is next. We've got a DC council member we haven't had on yet, Zachary Parker, to talk about the stadium at 425.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Ford of Alexandria. In baseball yesterday, the Nationals beat the Rockies 4-3 in 11 innings, finally snapping an 11-game losing streak. James Wood came to the plate trailing by a run down to the Nationals' final out in the 11th with a runner on third base. James Wood parked it in center field on the berm for his first career walk-off home run, his second two-run homer of the game. Snapping that 11-game losing streak as the Nationals now head on a 3-series West Coast road trip beginning tonight at Dodger Stadium. 10-10 first pitch right here on The Fan. A great matchup tonight on the Hill. One of the best young starters in the league, Mackenzie Gore, takes the hill. He's 3-6 with a 2.89 ERA. He takes on one of the best pitchers of this generation, Clayton Kershaw, who's 2-0 with a 3.25 ERA. Late night Nats tonight, 10-10, right here on The Fan. Nats and Dodgers. In basketball last night, NBA Finals was extended to a Game 7 as the Pacers beat the Thunder 108-91. Game 7 going to come up Sunday evening. And in hockey, Jonathan Taves going to be back out on the ice. He's signing with the Winnipeg Jets. He's missed the last 2 seasons with health issues. He played over 1,000 games for the Blackhawks, missed the last couple of years. Now he's going to be signing with the Winnipeg Jets. Oarsman Ford of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Fords, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they said, Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Beltway Blitz coming up on Grant and Danny. All our guests made possible on the Blitz. Be the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV.
Your pals are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you, rather. That's kmlawyers.com.
David on Twitter says he wants a 30 for 30 on Darris's Madden League to be the next F1 Drive to Survive. The Madden League was very popular for a long time. It is now done. A couple people got kicked out along the way.
Source of so much joy turned to so much anger.
I literally just asked Darris, I said, have you heard the reports, though, that the new Madden apparently is getting rave reviews and people are really excited about it? He's like, it's very possible that it's going to be awesome and I'll buy it. And I was like, so we could play online. He says, I'll never play another person in Madden again. And then we asked him why, and he looked crestfallen and emotional, and he said, it's just over. It's over. So Madden's been ruined for him and for Toby, oh, by the way. 2 nice people by a villain, by a cheesy villain. It is time for the Beltway Blitz. Chris Miles, NBA TV, joins us now. Chris, I thought the Pacers were done a bunch of times over. How in the heck is this finals going to a Game 7?
You know, that's a great question, because before the finals started, I was like, oh, this would be over in 3 games, because the Pacers will give up halfway through the 4th game and the Thunder will sweep. But I got to give Indiana credit. Rick Carlisle has done an excellent job, and their bench is to be trusted, and they showed against the, second youngest team to make it to the finals in NBA history in the Thunder. But they've kind of taken advantage and exploited some of that youth with their experience and their moxie and their championship caliber coach and Rick Carlisle, and also Pascal Siakam, who also won a championship with the Toronto Raptors. I think you're seeing that experience come to play in some of these big games.
Yeah, Chris, you mentioned, and the Pacers deserve so much credit. So what I'm about to say sounds like I'm taking credit away from them. I don't mean to at all. But there have been a couple times where the Thunder just haven't looked ready to be champions yet. They're so good that they very well might win the whole damn thing and win it in 7 games. They're so talented when they're on. They're unbeatable. Just sort of look at what happened to the rest of the league. But there have been times it looks like they're just sort of playing with their food. Like, maybe it'll just happen for us. And they've been beaten when that's happened. Just kind of give me your reaction to that.
Yeah, you know what's really crazy? I mean, so after, I think it was Game 2, whatever it was, we're all in it was after Game 1, after the Thunder lost and the Pacers had that comeback. And, we're sitting there on the set and all the players are walking by on the court. And, Shaq looks at them and goes, I don't like how they're acting. They're acting like this is just another loss. This is the NBA Finals. You're supposed to be angry. Then he came on the show and kind of said the same thing. And, all of the former players were talking to each other, talking about that particular thing. And I truly believe that's the sole reason this is going 7 games, is that the Thunder are like one of those young teams, like the old Thunder from 2011 or 2012. That's like, oh, we'll be here every year. Oh, this is just another big game. But like, if we lose, we'll come back next year. They have that vibe where the Pacers are like, TJ McConnell's like, I'm in my 30s. I may never get this opportunity again. Pascal Siakam's like, it's been 6 years since I've been here. The Pacers have that do or die in them, where the Thunder kind of feel like they're just getting started with this group.
Chris Miles, NBA TV. So make the case both directions. We're talking in 4 days, and the Thunder got back right and won it all. And somehow, some way, despite never having been favored, and despite never really having been given a chance, the Pacers win this thing in 7 in enemy territory.
Wow. I mean, that would be great. To me, there's like 3 things I look at. Points off turnovers, hitting those corner threes, and dealing with that crowd. I have to mention to you guys, being in, quote, Loud City, that's where they call it in Oklahoma City, that's the loudest crowd I've ever heard, like, in my life. I mean, I'm counting Super Bowls, World Series, everything. I'm like, man, I know they said it was loud in here, but there's something about that arena and the fans and how they're into it that it's going to take a lot for the Pacers to win that Game 7. I like Oklahoma City for that, but I think it would be historic if the Pacers are able to do it, yeah.
Give me a guy for each team outside of the headliners. We know who they are. In Shea, or maybe even Jalen Williams, Chet Holmgren, et cetera, for Oklahoma City, Halliburton and company for Indiana. Give me an unsung guy for both teams that you think might step up and have a great game to help his team win.
Well, shoot, the guy I trust most for Indiana, even above Tyrese Halliburton with his calf injury, is TJ McConnell. I mean, we're joking about how this guy can win NBA Finals MVP if the Pacers do win. I mean, I think Siakam would win the award, but I think TJ McConnell is like the biggest X factor, period. For the Thunder, I got to go with the Terp, Aaron Wiggins. One of the coolest moments I have to say as a fan of just sports in general was sitting there after Wiggins had that big, I think it was Game 2 maybe, we had 18 points and Scott Van Pelt was there. And I was like, your Terp looking good, right? And I think Aaron Wiggins is the unsung, like, big factor guy at 26 years old. He's actually one of the older guys on the team, 2nd-round pick. I really like Aaron Wiggins for the Thunder, the former Terp, to kind of be the guy that we really have to pay attention to.
Chris, thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
All right, guys.
Enjoy Game 7. Let's talk baseball. How on earth did you guys get Jags to do this when he's out in Los Angeles? Isn't there golfing out there, Jags?
That'd be San Diego and Anaheim. Okay. Not the first day in LA. So gotcha. we'll get plenty in. Don't you worry.
My guess is the clubs made the trip.
The clubs did make the trip.
Yeah.
So did James Wood, who is awesome. Yesterday, 1-man band, 2-run homer, 2-0 lead. Then it's evened up at 2-2, and it felt like he was going to have to do something. And in the 11th, he did. What an amazing performance, huh?
Well, if you want to use the golf analogy, the first home run was the 2-iron. That was the low screaming line drive. And then the second one had the height of a pitching wedge, but carries like a driver. I mean, he was, it's really impressive what he can do. And, for a team that just was mired in one of the worst stretches that we've seen. I mean, the last team that had lost this many games in a row was 2008. And that was a bad team. That was a 100-loss team. This was a team that, just before this streak, had played over 500 baseball for a third of the season. If you take out the 1-6 start, they were playing over 500 for basically a 1/3 segment of the year. So to have it all kind of fall apart over a week and a half was really tough. But if there's a way to get out of that and turn it around, that's the guy you want to do it. And you hope it just jumpstarts a nice rebound back in the other direction.
What's the way or the kind of the path here, Jags, that they could sort of climb back? Because they've done a couple times. This is their 3rd tough streak of the season. It was the longest and most substantial because there weren't any wins mixed in there. But there was an 8 of 9 streak, a 6 of 7 streak, I think, in there. And each time they would climb within a game or two of 500, playing really good baseball after that. What's the key to having this be the launching point for a good little stretch?
Well, I mean, the tough part is the schedule. But if you play the schedule game, and look what we just did, right? I mean, you're saying, well, they're in a tough stretch. Well, they'll beat up on the Marlins and the Rockies. Well, the whole time as the losses piled up, what was looming was what is going to start tonight with the Dodgers and the Padres. But we've been around this sport long enough to know that you can't play the schedule game. And, oh, by the way, while you guys were sleeping last night, the Dodgers and Padres were duking it out. Managers were shoving each other. There might be suspensions today. I've always found that, when I worked in Boston earlier in my career and the Red Sox and Yankees had that bloodbath, whenever they finished those 3-game series, those battle royales, there was always a letdown if they play Toronto or Tampa Bay in the next series. So you got to hope maybe the Dodgers are a little spent after what happened over those 4 emotional games and basically 2 series over the last week. And, maybe they're not at the top of their game. But, I mean, that's on them. As far as the Nationals are concerned, you've got to have a little more consistent offense. I mean, James Wood can't be the only guy to do it. And if he's not having a good game, it seems like this team doesn't find a way to win. So top to bottom of the lineup, you need more. You've got Gore on the mound tonight against Clayton Kershaw. This, to me, is an old school, great pitching matchup that you want to watch unfold. If he can go out and win game 1, let's see if he can win a series out here.
Yeah, Jag, speaking of Mackenzie Gore, he has pitched like an ace starting pitcher. I mean, his numbers are Scherzer-like, essentially. When you look at an ERA under 3, he's leading the major leagues with over 12 strikeouts per 9, had the highest strikeout total going into this trip through the rotation for the top starters in the game, ERA barely over 1. He should be in Atlanta. Looks like an all-star. What do you think's gone differently for him to kind of finish the development for now this season? And then B, how good has he been?
Well, number one, it's the maturity, because we saw him the first 2 years he was in this rotation that he would flash the ace stuff, but in the games where things didn't go well, it would unravel and he'd give up a touchdown or he'd give up 5 or 6 and be out in the 4th inning. He's finally developed, and we saw it took Strasburg a few years to develop that. You've got to be able to get past the pitch that just happened and focus on the next one. I mean, just point to that start he had against Baltimore, where he had all those strikeouts but gave up 10 hits. Basically, every ball he put in play was a hit, and he only gave up 2 runs. I mean, right now, when it's not when it's kind of like B- Gore, it's 6 innings, 2 runs. So that's a huge, huge difference, and that's how good he's been. That he set the bar so high that his last start out, 6 innings, 2 runs, feels like that's not a great outing for him when most guys would sign up for it. So all that is good, and I really am curious to see what he does on this trip, because he starts it out tonight against the Dodgers. He pitched a great game against L.A. to beat them earlier this year, and Ohtani was the only guy who hit him. Ohtani, I think, hit 3 balls over 100, including a homer. So how does he adjust to him? And then he's going to pitch the last game in San Diego. So he's going to be ramped up to pitch a great game there. So you're hoping that he can give you 2 W's in those 2 starts.
Jags, thank you as always. Have a great call tonight.
All right. Thanks, guys.
We'll see you, buddy. Hit that local 53 sounder, Darris. By God, that's Denton Day's music, BetMGM Network, to talk about the local 53. Denton, we're all assuming this Terry McLaurin thing gets itself worked out, et cetera, et cetera. Who's the best receiver opposite him, assuming Deebo Samuel's more of a weapon? Who's the guy that gets maybe the second most targets opposite Terry McLaurin in that receiver role?
I would assume, guys, and appreciate you guys having me on here, I would assume it would be Noah Brown if he is healthy. We haven't heard anything, at least a whole lot about that injury. Assuming that he's going to be good to go week 1, my guess would be him. If not him, maybe Chris Moore. Anybody interested in Chris Moore? He actually had a pretty decent mini camp. I don't know what that's going to turn into in terms of once week 1 rolls around, but at least he has some veteran experience. But I would think Noah Brown. If Deebo's the weapon, I would think Noah Brown would be the wide receiver opposite of Terry.
Chris Moore had like a 2-month stretch in the league at one point where he was a football player. I think he was even on my fantasy team going back like 3 years ago. So he has caught passes. I mean, they've got a few guys like that. KJ Osborne had a run in Minnesota, Gallup, but the back end depth is just not very good. I wonder if they go out and add someone if Noah Brown's pretty seriously hurt.
Yeah, I think if Noah Brown is hurt, they might look to maybe someone gets cut that shouldn't get cut, kind of how we saw them add Noah Brown last year. Maybe they think that the addition of a guy like Wes Welker will help the maturity of a guy, or the maturation process, I should say, of the guy like Luke McCaffrey. We talked about, at least in the beginning of the season last year, wow, Luke McCaffrey is open a ton, and then it felt like once we realized how open he was, they stopped playing him as much. So maybe Luke is the guy, but I will believe it when I see it. I bet him to score a touchdown every single week last year, fellas, and I came up with $0 on those bets. So I would like to see that change.
Denton off the beaten path, but while we have you on the Beltway Blitz, I'm curious. So Texas turns things over to Arch Manning. I know you're a college football mark, right? Quinn Ewers got drafted in the late rounds by the Dolphins. Is Texas the number 1 team going into the year, or is it still like Ohio State, Oregon? What's that look like?
So right now it is Texas and Ohio State kind of battling and jockeying for the two positions because they're uberly talented on every aspect of the ball, despite the fact that they both come in with new quarterbacks. I mean, the expectation is that Arch is going to be really, really good. I think it's fair to expect him to be good. I don't know that it's fair to expect him to be a Heisman candidate the way that he is, but those two right now are the top two teams. I will tell you this, fellas, and I want to be the first one to say it on your show. Watch out for Clemson. They built this thing through the defensive line. It's a nasty defensive line, similar to what they've had in years past when they were championship good. It's been a few years where they haven't been, but Clemson might be the team that takes it all this year.
Everyone's been making fun of Dabo for like 3 years. That would be a nice little last laugh for Dabo if he bounces back.
Unless they go to the old school thing where they Clemson it and they lose to an inexcusable team.
Which that all of those could happen. Like, that's kind of the thrill of Clemson. They could win and we could stop making fun of Dabo, or they could lose to like Wake Forest in the season.
Like the Citadel gets them.
College football playoff.
Denton, always good to have you, buddy. Talk soon.
You fellas, appreciate it.
Be good, brother. There's Denton Day, Bet MGM Network, and one of our pals here in the Odyssey family. Next, a DC City Council member, Zachary Parker, stops by. We want an update. What's going on with the stadium?
Hello there. My name is Danny Rui. I am a Ted Britt guy. I want you to have the same experience I've had many times over. Several cars over the years from Ted Britt Ford. The best. Right now, awesome time to buy. First thing going on, employee pricing. That's right. You pay what they pay across a full lineup of new trucks and SUVs manufactured right here in the good old USA. You get employee pricing. You pay what they pay. No fluff, no nonsense, just that big, silly inside deal. Gotta love it. You can do what I've done at Ted Britt Ford. Get yourself a brand spanking new Mustang Mach-E. In fact, you get one newer and nicer than mine. I got a 2024. I love that car. $4,000 off the MSRP, plus super low 3.9% APR for 72 months and the Ford Power Promise. That includes a brand spanking new home charger with installation covered by my guys over at Ted Britt Ford. And when you buy from Ted Britt Ford, that's Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage, people. Peace of mind for life includes powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspections, and more, Danny? Yes, and more, radio listener. I love Ted Britt Ford. You will too. Go see him and tell him Danny sent you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. In baseball yesterday, the Nationals finally ended their 11-game losing streak. James Wood with a 2-run walk-off home run in the 11th inning to beat the Rockies 4-3. The Nationals now head out to the West Coast for a 3-series West Coast road trip beginning tonight at Dodger Stadium. 10-10 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals on the year. He's 3-6 with a 2.89 ERA. Clayton Kershaw goes to the hill for the Dodgers. He's 2-0 in the season with a 3.25 ERA. Late night Nats tonight, 10-10 right here on the Fan. In the NBA Finals, it's going to be a Game 7 as the Pacers beat the Thunder 108-91 last night. Game 7 going to be Sunday evening. Mark your calendar. It's the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational, June 27th through the 29th at the Fredericksburg Convention Center. Hosted by Black Horse Tattoo Studio, live tattooing, contests, and family-friendly fun. Get your tickets at fxbgtattooinvitational.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back. We're Grant and Danny. This is the Fan. We have spent many of the last several weeks off and on discussing the possibility of an NFL stadium in the nation's capital. And the Commanders coming back home to D.C. to have a beautiful state-of-the-art stadium over at the old RFK site. No real progress seems to be made at this point. It seems like the team and the mayor had the big press conference with, among others, the President of the United States, the Commissioner of the NFL. Looked like maybe this was happening. It's up to the D.C. City Council now to vote and push it through, and that's kind of where we are as we close in on a mid-July deadline, which is why we want more insight. So we're going to go right now to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We're going to talk to the council member for Ward 5 in D.C., Mr. Zachary Parker, who joins us on Grant and Danny. Thank you so much for the time. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Our pleasure. So give us kind of, I guess, to start, your take on the deal as it's currently constructed. And I guess first, point blank, would you be a yes right now on this deal to build a stadium at RFK?
Yeah, I would first say there's been a lot of progress on this deal. There's a lot of excitement across the district, both for the district having the rights to develop the land at RFK, but also to potentially bring the Commanders home. As for the deal itself, there is a need for the council to do our due diligence, and by that meaning vetting the numbers, looking at the proposal, adding measures to the deal. There's a question around this July 15th deadline that has been provided. That doesn't mean that the deal can't go forward if that deadline is not met, but the council received this proposal and project literally 3 weeks ago. And the position, myself and several of my colleagues, is we need a little bit more time and are pushing for a definite vote this fall. I am optimistic and confident the vote will happen. I am confident that the council will vote affirmatively for a deal to bring the Commanders home. But right now it's a matter of how do we vet the project, have a little bit more time so that we can strike the best deal for Washingtonians.
Which is great insight, and we appreciate you coming on the show to give it to us. But there's two very different things between you're confident that you guys are going to vote yes on this deal and that you'll vote yes on a deal, meaning that you guys might say yes to something that looks very different. But as of right now, the mayor and the team are saying this isn't the start of the negotiation. This is the deal. So when you say you're confident that this is going to be a yes, are you saying to having a stadium or to this deal itself, it's just going to take until the fall for you to say yes to this deal?
I would say I'm optimistic there will be a vote on a deal. I believe what we have before us is an outline of a proposal. Only the Council of the District of Columbia can affirmatively approve this type of deal. And it's important to note that while the mayor and the Commanders were negotiating, the council was not consulted. There are some parameters around the deal that members of the council have raised questions about, including the parking, both in whether or not it's the right amount of parking, but also where does revenue in future years go. who has rights to the land parcels and how much, if any, rent or benefit and revenue should the Commanders deliver to the district. These are details in the proposal that I think it's fair for the council to wrestle with the Commanders on in order to ensure that we strike the right balance. I will say personally, I don't know if the deal before us strikes the best balance, and it's something that we're looking to dig into over the next few weeks.
Councilmember Zachary Parker with us here on Grant and Danny. Councilmember, to that end, forgive us, we're sports people. We like linebackers and touchdowns. How much of this is a line item in a budget and therefore not amendable, if that's even the right use of a word? In other words, how much is it, hey, this is what you guys can vote on, yay or nay, and if you send something back that's different, does that restart the process? Like, help us understand this kind of element of it, because I think, not to put words in Grant's mouth, what it sounded like to us was, this is the proposal. You can debate whatever the heck you want, but this is the proposal, right? So how much is amendable here that you could send back to somebody else?
Great question. Fortunately, given the district's government structure, there isn't a matter of sending anything back. What I will say is the mayor did include this proposal, and it's important to stress that it is a proposal in her budget. What several members have said, and I agree with, is that we ought to keep the money for the deal that has already been allotted in the budget that we will vote on by the end of July. So by the end of July, we would vote affirmatively to approve funding for the deal, while we still take a few additional weeks to negotiate specifics around who gets future revenues, who has rights to what parts of the land, et cetera. And then after negotiating the policy language, voting on that, if that makes sense. So we would approve the money in July, and we would strike the language or come up with the language a few weeks later, sometime this fall, perhaps in September, no later than likely October, in order for us to have the right amount of time to both vet the deal, but also to address some of the issues that members of the council have with the current proposal.
So what is the deadline about, really? Was that the team or the mayor or both? And then also, the mayor has said publicly that if this doesn't happen before the deadline, which is less than a month away, that Maryland's back on the table. Is that something you're willing to risk if Maryland and the team start talking again?
The July 15th deadline, I don't want to say it's arbitrary, but it is a date that was decided upon between the mayor and the Commanders. We do not know when that date was decided upon. I am confident that the Commanders and the mayor have had many, many months of negotiations. You may or may not know, but the budget process in the district has been delayed in part because of congressional interference. And that is in part why there has been such a delay, and in part why we only received budget materials 3 weeks ago. And so to ask the council to merely rubber stamp a deal, a multi-billion-dollar deal, without properly vetting it, without pushing for assurances on other aspects of the deal that we feel are important, I think would be inappropriate. In terms of getting the deal done, I will go back to what I said at the top of this. I can only speak for myself, but my sense of where my colleagues are is that members understand how important this is for the district. Members themselves are excited, but members also want to strike the right deal. I am confident that something will get passed. I am confident it will look a lot of like what the current proposal is, with some notable changes. But it likely will not happen by July 15th. And I will just say one more thing here. Our vote on our budget will not be concluded by July 15th. So to ask us to vote by July 15th on this deal, when that doesn't even align with the council's now updated budget vote, which is, again, the end of July, just doesn't strike with reality.
So that makes a lot of sense to me, honestly. I mean, I think that's a reasonable stance. I guess my question, I'm honestly asking this, I'm not being a jerk. You mentioned that you guys need more time, right? You suggested the fall. I think you said 3 weeks ago is when you got the details you needed to even start thinking about it. Like, nothing in politics happens quickly. We've learned that covering this team and this stadium. And I don't even mean on a DC perspective, just getting the land and everything else over the last several years as a show. But how long will it take? I mean, this is not something that can just go on in perpetuity. Like there's a little bit of a get stuff done thing here where there's other municipalities involved. They've got to break ground. They're trying to have a stadium in the ground, ready to go in 2030. So what is a realistic expectation for you guys to move as quick as possible? And why the fall? How do you come up with that timeline?
Great question. I'll answer that in a few ways. I would say one of the benefits of the district not being a state and having a relatively small legislature, that's a 13-member council, is that we can be pretty nimble in these types of instances. So there aren't chambers that we have to go back and forth between. And so I feel confident that we can vote. As I mentioned, we will already have voted on the funding for the deal in the budget, which will be by the end of July. We would be following up with policy language thereafter. Second thing I would say, we've already allotted funding and given authority to Events DC to move forward with the demolition of the current stadium at RFK to begin groundwork and to begin the work of demolishing the site. I anticipate that's going to be a many-month process. And so while I know everybody is anticipating this deal, there is a world where we can still move forward with the demolition of the parcel at the site while the council takes a few extra weeks in order to strike the right deal. Last thing I would say is, again, I know how important this deal is for the district and Washingtonians and the surrounding jurisdiction, and my colleagues do as well. And so I don't sense, and I don't believe that anyone would benefit from us not taking this up with a matter of urgency.
Councilmember Zachary Parker, kind enough to join us for a few minutes here on Grant and Danny. And Councilmember, curious, how much have the opinions and folks, and I know this project wouldn't be directly in your ward, but it's right next door. How much have you spoken to your residents, and how much polling have you looked at in terms of how, residents may be in favor or opposed, et cetera? And how has that kind of informed your stance, then maybe the stances of the council?
Yeah, I have engaged neighbors. I continue to engage neighbors on the deal. I will say the Commanders have been great partners thus far. They've been very receptive. They have been forthcoming. And so this is in no way a slight to Commanders who have been great partners. And I'm confident we're going to come up with a great deal. As you mentioned, Ward 5 is adjacent to Ward 7 near this RFK site. Our Carver-Langston communities are abutting this development, and there are certain aspects that we want to ensure are included in the deal, which is, again, why we need a little bit more time to ensure there's a level of thought and care and attention paid towards this deal to ensure it benefits all Washingtonians. The headline, though, I just want to leave people with this, is that even if the council were to take a few extra weeks, and even if the vote on the policy language for the deal doesn't happen by July 15th, I am confident that we can still make this deal happen, and we will make this deal happen, and we can deliver this project by the 2030 deadline that the Commanders have given. Events DC has already received the approvals that they need. We can begin breaking ground at RFK tomorrow if we wanted to. And I look forward to further engaging with the Commanders. I know they've been working directly with the chairman of the council, as well as meeting with different council members. And I'm confident we will strike the right balance.
It seems to me like, because we've had so many different council members on and they're yes, they're no. It sounds like you're way more, as far as the folks that aren't willing to say yes yet, you're way more open and excited about the possibility long-term. Correct me if I'm wrong. There are people on the council who are just a no matter what. Like Brianna Nadeau, I think, is like not 1 cent for the team, essentially. I'm putting this in, I'm paraphrasing, but she hasn't come on the show. So that's the best I can figure from her
statement. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for other members, but I believe there have been 2 members that have come out to say they did not plan to vote for the deal. There were 4 members that came out with the original proposal that said they would support the deal. I think the rest of the members would fall in the camp where I am, where we are likely voters for the deal. Contingent, certain aspects are included. And so for me, that is ensuring that there are labor protections so that there are good union paying jobs as we're developing the deal, to ensure that there are educational benefits for young people surrounding RFK in wards 5, 7, and 8, to ensure that we actually follow through on our commitment to Senator Mike Lee and other congressional leaders that we will invest back in a National Park Service land and to ensure that we protect current revenue-generating programming at RFK, like the very successful Glow Festival. Those are not unreasonable demands. Should those things be met, I plan to vote for this deal. I've heard from the Commanders that they plan to include all of those aspects. And so that's why sometimes it's hard to give a clear yes or no, because I think some members is yes is contingent with certain things being included in the final deal.
Which makes sense. Those things that you just pointed out are very, very good to know. As far as the deal, you talked about parking, labor protection, some of those other things. That's all that's standing in the way then. I mean, to me, it seems
That's exactly right. That we are excited. We want the Commanders back in the district. Yes, I will say there are those who question whether or not we should build a stadium at RFK, but my sense is the overwhelming majority of Washingtonians are excited about this opportunity. I would say the overwhelming majority of the council is excited about this opportunity. And my sense is we will get this done. I think there's a level of skepticism by some that a delay is merely a tactic to kill or divert this project, and that is not what is happening at all. We would be irresponsible to merely sign off on a deal if we didn't read all of the fine print and do our vetting. And all we're saying is, in good faith, let's keep talking with Commanders, working together, and strike the right deal. You had asked earlier about other jurisdictions, and I would just say we would ask the Commanders to continue to work with us, ideally exclusively, but we do not believe that taking a few extra weeks will pose that significant of a risk that Virginia or Maryland would be able to swoop in to steal the Commanders from the district, and we get a sense that they too want to come home. So let's make it happen.
Councilmember, my final one for you is you mentioned the word opportunity, and I've heard the mayor speak to that an awful lot, as well as some other advocates on the council. Is that how you view this? And I guess that's part one, and part two is for the opponents, which, again, I understand someone might be opposed to nearly anything. The question that Grant and I would have for all of those folks who are opposed to this is, here's the opportunity to do something. What's your proposal? If not this, where is that? Why is that? How is that? I mean, to me, the opportunity, that I think that's such a powerful word when it comes to this. I'd love your thoughts.
It is a significant opportunity. I take to heart the concern that some neighbors raised that it would be great if we built more housing there, or we built more of a community there versus a stadium, and thinking of the needs that we have here in the district. I'm also persuaded by what I've heard from the mayor and others that having an anchor like this stadium will drive development for housing and other things. And so, I do believe this is a significant opportunity. I think the investment that the Commanders are willing and wanting to make in the district is important and impressive. I think the deal, again, needs to be looked at and perhaps tweaked. But I think this is a win-win for the district. Some of the noise happening right now, I think, is just a matter of politics. But I would say for myself and my sense from my colleagues is that we are committed to getting this deal done. And I think by this fall, we will all be celebrating the Commanders coming to the district.
Zachary Parker, D.C. City Council member. The last one for you, we'll let you out on this. Just about every person that we've had on has pointed out that you guys were not really involved in the planning, the negotiating. This kind of got brought to you after the fact. I don't know anything about politics within the city, but I do think it'd be a lot harder to get a deal with 14 voices than one. I guess my question is, how abnormal is that? In other cities where they do these stadium deals, is the entire city council with the mayor negotiating with the team, or is this more normal that the mayor and the team have the plan and then bring it to you guys?
Yeah, I think this is more normal for our mayor. The mayor, it's her purview and the mayor's purview to generate these type of deals. What I will say is that knowing that the council is the only body that can approve this type of deal, the council is the only body that can pass our budget, it seems short-sighted not to include the council in negotiations and deliberations. I would take you back to when the council quickly moved to save Monumental Sports when there was discussion about them potentially leaving the district. The council worked hand in hand with the executive, and we put forth a deal. Monumental Sports is still in the district. We are still working together. But again, I think part of the need for a little bit extra time is because the council was not consulted. And now that the paperwork has reached us, we have every right and need on behalf of Washingtonians to look at the deal and make sure it's the best one possible.
Yeah, you got to do your job now.
That's right. That's right.
Councilmember, very gracious with us. Sincerely appreciate the information and the insight, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Let's get a stadium deal. We'll high five you in the parking lot before the first game.
Looking forward to it.
All right, there he is, the council member from DC, Zachary Parker. Impressive guy. I like him. He had a great video he put out to level set with people on social media not long ago. I like him.
Again, what I like is clarity.
Yeah.
And the nature of politics is to cloud. You swat those aside, and here's where we are. It's probably going to be like this. I like those sensible sorts of things.
Let's get reactions next. 800-636-1067. What did that make you think about Stadium RFK 2.0?
Are you thinking about selling your home? Then you need to hear this. What's up? It's Danny Rouillet here, and I highly recommend Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. They are changing the game when it comes to selling homes. Their secret, a proprietary marketing system and exclusive home seller programs that get results. On average, they help their clients make over $30,000 more than the average agent. That is a huge win for your wallet. Just listen to what happened with Annabella. She had a buyer ready to go. All done, right? But at the very last minute, the buyer's financing fell through. And Annabella already bought her next home and was only days away from paying 2 mortgages. Scary as heck, right? It became clear to Debbie and Sarah that the Sell Your Home Guaranteed program was the best option here. So Debbie and Sarah purchased her home, providing the certainty that Annabella wanted from the beginning. If your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Call 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thanks to DC Council member Ward 5 Zachary Parker for joining us on Grant and Danny. In summation, he is not a yes on this current deal, but he hopes to be a yes on another deal in the fall. My only hesitation from getting excited, although as the interview went on and he kept reiterating over and over, I think we're going to get a deal. And I kind of came around to be okay with his thinking on this. What he's saying is we're the best place for the deal. The July 15th deadline doesn't matter that much. They're going to choose us, and in the fall, we're going to be ready to go. That's great. The most important part, though, is what deal are you going to say yes to? Now, he said, these are the only things I need. Well, those didn't seem that crazy to me.
No, they're not.
But those are the things he needs. There's 5 or 6 other council members that are all saying the same thing. And for another 3, which is what you need to get to the number to say yes, they need another 4 or 5 things. And how many of those, when the Commanders' ownership is already giving up, a record amount in terms of the percentage of the pie here for a city and a team coming together to build a stadium, how many more times are they going to bend over to get it done? I think that is the question. Are they going to say, all right, Zach, well, here's your 4 things, and all right, council member Danny, here's your 3 things, and all right, council member Grant, here's your 4 things. So that is my concern. The team is not suggesting that this was the start of a negotiation. They're saying, here's your deal. And for Parker and a lot of the people in the city council, they're going, nice first offer. Let's get to the next offer. That's my concern.
Yeah, from what he was saying, now again, these are his points. None of those were fundamental differences in the deal. I think that's a huge distinguishing point.
Yeah, it didn't sound like he had an issue giving the team $1.1 billion.
Right, and so what it means is like this: the city is going to spend on construction. The city is going to spend on this, that, the other, the sportsplex, the utilities, the different things that are already in the budget. He was saying labor guarantees. I'd like DC residents to do it for folks that want to work. I would like them to be able to. That's when you hear labor guarantees, that's what he's talking about. And a couple other conditions that I can't imagine are deal alterers where the team would go, absolutely not. I don't want any DC residents working on the state. They would never say no to that.
Well, he mentioned parking early, didn't come back to it. That's a sticking point.
Could be.
Because that could be a lot of money out of the team's pocket.
It could be. But so again, that's the point here. So if 3 people that are needed to say yes are all like, hey, instead of we get 0 revenue from parking, could we have 10% of it? And the team says yes, or they don't say yes. Then is that a sticking point that you can't get over? But again, it all depends on the conditions. It could be, as I said, it's a game of politics. It's part of a larger budget. Council member from Ward 3 could go, I want a new wing to the library. If that's done, then the thing gets done. Who knows if it's with the team or not? It's just like a concession for him to go along with it. You don't know what everybody's demands are, but if you're just looking at this in a vacuum, I think his sentiment is the prevailing sentiment, meaning, no, it's not done, but that's where we're going. We all acknowledge this is the best thing. There's nothing else better coming along. If we've got to tweak or actually vet the information, because again, you'll see these bogus economic studies or whatever to talk about the impact and all these other things that are propaganda, frankly, for any kind of deal getting done one way or the other. They're actually going to try to vet the numbers. Is this going to generate the thing that you say it is for my residents? It's something you need to know, and it doesn't take 2 days to do that. So I understand everyone's doing their job.
I totally agree with that, and he is doing his job, and he's not doing anything wrong. There's a little cold water poured on everything for me when you're so confident there's going to be a deal done, but there's no agreement. The thing that you're saying is going to happen takes somebody else you have no control over agreeing to have a worse deal come their way, when they already feel like they're giving you a pretty damn good deal. To me, the comp would be like, you're going, yeah, we're going to get married in the fall, but you're not engaged yet, and she hasn't said yes yet. How can you he's like, we're definitely going to have the wedding. It's going to be amazing. I'm quite sure we're going to get married in the fall. She's got to say yes, though. I'd like to know how we're going. Right now, you guys aren't dating. You guys aren't on the same page necessarily. So, yes, I hope he's right. I think there's a real good chance he will be. I'm certainly optimistic that something's going to happen imminently, if imminently can go, months ahead. I think
in political terms, imminently, which is like 5 months. Yeah.
I think that he is right, but what he's saying does not mesh with what the team and the mayor are saying. The mayor, when she speaks on behalf of the team, is currently saying we have until July 15th. If we don't meet their needs by July 15th, they're going to start talking to Maryland again. He said he's not overly concerned about that. That's fine. But we're going to get a deal done. This deal? No, not this deal. Another deal. There is no other deal. How can I be confident that you're going to get that deal done? It doesn't exist right now. That's all I'm saying. Grant and Danny on the Fan. I want to talk about James Wood being great and the fan reaction to his home run yesterday and why it was so fascinating.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank, your local bank, local Main Street Bank. In baseball, the Nationals finally snapped their 11-game losing streak yesterday as they beat the Rockies 4-3 in 11 innings. James Wood with two-run shots, including a walk-off in the bottom of the 11th inning. The Nationals now head out west for a 3-series road trip beginning tonight at Dodger Stadium in L.A. 10-10 first pitch. You can hear Charlie and Dave on the call right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 3-6 with a 2.89 ERA. He'll take on Clayton Kershaw, who is 2-0 with a 3.25 ERA on the season. Nats and Dodgers 10-10 right here on the Fan. In hockey, Jonathan Taves is signing with the Winnipeg Jets. He's missed the last 2 seasons with health issues and played over 1,000 games for the Blackhawks. Now he'll be signing with the Winnipeg Jets to resume his career. And in the NBA Finals last night, Game 6, the Pacers win 108-91 over the Thunder. Game 7 going to be Sunday night. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan.
Down to their final out. Adams leads off third. 1-0 pitch to Wood. Swinging a high fly ball, center field deep. Back goes Hilliard to the warning track, at the wall. It's gone! James Wood does it! The long nightmare is over! Nets win it 4-3. He puts it on the batter's eye hill with a soaring, towering home run to straightaway center field.
You look at the stats in Major League Baseball right now, and James Wood's top 10 in almost every category offensively that means anything. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad. They'll handle your estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, or probate administration. Go check them out at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Cal Raleigh, the catcher for the Mariners, is having one of the craziest seasons I can remember in baseball history. You know, he's homered twice today.
I didn't know that it was today. No.
So that's numbers 28 and 29 for him.
He's
this
insane.
Season. As a catcher.
Yeah.
We've seen 48 home run catcher season recently. That was kind of the high water mark for Salvador Perez of the Kansas City Royals. But he's on pace to go hit over 50 home runs. We'll see if he can pull it off. Normally those guys cool off as the summer goes on. But Aaron Judge has 26 homers. Shohei Ohtani has 25. Kyle Schwarber has 23. It's kind of the list of the guys that have considerably more power this year than James Wood. He's right there with Eugenio Suarez and Corbin Carroll and Pete Crow Armstrong. He is tied right now for 6th in Major League Baseball in home runs. And Danny, if you look at OPS, the 22-year-old National right now is 5th in the big leagues at 944. Only Judge, Raleigh, Ohtani, and a catcher who's played way fewer games with way fewer at-bats, Will Smith, ahead of him. So if you're just looking at everyday players, like in the major leagues that play a position where they don't regularly get rest and sit, it's Judge, Cal Raleigh, Shohei Ohtani, James Wood. He's up there with Shohei and Judge.
Yeah, the other guys normally in this category, you got to give something to get something, right? You got to swing and miss some if you're Kyle Schwarber. You're going to hit 225, 240. You'll take that because the power is prodigious, right? Same with Eugenio Suarez, who I think he's had like 10 homers in his first 12 hits. Like he'd be 1 for 9 on a series, and it was a homer. Like that was what he was doing for the first 2 months.
I remember there was a time where he was like 5 for 52 or something with 4 home runs.
With 4 home runs. And he's climbing out of that a little bit, but you see the point. Even Pete Crow Armstrong, who's an MVP candidate, who's having an unbelievable season. He's a 2023 guy at this stage. He's hitting 270, not doing what James Wood is doing. So this is what the rarefied air, the Frank Thomas in his prime, the Albert Pujols in his prime kind of hitters would do. You hover around 300, a good week you're over, a bad week you're under, but you're doing the full, complete offensive thing without having to sacrifice something. Usually you got to give something up. Hey, I'll swing and miss a little bit more in order to go Adam Dunn on this thing and hit a few more nukes. Not happening. He's doing everything. It's like Judge. It's like Ohtani. It's in that sort of vein, which is unbelievable.
So here's what I actually wanted to talk about when it comes to James Wood today, though. We could just do another segment where we talk about how great he is and tell people not to sleep because he's the best. But yesterday he hits a walk-off home run, okay? 2-run bolt, wins the game. They're up 2-0. Game gets tied 2-2. They were up 2-0 on a James Wood 2-run shot. And then he's back up in the 11th, and the Rockies were dumb enough to pitch to him, and he hits the game-winning home run to end the losing streak. Single-handedly beats Colorado 4-3. It was a much-needed, feel-good day at the ballpark. You and I were doing the post-game show. We're on the post-game show after the Nats had just won their first game in almost 2 weeks. And I'm not expecting anybody to be throwing a big party, okay? People still probably at risk of being fired. You could still make the case Davey Martinez or members of his coaching staff shouldn't be there. I'm not saying otherwise. But what I could not believe was the number of people on social media responding to the video I was posting of the walk-off home run, and then the first call we took on the post-game show, which, I say I couldn't believe it. I should. It happens every day. It's all I hear all the time. It's infuriating to me, and it's maddening. But here's what the guy said.
Mm-hmm.
He said, yeah, I'm a little conflicted after the home run. I'm trying to be excited here, but all I could think about is how James Wood is going to be somewhere else in a few years. I've told you this on the air before, how much that annoys me and how ridiculous I think it is, because we're talking about a guy who's not a free agent until 2031, 6 years from now. So you have the rest of this season, then theoretically the 26 season, the 27 season, the 28 season, the 29 season, and the 30 season to enjoy James Wood. 5 more years. My son is 4. He'll be about 10 years old. My son, who's not in kindergarten yet, will be in 5th grade by the time James Wood leaves in free agency, if he walks in free agency. I guess it's very possible that they would have to do the Juan Soto thing, though, which was trade him 3 off seasons before, even he would leave, because then you get the most back for James Wood if you're working back on the Juan Soto plan. I don't think that's going to be what happens, but if we want to suggest that that's what people are worried about, even still, you're talking about the 2028 season, which means you've got this year, all of next year, all of the year after that, and then more of the 2028 season. So my brain just doesn't work that way, that as he hits a walk-off home run yesterday, I'm going to be conflicted because I'm worried about the time that he's not a National. To me, that's the equivalent of, being in the bathroom about to shower up and put on your cologne before you run out to spend the night with your girlfriend, worrying about the fact that you might not be dating in 3 or 4 years. What is the point of any of this? How can that possibly be the lead or the takeaway? But I understand that for a huge part of this fan base, it's a reality. They can't invest. They can't get in. That one of the reasons James Wood is 9th right now in voting for the All-Star game when he should be starting in the damn thing is that there is a little bit of a lack of investment. The sleeping, whatever I talk about, the not buying his jersey, the not understanding we've got the superstar who's one of the 5 best players in the game already at 22. Some of that just comes from, I've already had puppies that got given away. I'm not doing the foster program again. That's a reality for a lot of people.
100% it is.
And I'm here to tell you, I think he probably will eventually play somewhere else. I think he will probably leave in free agency. He's from Olney, Maryland. He's a DMV guy. But the fact that he's advised by Scott Boras means he's probably going to go to market. You don't pick Scott Boras as your agent if you don't want to get paid all the money that you could possibly get paid. So he's eventually going to get some more money from somewhere else. And if that's the case, you probably need to trade him a year or two in advance. And it's probably going to be 29 or 30, whatever it is, and he gets moved. But my brain just doesn't work that way. Why be a fan at all? Why care at all? I'm speaking for myself. I'm not telling you guys how to fan. I wouldn't do that. I know people get very angry. But for me personally, why would I sit here, Danny, and each time he homers or every time he's at bat go, he's not even going to be here in a few years? This is the good time with him. Enjoy the time. So I have a hard time with this. It drives me crazy.
It does. I see it secondhand. It does drive you crazy. I can see where everybody's coming from on this one.
So can I.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. I guess I don't mean to accuse you of not being able to see it.
The seeing where it's coming from is different than the agreeing with it and executing the practice.
Yeah, I guess I've got a bit more empathy for folks. Your girlfriend analogy, I think, is a pretty good one. Let me try it another way. I have dated a girl of this type before, and this type has made me fall in love, has gotten me head over heels, and then I've had my heart ripped out time after time after time. It's hard for me to give the same investment after having my heart broken by this type of girl so many times. I think that's where these fans that are pre-depressed are coming from.
Okay, but then don't date smokes, I guess.
Yeah, then, and my question to them...
Should you never be with a girl that makes you really happy? Because trust me when I tell you, you're better off for having had Juan Soto here and won a World Series and let him walk than to never have had a Juan Soto.
Right.
You're better off for 4 or 6 years ago than not having. Yankees fans have been dealing with this forever. It's the worst. They have the guy and then he leaves. There's a lot of teams like that.
Royals,
absolutely. And the Nats, by the way, are one of them. I mean, it has happened over and over and over again. A lot of the times, the guys we wanted, by the way, it actually works out good that they didn't keep them. But with the rare superstars like this, it's very obvious. Harper, Soto, Wood, kind of in their own pantheon. These are the guys you want to keep. You're not able to. I understand. My point is just the worrying about it now, the letting it affect your joy of him today. That part I just can't get behind.
Well, the question I had for the guy on the postgame show last night, and would have for anybody who feels that way, is what would you like to have him do? What do you want? Like right now, are you happy that if he strikes out? Are you happy if he pops out? Are you happy if his average sinks down to 215? Maybe that means he gets to stay longer. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what you want to have happen.
I think the caller's point, he's not rooting against him. He's thrilled. His point is with every big moment, it just becomes more a reality to him that this guy is going to be out of their price range.
Right. So, but that's why I keep throwing it back to this hypothetical person. What do you want? Like, what do you want to have happen here? Like, you're watching the team play. You want the team to win, presumably, and he helps with that. Are you like, what's the thought process there? I understand at the end of the road. It's why I'm not going to buy a jersey. It's why I'm not going to be as invested as I would be, knowing full well the end is coming. But I'm still going to have a good time last night watching him hit 2 bolts.
Not buying a jersey for me is a 1 or 2 year rental. Guy's 22. He's going to be here for a half dozen more years. Jersey's no problem for me. Now everyone can spend their $127 or whatever it is, however they want to. But again, 5 years is forever as a sports fan. Like, are we even going to have this job in 5 years? Are we going to be on the radio in 5 years? Are we going to, not to go full Kyle Shanahan, are we going to be alive in 5 years?
The meteor.
Anybody turned on the news lately? Like, worry about today, for God's sake. I mean, James Wood, man, he's yours. You got him. Prime of his career. He's awesome. And we're worried about he might leave in 5 years. By the way, there's a better chance they have new owners in 5 years than that the current owners are here. How do we know that the next owners, I'm not going to tell you that they'll get a deal in place in front of free agency, because, again, Scott Boras is going to, like he did with Soto, like he did with all of his best players, he's going to use it as a way to reset the market and get to free agency. But how do we know that they don't win the bidding war and that the same amount of money here as opposed to in Atlanta or LA or whatever, because he's from here, is enough? Like, we don't know. But I heard someone speak a few weeks ago, and they said 90% of what people worry about never comes to fruition. I happen to think this is part of the 10%, if I'm being honest. That, like,
this has come to fruition a couple times. We've seen it.
But also, I promise you, worrying about something that's 5 or 6 years away as a sports fan just ain't it. Like, if you can't enjoy the good times, like if I didn't get to have that moment yesterday, you got to go away from me. We're just not going to see eye to eye. People, like with the Capitals, the same thing. I'm supposed to be livid and angry and furious that they get knocked out in the second round. It's really hard to have a year like they just had, where you're the best team in the conference and one of the best teams in hockey. And that's not going to be the time where I'm going to be really, really upset. They won a playoff game. I remember people were upset how they played and wanted to go in on this guy or that guy. And I'm like, there's going to be enough of those games. We're going to have those deposits where Carolina, whoever, kicks their teeth in. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time today worrying about that. And with James Wood, I kind of feel that way. Like, it's just so hard to get to a point as a fan where you got a guy like this, Jaden Daniels-esque in this sport. And you want me to sit here and go, well, one day he'll be a Dodger. I just can't do it. I'm curious around the horn here real quick with you guys. Darius, we can start with you. Where are you at on this?
So I'm Team Grant. The negativity, the pouting, and we're not going to re-sign him. He's going to be a Yankee in 2 years. What's the point? Then why are you a fan? Like, I get it. I get that this is ownership's fault. They have set a precedent of not re-signing the mega stars. It's happened to us too many times before. I understand it, but at the same time, it's a part of sports. We're not the only team that it happens to. It happens to other teams too. You've got the good thing. Enjoy the good thing while you have it.
It's part of sports is actually how many guys stay in one place for their whole career?
It just doesn't happen anymore.
I'm sorry. It's so rare. It doesn't exist. Shohei Ohtani left Anaheim. Like it just happens, man. Now I'm not doing the why be a fan. I don't want to go full Bob Carpenter.
Sure, I'm not going to go that far.
I love my guy Bob, but he, the other night in the middle of the 11-game losing streak, he's like going in on the fans who for not being real fans or whatever. But that's not what I'm saying at all. What I am saying is I can't relate to watching James Wood and thinking anything other than, thank God that I get to watch this guy every day for the next several years. Not, I wonder if one day he's going to play somewhere else. I'm going to be mad about that tonight.
Imagine that being your first thought after that home run yesterday. I can't.
And maybe it wasn't that guy's first thought, but he called in and said he had mixed emotions about the walk-off home run in the 2-homer game. Clary, what do you got?
I kind of see it both ways a little bit, like, because it's with all that we have been through, it's hard to imagine like a future of James Wood being a National for life. And it is rare, but when it is in the moment, I was at the game yesterday. My first thought was, that was awesome. 2 home runs from James Wood, a walk-off home run, had a ton of fun. But also, like, at the end of the day, with where this team is and just kind of where the organization is as a whole, you kind of think to yourself on that ride home, you're like, man, it's going to suck when James Wood isn't here anymore. And I think for teams like the Yankees and the Dodgers, they keep their homegrown stars. And yeah, they are a different market, but still the Nationals, we kind of told ourselves once Bryce Harper left, well, you know what? We've got Juan Soto. We traded away Juan Soto. We had Steven Strasburg. We kept him. Unfortunately, that did not work out. But really, all the other stars, Trey Turner, traded away. We trade away Max Scherzer. Like all these other guys that we have had here in town, they aren't here anymore.
I'm looking at the longest tenured players in Major League Baseball. Of this list of the top 20, I've got 2 that have spent their whole careers with their team.
So the thing I would supplement that with, and that's true, by the way.
Altuve at 15 years, Trout at 15 years.
Is it took lightning striking to get him. They're not going to go get another one. The only way you do that is to trade this one away and hope the next guy is also a James Wood.
Right.
Right. To me, it's more of an organizational woe is me. And I'm so pissed off. And
I agree.
I'm upset at that, knowing that this is a window where this guy should be the linchpin of a team that's competing for the playoffs.
So you're 100% right. But, and this is, if we're drilling down, like exactly kind of where my frustration is. And it's just viewing it differently. Like I interact with people all the time that like when the Nats were playing really, really well, they were 30-33. They're creeping up on 500. They're in the wild card conversation. CJ's rolling, Wood's rolling. Everything's going great. Mackenzie Gore's leading the world in strikeouts. And I'm like excited about it. And I'm like posting like, this is the best I've felt in a few years or whatever. The responses of like absentee ownership, we'll never be any good. Like, how do you allow that to dominate your thinking when the team is 1-9 of 10 or, 1-8 in a row? Or like, I just can't relate to that. It's like the 10,000 foot view. It'd be the same as someone who never got excited about a Commanders win or run or Redskins 5 in a row to make the playoffs or winning a playoff game, because Dan Snyder's still the owner. And I'm not saying because of your hatred for him, you didn't want to support. I'm just saying you were going for 24 years. We'll never win anything because it's Snyder. I'm like, yeah, but you see that? They scored 52 points last night and beat San Francisco, and Carlos Rogers had a pick 6. And I had fun. That was pretty cool, right? Snyder's the owner. Like, that's what's happening. And I get it, but it is exhausting to me is all. And I just, there's not really much more of a point than that.
Yeah, that's exhausting.
Like,
yeah.
It's such a yucking of my yum. Like, it's like, amazing thing happens. I turn around to high five. It's like, no. Have the learners sold? No. Did Carter Keyboom still bust out? Fat boy? No. And it's like, I would just love to just like, okay, never mind then, I guess.
I'll put my hand back down.
Go sit on my hand for a while. 800-636-1067 is the number. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey, it's Grant. FanDuel is the best place to get in on all the MLB action. From hits to total bases to home runs. They have a lineup filled with all your favorite wagers, or if pitching is more your thing, FanDuel has a deep bullpen of bets from strikeouts to shutout innings. Either way, don't get caught looking. Join today. New customers are going to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 in bonus bets if that $5 bet wins. Go to FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. Score $200 in bonus bets to get started. Make every moment mean more with FanDuel. They're an official partner of Major League Baseball. Got to be 21, present in Virginia, first online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required, bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet, expires 7 days after receipt, restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, take it seriously and call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 9-game road trip out west as they take on the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium tonight. 10 p.m. first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Pair of lefties on the hill, a good pitching matchup. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 3-6 with a 2.89 ERA. He'll take on Clayton Kershaw, who's 2-0 on the season with a 3.25 ERA. Late night Nats, Charlie and Dave on the call at 10:10 this evening. In basketball, the Pacers beat the Thunder in Game 6 last night, 108-91 to extend the series. Game 7 coming up on Sunday night. And in hockey, Jonathan Toews is going to make his return to the ice. He's going to sign with the Winnipeg Jets after missing the last couple of seasons with health issues. He played over 1,000 games for the Blackhawks, now signing with the Winnipeg Jets. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. James Wood, 2 home runs, including his 20th of the season that walked off the Rockies yesterday. He single-handedly ended the Nats' 11-game losing streak, and it's pretty amazing when you look at his numbers, how even during this downturn offensively where the team has not hit or scored nearly enough, his production has not really waned. In the last couple of weeks of this hitting streak, he's hitting about 275 with 4 home runs, and he's got 11 runs batted in the last 15 games. So the team this month can't score, yet he's kind of doing James Wood things. He's been basically the same guy.
He's pretty much the offense right now. And when the team's going well, the times that it has happened, I know it seems like ancient history, other guys are doing something. You know, whether it's a blue pit here, a walk there, an Alex Call, duck snort, or a good AB, guys are helping him a little bit. But right now, it's Wood 1 through 5, and Abrams a little bit. And that's the runs that they're scoring. Yesterday, all 4 were those 2 guys.
His last 30 games, so a month or so of baseball, he's on almost a 50 homer pace. And for the year, he's on a 43 homer pace, but he's heated up. Last month, 9 homers while hitting 310 with an OPS of about 1030, well over 1,000. He's 22. He's become one of the best players in baseball. He's a blast to watch. He's going to win an MVP award in his career if he plays for a contender. And we bring him up today because there is this feeling within the fan base that's very obvious. I get these comments on social all the time. We had a caller into the postgame show 20 minutes after he hit his walk-off home run yesterday that brought this up. And fans have a hard time with his success and how good he is and fully supporting him because they're already sad and worried about when he's going to leave. Something that I understand because of the history and think probably will happen eventually. And yet, it's just not how my fandom or brain works, I guess, to worry about that already. And I guess the question is, do you guys notice it and do you suffer from it? Do you find yourself a little more reluctant to fully love this pet that you are just possibly watching for a while, knowing someone else is going to come scoop this thing up? You're just fostering it. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Erica in Woodbridge. Hello, Erica.
Hey, Grant, I will always high-five you when something good happens on the baseball field.
Thank you. That's very sweet.
Look at that. I love it.
But I just wanted to say I have enough depression and anxiety already happening in my life that I'm determined to make my baseball experience be a source of joy. And
it hasn't made that difficult on you lately.
Yeah, it's been a little challenging, but I love baseball first, and I love the Nationals second.
Gotcha.
But the point I wanted to bring up based on the conversation is, you know, I was shocked when they added Trey Turner to the Max Scherzer trade, and I was devastated when they traded Juan Soto. But the thing was, they won the World Series with us. Nowhere they've been since have they won a World Series. So just because James Wood might get traded in 2030 doesn't mean that in between now and then good things can't happen. So that's
true.
my perspective.
I would also point out too, well, I think everybody was devastated when he was traded. Different than saying you didn't want Juan Soto traded. Worked out okay. And in fact, it's the only thing keeping the lights on around this place.
No question.
Can you imagine?
Yes.
If they didn't make that trade.
Uh-huh.
How big is the difference between them and the Rockies had they not have made that
Well,
trade?
I mean, John Heyman said on a podcast, and I retweeted that, Funny Danny, Grant H. Polson, a scout told him that without the Soto trade, the Nationals are the Rockies. I mean, that's where you are. I mean, the 2022 season, you had Juan Soto, and you were in last place. And there was no direction. There was no point. And then when they finally made the trade, now it took a punch to the nose for a couple of years, but you could see the linchpins of this team, the best players that are worth a damn, not just guys that are filling in that are fine, and some of the kids are going to call up, which would be nice pieces to have. But I'm talking about the guys that are on the billboards, the reason to come see the team, the MLB Network features. If they're on Sunday Night Baseball, the guys are talking about to preview the game. Those guys came from the Soto deal.
Let's go to Paul in D.C. on Grant and Danny. Hello, Paul. How are you?
What's up, Grant? It's some people in life, man, they'll never be happy. You got that dude that got the homecoming queen and the prettiest girl, cheerleader or whatever on his arm, and he's still complaining and he's trying to chase another girl. That's just how some people just can't be happy. And the reason why I say that, part of being a fan or a supporter of a team, if you don't want to be labeled a fan, is knowing your team. And at the end of the day, we understand that the market that we're in does not always give us an opportunity to be the Dodgers or to be, the Yankees. But, the Braves have been pretty dang good, with the same type of field that we have. They signed all their players a little earlier than expected so that they can make their run. But they know eventually they're going to have to retool and they're going to have to rebuild. That's just how it goes. Now, my thing to the fans is this, you don't know what can happen. Look what just happened to the Lakers. They got sold to an owner that got deep pockets. They were already under great ownership. But guess what? They just got a better ownership squad. So you don't know. The Learners have already tried to sell the team. We don't know that if they're going to sell the team in 2 years, and guess what? James Wood might be able to stay, and the rest of the guys too. So you don't know. It's a lot of billionaires out here now that's looking to get into the game. So just be positive and be optimistic.
We could use some of those billionaires, by the way.
Please.
Anybody wants to swing by.
But I think that is a big part of this for me is when we, any James Wood discourse about, is he going to be here? Is he not going to be here? They'll never pay him, all these things. It does not acknowledge what we don't know. And what we don't know is, are the Learners even going to be the owners when the decision on James Wood is made? I mean, that is a CBA from now in terms of Major League Baseball, right? Like, let's say they're not trying to sell the team right now, and maybe they are waiting until the CBA or the labor disruption that could be looming with it is gone, because after that, it's easier to sell the team. You're talking about 2027, 2028, having this thing solved. You think someone's going to buy this team, take it over with its greatest asset being this guy, and then a new owner is not going to make their first big investment making sure that they lock this guy up? Of course, that would be the number one priority. Now, I don't know what's going to happen, and it may very well be that the Learners own this thing in perpetuity. But I'm saying, because we don't know, it does make the worrying about something that is uncontrollable and that completely changes if ownership changes a little bit more odd this far out.
The part that, again, I kind of find myself sympathizing with is less about James Wood specific and more about, if my team was a perennial contender and a star was going to go and they weren't going to overpay him, but I had another thing waiting in the wings, or I was still going to be a 90-plus win team. Like, it doesn't bother me as much when Jordan Zimmerman leaves because they didn't want to pay a guy that had gone through Tommy John surgery well over $100 million. I got a whole bunch of mid-90s win seasons. I'll trust the architect. They'll spend some money. It'll be just fine. And they win the World Series a couple years later. They're still in the playoffs. Knowing there's nothing in the pipeline, there's nothing coming, there's no vehicle for them to acquire anybody because all the different mechanisms have stopped. They've ground to a halt. Their free agent budget is my home improvement budget. I'm finding what's on sale in a bargain bin at Lowe's, and that's what they're going to spend on free agents. So that's the part of it. To me, it's less Wood specific. It's more the bright, shiny, superstar fun object. That there's no means to replace it unless you do what you did with Soto, which is trade him in a couple of years. You know what I mean? I think it's more, again, this is about team less so than it is about Wood.
Which
for a lot of folks.
I agree with. I mean, we're kind of making the same points, but I think we're in the same boat because you still watch the games. I mean, you still go to the games.
Yeah, I don't have as much fun as I should be having.
Well, neither
is what
do
I'll tell
I.
you. Yeah.
Are
I
you
don't mean just
kidding
because of the
me?
losses. I mean, like
No, I agree.
watching a player like Dylan Cruz and James Wood. The instant they come up to the major leagues, I'm going, that's the start of the stopwatch.
Right.
And that's not that much fun for me. Or let me rephrase. That's less fun than I should be having.
I agree with that. I'm just saying, what you do about that is what I'm trying to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't do the thing you're defending, essentially. Like,
no, I don't. Woe is me. I wouldn't have called the post game show last night and said I have mixed emotions. Right. I wouldn't have done that. And again, I sounds like we're ripping that guy. I'm not.
No, I'm glad the guy called in.
Yeah.
But not only that, I think a lot of these people are not watching. They will casually tune in some, but a lot of these people are not like becoming James Wood marks. They're not coming to the ballpark that often. And I'm not saying that it's not reasonable to do that when you have an ownership group that is letting you down. Of course it is. But specific to a player being a superstar and the lack of opt-in or excitement or backing this guy, or, you look at like the superstars in the game and the amount of votes coming from their market, like James Wood's really low on that list in terms of really good players in baseball and how much home support he's getting for all-star fandom. Some of that is just that it's a sleeping fan base right now because the team is in year 5 of losing. But I think a lot of it is it's just like, I'm not going to invest in James Wood because he's going to leave. And I just think that's sad. I just think
I think it's sad too.
We're in a terrible place. There's a toxicity here. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just an observation of like the damage that's been done.
Yes. That's a really good way to put it because that's how I see it.
And I wish it was different. That's all. But everyone does fandom differently. If you guys want to chime in, you can. 800-636-1067 is the number. The NFL over the last 25 years, list was put together of the best players. 2 Washington players were on that list, and they both have something in common. You'd be surprised to hear what that is. This is The Fan. Coming up at 6 o'clock, we'll hit the headlines. Also, it's Friday, which means we'll end the week with a Grant and Tony's mailbag.
Oh, yes.
This will be fun. You'll have to send us your questions, your comments at Grant H. Paulson if you want us to answer one of your Ask Us Anything questions. For me, at Funny Danny for DR on Twitter. If you're in the 106.7 The Fan YouTube chat, you can send your questions there. The Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. This is the closest thing we do to an open line segment. It can be about sports, can be not about sports, could be something you want us to discuss in the sports world that we didn't cover today or this week that you think should have gotten more time. Danny, it's the very popular G&D's T's mailbag.
It is one of the great inventions, if I can say that, with the Western civilization history. I don't know if that's too far, but yeah, it's your opportunity to get a question answered about us, about a sporting event that you think is deserving more attention, a player, a thing, an idea, whatever you want answered. We're here to do that for you. 6 p.m. hour.
Yeah, so don't botch that golden chance for you, top of the hour at 6, right here on The Fan. We'll be taking your calls for that, and we'll be taking your feedback on social. So, Danny, every now and then we get these reminders of how bad things were under Dan Snyder's ownership with Washington. Think about this. This is ridiculous. So there was a gigantic list done, ESPN put out, of the 25 years now, quarter century, 2000s, best players in the NFL, like an all NFL team for this millennium, basically, 2000 through 2025. We've played 25 seasons of football. Here's the best player at every position. There were 2 Redskins on that list, believe it or not. We got 2 guys on what would effectively be like the all-pro team for the last 25 years.
Okay.
Which you would say is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Every team can't have 2. There'd be 64 guys. And Washington's been one of the worst teams over that time. The fact that they have 2, they're out kicking their coverage. Here's what's so staggering. Those guys were Trent Williams at left tackle and Champ Bailey at cornerback.
I see.
Both of them were here and then were gone.
Yeah.
But more importantly, both of them left at odds with the organization over ownership. Think about that. The 2 best players here in terms of Hall of Fame resume. Champ Bailey, who is a Hall of Famer, traded for Clinton Portis. Draft pick was involved. And Trent Williams, who will be a first ballot the year he's eligible, will become a Hall of Famer in pro football. Both left here with hostility. Champ, in fact, for years and years and years, wouldn't come back until just recently. One of the many guys. I mean, how much time has this new ownership group spent patching things up with former players? And I feel like that's Mitch Rails' second job. He's got his art gallery over at Glenstone, and then he's basically just making calls to former players.
He does art and patching up with former players.
We're sorry, man. We're sorry they treated you like crap, but we want you to come back. So Champ Bailey was just at the stadium for the first time since he was playing in the league this past season. But then you fast forward and you have Trent Williams, who hates the team's guts still. Now, that was mostly over Bruce Allen and Dan Snyder, and those guys are gone. So I don't even know if he would currently have an issue because the bad guys have left, and there's no one for him to be angry at. So they'll patch it up pretty easily and quickly with him, I would think, when he's done playing. But isn't that so telling?
Yes.
25 seasons of football, almost the entirety of the Dan Snyder era, which began with him taking over before 99 and him going through 2023. So like his window, they do this 25-year thing where all the best players in the league are honored, and 2 Washington players are actually good enough to make the list. And Champ, for 5 seasons, watched everybody get paid, wanted to be paid, was at odds with the team, and they shipped him off to Denver. And Trent Williams, who left here after they misdiagnosed him, and all of his allegations are essentially that he thought he was going to die because of how they handled his situation. Whichever side that you're on is up to you, but could not stand their team president and hated their owner. Both of those guys left in turmoil. And they're just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, think about all the guys, LeVar and Brian Mitchell. How many great players here
they ran out of here,
hated this team's guts and wouldn't come back for things because of it.
I mean, at least with Champ Bailey, and it's not a good deal in terms of what we know now. There's no way you'd offer an all-pro cornerback and a second rounder for a running back with modern.
You don't win that trade.
Yeah, with modern data. But at the time, you go, okay, they're getting something back and a productive player return. For Trent Williams, you may as well have just let him walk in free agency and gotten a conditional 3rd rounder for it. Unbelievable how these And it wasn't just that these great players were at odds with the team. And that's, I don't want to say that's normal because that's not, but that's still almost part of the business. It's the managing, no matter what, to devalue your own great asset. Let's say you didn't believe that Trent Williams, wrongly, but you didn't believe he'd be great deep into his 30s as he has been. You could trade Trent Williams before you decided to get into a you-know-what contest with him for an awful lot. You could have made out like a bandit. Same with Kirk Cousins if you didn't want to pay him long-term. You could have done a lot of things. Instead, you went, no, let's run their value into the ground and then look up and go, okay, who's in the Trent Williams business? And then be stunned that all the offers were pennies on the dollar. Oh, it was so stupid. They were so myopic.
The fact that both of their best players of the last 25 years didn't stay here over the fact that they got into stare downs is everything you need to know about that culture. And we get these reminders every now and then.
Every so often.
And I think it's important now that things are pretty good to acknowledge that, because it allows you to have an appreciation for what we've got, for the Josh Harris group, for this regime, that we shouldn't take it for granted. Sometime in a few years, we're going to look back and we're all going to be taking for granted, if they haven't won a Super Bowl yet, that it's just a normal football operation doing normal football things, and sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. But remember what it can be like, how cancerous and awful it can be. And nothing exemplifies that from a football perspective like that list that I saw today. All right, next, the Grant and Danny's, Tony's Mailbag. You can call us at 800-636-1067. Ask us anything. It's how we end our week. You can send in your comments on the YouTube page. You can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. That's how we're going to wind down the week on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is powered by Guerrilla Fireworks. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open. In baseball, the Nationals finally snapped their 11-game losing streak as they beat the Rockies yesterday 4-3 in 11 innings. James Wood with two two-run shots in the game for all 4 runs, including the game-winning walk-off home run in the bottom of the 11th inning, the first of his career. The Nationals now head out west for a 3-series road trip beginning tonight at Dodger Stadium. 10:10 p.m. first pitch right here on The Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. The lefty is 3-6 on the year with a 2.89 ERA. He'll face another lefty, an all-time great, Clayton Kershaw, who's 2-0 on the season with a 3.25 ERA. Late night Nats tonight, 10:10 right here on The Fan. In basketball, Game 7 for the Thunder and Pacers going to be on Sunday after the Pacers beat the Thunder last night 108-91. Game 7 going to be in Oklahoma City Sunday evening. And in hockey, Jonathan Toews, who's missed the last 2 seasons with health issues, is going to be signing with the Winnipeg Jets. He played over 1,000 games for the Blackhawks, now signing with the Winnipeg Jets. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, just 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Mackenzie Gore on the hill at Chavez Ravine in L.A. Return of Mac back to the top of the strikeout leaderboard in Major League Baseball. If he can punch out 6 tonight, he has been the league leader in punchies for months now. In the big leagues, he's on his way to Atlanta as an all-star, trying to now get tested against the Dodgers, one of the great lineups he'll face this season. G&D, stretch run, get you some headlines, and our mailbag coming up this segment. We're brought to you by Kondorian Murad.
We're exclusively sponsored by that law firm, Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Questions are coming in for the mailbag. We will get to that in just a few. Line them up, 800-636-1067. If you got any questions for our Ask Us Anything, it's the Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. First, though, Danny, let's hit some of the headlines on this day in sports. Starting with the NBA draft being right around the corner. We're closing in on next week's draft week. We were just talking in the hall as we were throwing the ball around about some of the options for the Wizards. The big story in the NBA is the continuation of reports that Ace Bailey is falling and could end up falling into Washington's lap. But we're now getting to a point with the 6th pick in the draft where you have to ask yourself, if Ace Bailey falls out of the top 5, is there enough reason that he did that you should also pass on him at 6? The latest news is that he canceled his visit with the Philadelphia 76ers. He's getting very choosy about who he wants to talk to.
The whole thing is very strange. So this is a guy that is remarkably talented. Nobody denies that he's as gifted an athlete and player as you're going to find in most drafts. Part of a Rutgers team with a second top 10 pick, guy that's probably going 2 overall, and they couldn't win a game, it seemed like, in the Big Ten. Bad shot selection. Questions now are kind of emerging about work ethic and
how about just how tall is he?
Well, there's that too.
He's listed, but depending on where you look, at 6'10" or 6'11", and supposedly when he's getting measured by teams without his shoes on, he's 6'8" and change. So it might be 6'9" on a basketball court. Very, very different than 6'10 plus or 6'11", which is what we were told. But I mean, depending on where you look, as you said, Rutgers players Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey might be 2 of the 3 best in the draft. You take Cooper Flagg out of it, those could be people's number 2 and 3 overall rated players, and yet Bailey suddenly could be sliding down the board. Washington might have taken him at 2nd overall. If you're sitting at 6th and he's there, that's intriguing.
And there's some speculation that his agents are trying to now steer him towards a more major market, which is why he's canceling certain things. Now, Philadelphia's pretty major, so I don't know what's going on there.
Major market like media market, like DC, or major market like where basketball matters?
That one.
Okay.
And that may be the reason why certain things are happening. So you're better off getting picked. I'm making this up. 8th to the Brooklyn Nets than you are fourth to somebody who's not that good. So maybe that's the thought. Again, there's a lot of mystery surrounding him, so nobody knows.
My guy, if it works out how I want it to, it's not going to, is Trey Johnson out of Texas. That's the player that I want. I think he goes fourth. If he's available and at number 5 before Washington's picking, his name's still there on the best available from Jay Billis at the bottom of the screen on draft night, I'm going to start crossing the fingers. I just think he's going to be gone, but 6'10" wingspan, 6'6" with shoes on.
I love his
He's
game.
got the size and some length to help you defend a little bit, but it's a 2-guard. And the projection is that he's going to be a scorer. Give me that. That's the game I want added to the Wizards. I just don't think it's going to happen. Realistically, I'm guessing Ace Bailey's gone and Trey Johnson's gone.
That's my
feeling. So all the
too.
Conversations you and I keep having in here each day off air, none of it matters.
It'll be the second and third Duke Olympics. A lot more Con Knipple and Malawach than you wanted necessarily at 6. But that's the beauty of getting boned in the lottery.
I am pre-annoyed by Con Knipple, by the way.
Yeah.
That's just feels like what's going to happen. I have nothing to base that on, but I'm a little bit pre-annoyed by it. Make your pick. Who do you think they take?
I think they take Malawach at 6 because I think Johnson's gone. And I think they're just going to go, you know what? We'll lean into this defensive length, bother shooters, have some size, kind of a deal.
Elsewhere, hitting the headlines on Grant and Danny. I saw this today. I looked over during the Cubs game, which we had on TV, and on Marquee, their sports network, Sammy Sosa was sitting between their broadcasters. Book Shambi was kind of looking over, talking to him. And I thought, Sammy Sosa at Wrigley. I feel 10 again. That's pretty cool. I did not realize it was his first time back at Wrigley Field in over 20 years today. Kind of a weird ending, obviously. Yeah. No longer with the Cubs, traded. I think they were the team that traded him to the Baltimore Orioles. Ended up bouncing around at a couple of stops before his career ended. But there was also pretty clearly some negative headlines at the end there with the steroid allegations and him never fully admitting to everything that was going on. But back at Wrigley being honored today by the Cubs 20-plus years after. I've always said about the 98 season, the home run chase between him and McGwire to this day is one of the biggest reasons I'm the baseball fan that I am. There are 2 of them. Ripken's streak in Baltimore in 96 and the 98 McGwire-Sosa chase. Those 2 things made me a diehard baseball fan as a kid. They are why I still keep score when I go to games today, and I love this sport so much. If there's something wrong with that baseball, then you keep making those guys villains. I'm not sure that there is. It was an awesome thing. The owners knew what was going on. You all benefited from it, got fat off of it for a long time and didn't mind until the light got turned on. You said, oh, well, they're the bad guys. Don't yell at us.
Where's some pearls I could clutch?
Exactly.
Yeah, come on.
How great was the summer of 98?
The greatest thing ever, man. We were all back at school, back in college, and every afternoon you'd rush home and turn on the TV, and we're running to each other's dorm rooms. Did you see it? Of course I saw it. We're all watching. They cut into every sporting event, every game, every at bat, every bit of live programming was interrupted so they could bring you the latest Mark McGwire at bat. Then you'd cut across to the dial to the latest Sammy Sosa at bat on WGN. And they're going back and forth and back and forth. And Sosa hit 66 bombs that year. He had a year a couple years later where I think he hit 64 and finished 5th in MVP voting. Just a different time, dude.
Remember back during the Four Nations when hockey was hot? Everybody was talking about America and Canada. They were fighting at the drop of the puck. The Kachuk brothers were the talk of the sports world, wearing the American flag on their sleeves. Well, the debate we had on the show with callers that day was, is this going to carry over into the NHL season, into some real momentum and some growth for hockey? And a lot of people thought it would.
I thought it would.
I was skeptical of that. What I couldn't have anticipated is what happened, which is the Stanley Cup ratings were way lower than they generally are. It was the same matchup as last year. It was the best team in the East, not by way of record, but overall Florida. And the best player on the planet, Connor McDavid, leading Edmonton, which is a really fun, fast, upstart, up and down the ice, exhilarating team. It's a great matchup. 2 straight years, same teams in the Cup. Florida went back-to-back beating Edmonton. But you have Hall of Famers on the ice. You got maybe the greatest player of his era in McDavid on the ice, one of the greatest players to ever live already. The Stanley Cup ratings worse than the ratings for the Four Nations, Danny. More people tuned in for that international tourney that was kind of thrown together in lieu of an all-star weekend than tuned in for the Stanley Cup. What's that say?
The country events, the Olympic style things we're hungry for. Doesn't say we're hungry for hockey content where guys are more anonymous.
But we
You know
were
what I mean?
really hungry for hockey country content.
Yeah, that's kind of, I guess.
Like if it was, I'm not saying the Olympics don't do all they do, but if that was a track meet that night, I don't think people would have
wouldn't have done the same. That's fair.
U.S. hockey. I also wonder if you remember back then, you had a lot of controversy between the U.S. and Canada because there were the stupid comments about, the national anthem and they're getting booed and the dumb stuff about them becoming the 51st state and all of that nonsense. That was all happening right while that was going on. So in Canada, they're booing our anthem. Well, they're not booing the anthem because they don't like America. They're booing the anthem because they're being trolled about being the 51st state. And so it's going back and forth. Remember all that? It all happened within a few days. And so I think, I could be wrong, but I think that could have been a factor as well, where it became almost like this political sports environment like the Olympics sometimes do.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's more, the stars that like the American players, for example, there's like 2 or 3 guys on your team that are American. Then there's like 7 Swedes, 6 Canadians, 4 Russians, and like everybody's from everywhere, and they all look anonymous. They only play 19 minutes a night. Goalies are behind 7,000 layers. You don't see anybody's face, right? And guys all look the same, frankly, if you're watching from, outside of 10, 15 rows at the stadium. So I think when you have everybody together and it's a USA versus kind of thing, I think that always just does better in any kind of content. Like the Women's Soccer League doesn't do near as well as like Team USA playing against whoever. The rivalries are kind of built in. So I think that's a huge part of it. You may be right about the backdrop too, contributing to it.
There you go, hitting the headlines on Grant and Danny's Stretch Run, our final furlong here today as we get ready to say goodbye for the week of radio shows we're about to put in the books. All right, that gets us to the Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. You can hit us up now at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny on social. You can call us 800-636-1067. Darius is warmed up. He's got the pipes ready to go. Let's do this thing.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Twitter question at Funny Danny at Grant H. Paulson from David. Mailbag question. Does the producer rank callers by how good they might be on air after he screens them, or is it a surprise when you bring a caller on air?
So that's a good question.
That's a very good question.
There is no ranking of the quality of the caller. The job, though, when you're answering the phones is to weed out callers that aren't going to be good. So the way that we kind of do it, and every show is a little bit different. There's probably different instructions in different places. But the way we do it is if somebody's not helpful to the conversation, they're not on topic, they don't really have a take, they can't get to their point, or they just want to do their own radio show about something else, they're not getting through and been put on hold anyway. There's like multiple ways to put someone on hold. There's hold ready, right? It's different colors for us, yellow versus green. So if you call in and you're not going to be a good caller, sometimes they'll say, okay, thanks a lot to put you on hold, but you're yellow. And I know this guy, he's been screened, but he's not all that helpful. The green ones, those are the good ones. And I would say that's like 95%, honestly, of the time.
People get the rhythm of it. Yeah.
You get through. So the way I would say it is generally bank is there. We look at it. They give us a brief synopsis of what you're going to say. It's not all that detailed, but we're doing a topic on which commander is going to win the most games in their career with the team. Someone has Deron Payne. Someone has, just goes down the list. So we'll have a little bit of information, but for the most part, we're surprised when you come on. And I'd say by now, with our regulars especially, we kind of have a pretty good feel of who can hang and who's going to chop wood.
The extra thing I'll say, though, is you might move to the front of the queue. If, for example, you and I are talking, I'm just making this up, talking about something having to do with planes. And we're like, well, what's the deal? What about this radar thing? And why didn't that work? If you're a pilot, for example, that's going to call with direct knowledge, you might get an asterisk, right? Where it's like, hey, put this dude to the front of the line. He can actually answer the question and forward the discussion more so than another guy who's like, one time I was on a plane and the masks came down. Right. Instead of that guy, the actual expertise. So you'll see something there. But for the most part, everything you said.
That's a great point. And if there's like normally in that case that you're talking about, this is relevant. But if there's a really, really good call, oftentimes you'll get like the asterisk, whatever. But Ryan or Ben or whoever's answering calls that day will get in my headphones and they'll be like, you got to get to line 3, or like, dude, line 4, hilarious. This guy's got a story, or whatever it is. So we will be tipped off if the call is good enough. It'll be denoted in some way for sure. All right, Darius.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Again, ask us whatever you want on the Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Scott wants to know, would you guys rather have $3 million or 3 straight Commanders Super Bowl wins? It's a great question. So, Scott, at different points in my life, I would have answered this question very differently. At 10 years old or 15 or 18 or probably even at 25 years old as a single lad. Now, married with 3 kids and a 4th on the way and trying to figure out how we're going to get a yard for these children and eventually how they'll go to school. And 2 of them are girls. That means there could be weddings at some point.
Oh, yeah, man.
I just don't know how anyone affords anything, ever. I got a piece of salmon yesterday, and it cost me $40 for my lunch with a piece of salmon and some couscous. I don't know how or why, but that's what it cost. That's a little ridiculous. With tip, Danny, $40.
$40, yeah.
Iced tea, salmon, couscous. You okay with that?
$40.
Is that where you want to be?
Nope.
It's not where I want to be. Any hoodles. I got to go with the $3 million.
Yeah, it's the money, and I don't know what the actual line of demarcation would be for me to not take the money, because $3 million is a big deal.
For 1,000 or 3 Commander Super Bowls, I'm going with the Super Bowls.
Super Bowls, because that would net us also. Think about how good they are. People are excited, and the excitement and give a damn is what we thrive on.
Maybe
to some degree.
Pretty good this year.
Yeah, but it's sustained more than for the first time in 30 years.
$10,000 or 3 Commander Super Bowls.
That's still 3 Soupies.
I agree. Now, you always take the money over the thing way before I do.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of thought that could be it. $25,000 or 3 Commander Super Bowls.
Still Soupies.
See, I don't believe you.
Yeah, it's still Soupies.
I think it's an easy thing to say on the radio.
No, I'm not
going to ask you as soon as we say goodbye tonight, and you're going to, as you're running down the hallway.
Now, it's not much higher than $25K.
$50K.
That's when we start to get there.
So you would take 3 Super Bowls over $30,000. Check I'm handing you right now to put in the bank.
Yeah, see, I made fun of Cash Out, bro, for these kinds of decisions. Because my thought is, there's a great chance we earn that and more. There's a chance.
Yeah, there's also a chance you don't.
Of course. But the 3 Super Bowls would make coming to work every day awesome.
Okay,
I'm buying my happiness. There's ratings bonuses involved.
In a hypothetical where there are no ratings bonuses.
$30K then.
$25K.
$25K.
$20K.
$20K.
See? I'm telling you. $15K. I mean, you are the worst. $10K.
$10K. No, I'm doing a bit. But you see my point.
Okay, but $10K or 3 Super Bowls?
That's probably 3 Soups.
I got the check right here.
Yeah, 3 Soups more than $10K.
You're turning down $10,000.
I will turn it down for 3 Super Bowls. 3.
But 15 you're taking.
Money.
All right. For me, I'm going to take 3 Super Bowls, I think, over 50. 3 Super Bowls, pretty good. That's pretty fun.
$50,000 cash.
Yes,
50.
Definitely. 75K is where it gets tricky. I could put that right in the market.
60 grand. No strings.
75 is kind of where I'm at now. That's the debate.
What about check 3 zeros on it? $65,000 right there to you.
3 Super Bowls.
You're turning down $65,000.
3 in a row?
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. 3-time Super Bowl champion, Washington Commanders? Yes, definitely. My kid grows up forever, diehard fan, because the time they went back to back to back, were we the Chiefs? Yes.
Where's that kid living? In a house that he likes? See what I'm saying? Use that money. Couldn't you use it?
Of course.
$68,000.
$65,000 ain't buying me a house.
Well, that alone.
Interest rate coming down 2%?
Maybe it does.
I ain't moving for $65,000. I can promise you that. I'm going to say, I think my number is going to be 100 grand. I need $100,000.
You wouldn't do it for 98 grand.
This is the bit.
You just say 100. It's like someone gives you a check for $97,400. You're like, nah.
3 Super Bowls.
3.
That's what I'm answering. That's my answer.
All right.
$100,000. What are you? 15,000?
Yeah. Because you told me, in the scenario, just to couch it properly, where there's no ratings bonuses and no one cares about our show. Because my thinking is people might actually be interested in what we're talking about if there's a team that could win 3 straight Super Bowls. There might be some excitement. There's parades. There's joy.
Of course.
You told me there's none of that, so now I'm just going to take the money.
I didn't say there's no joy. I just said there's no ratings bonuses. They won 14 games this year. There wasn't a ratings bonus.
No, there wasn't.
I don't know if you remember.
I was there.
We were just kind of looking at the numbers going, we sure they're winning 14 games?
Is this right?
People know they played on Sunday?
Is this correct?
Yes. Ideally, there'd be a ratings bonus. I'm just saying it's an easy cop-out for us. Not everyone gets money because they're good. You see what I'm saying? So that's not the spirit of the hypothetical. The spirit of the hypothetical is you don't financially benefit from them being good. You just get joy, or you could take the cash. That's all. $100,000, man.
$100,000.
And I'm not talking about the candy bar. Your boy is putting that. I'm taking that. I'm calling Andrew Castile, who does my financial stuff, and I'm saying, Daddy. I don't know why I call myself Daddy, but in this case,
why are you Daddy? That's weird.
Because I have $100,000.
All right.
And I'm gonna say, Daddy's got $100K. I want you to invest that for me. Let's go to Dave, who's in Woodbridge. What's up, Dave?
Hey guys, is this money taxed?
Oh, in my mind, no.
In my mind, no.
If it's taxed, then the number's got to be higher.
Because if it was taxed, at 10, 15 grand, I'm letting that money go all day long. I want to win. But dude, so
if I'm clearing $100,000, that's the threshold for me. It's a good question. Way to add to the conversation.
It's good supplemental question.
Brandon in Rockville, what's up?
I love this game. This is fun. Okay, here we go. Ovechkin win next year, Stanley Cup, or each of you will get 10 grand.
Oh, Stanley Cup, easiest decision in the world. That's an easier decision than the Commanders one.
Absolutely.
10,000? 10,000? I mean, what are we talking? 10,000 is nothing.
It's something.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't know,
Yeah, I know. What you're saying.
We're waiting till paychecks come in to go shopping. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea here. But 10,000 versus Stanley Cup, which is all I ever want in the world every single year. Get out of here with that.
I think I go Stanley Cup there. Yeah, I would. I go Stanley Cup. But again, the figure isn't that much higher.
15,000?
Yeah, now you're talking into the range.
But see, you're with all due respect, your consistency is terrible. You have 15,000 for 3 straight Super Bowls, which you care way, way, way more about than a Stanley Cup. And you're saying maybe for 15,000 for a Super Bowl or for a Stanley Cup?
Well, you told me that. We get no ratings bump. We get no bonuses from it. We get no benefit of any kind at all for these Super Bowls.
Financially.
So all right, so if it's the same criteria that there's no benefit to us at all, other than like our regular fandom,
financially,
yeah, then I'll take the money.
10,000.
Yeah, I guess I'll do that.
5,000.
Yeah,
$50.
No.
$1,000.
Closer. No, give me the cup. Come
All
on.
right, Dad, let's work those pipes. Here we go.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Via the YouTube chat, will you please stop pronouncing the L in salmon? No, we will not stop doing that.
I will not. Salmon's a delicious fish. You should try it sometime.
Salmon.
He maybe doesn't know what it is. It's like that orangish, kind of like pinkish fish.
You can find it wild caught, farm caught, farm wild farm. You can sustainable,
Atlantic
Alaska,
salmon.
Atlantic.
Pacific Northwest salmon.
South American, not as good.
Doesn't give you salmonella if cooked correct.
Salmon.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Former Angels outfielder, my guy Tim Salmon. I love Tim Salmon. Joshua wants to know, is Darris's mailbag intro actually live or pre-recorded? It's a very good question.
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you for asking it.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
I think that answers that, doesn't it?
Danny?
Let's see. Did the white shirt guy, a.k.a. Strober, touch any slices of pizza other than the ones he ate?
Ooh, good question.
Did the white shirt guy, a.k.a. Strober, touch any of the slices of pizza other than the ones he ate? That is from Jim.
Is this a question based on
it's about the nose pick
allegations that he picked his nose earlier today?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to go back to that for a moment because we had evidence brought to our attention today by the prosecution. They sent in a video. Someone went back, and this is why I love our listeners, went back and tweeted us a video. This is DMV Chicago, no tag on Twitter saying, I did some digging, which is a good line, by the way. And they've got a video they sent of Strober and then a screen grab of what appears to be him with his hand on his cheek. And it looks like possibly his right ring finger. I guess this would be left near the window. His left ring finger could be going into the nostril. But I look at this picture. If this is the best the prosecution has, I acquit. I have to acquit. This is not hardened evidence. This, to me, I think I look at this and I go, there's a really good chance his finger's not even in his nose. Therefore, I think Schrober innocent of picking his nose.
Yeah, you said could. Could is the key word there. There was no definitive evidence. It's like when you replay in the NFL here, not enough conclusive evidence to say that I did such a thing.
I've always said we need irrefutable evidence of Schrober picking his nose to call him a nose picker.
Do we trust our listeners in general?
Yeah, I think we do.
I'd say that we do. Does that trust not extend to Kyle, one of our listeners, who said, and I quote, "It happened multiple times, which is why I finally commented. If we trust our listeners, a listener is saying something, don't we trust that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?"
I think we probably trust it, but you still need to be able to prove the allegation. I can't just be sending people to pick your nose prison over a whim, over what you think you saw on the. This is high definition for Danny's face right up front.
Right.
By the time
it's
we
a
get
little
to
bit lower,
Schrober through the glass,
there is a glare right up here.
We've got a glare. We've got low definition. We've got some blurriness.
There's a microphone.
You can't see what you can't see. It's like what are the CCTV camera footage of someone walking down the street? You think it's him. You don't know that it's him.
You don't know that it's him.
This is the guy in section 406 calling balls and strikes.
Well, even behind home plate, they can't call balls and strikes. Did you see the immaculate inning get screwed up last night?
Yeah, that was fun, wasn't it?
That was tough.
So, did you touch more pieces of pizza?
That's the big question.
That's ultimately the question.
I didn't actually eat any pizza after the whole incident, so no.
Didn't you text the group chat like a week ago about somebody touching all the food and not eating it?
Yes.
Who was that?
You don't want me to say his name right now, do you?
I don't know. Is it someone whose name you shouldn't say right now?
Yes.
Okay. I thought it was one of the people in the room.
No.
Okay. Now,
but you know him.
I know him?
Yeah.
Where
you do.
we?
I don't want to say because it'll.
I just remember I got a text to the group chat where you're like,
dude,
I don't remember who it was.
Dude.
Someone kept touching all the food but didn't eat it.
Yeah. All of the food.
Okay. Very good.
You don't remember it at all? Okay.
Not even a little
All
bit.
right.
Gotta think. Garris, Ryan, Strober. I picked Strober to be in the studio more often.
I dig it. Thanks for being here. Oh, thank you.
Hopefully everybody has a great weekend.
He
We're
knows
back
what I mean. Come on.
Monday at 2:00.
Boogers.
We're talking about boogers.
Boogers, everybody.
Everybody's funning.
Bats in the cave and I got a finger. Come on, son. How about
I still call AMAC, who worked with us a couple times, the first time he ever worked with us. His first time ever speaking on air. This is not an exaggeration. We're going on around the room. I'm doing a topic. You're out.
His answer was incredible.
The topic was a food that you liked to eat when you were young, but that you don't like anymore. So we go around the room, and AMAC gets on the microphone. I've never heard the kid speak in my life other than when I introduced him myself and shook his hand right before the show, and he goes, breast milk.
Breast milk.
And I was like, oh, my God.
Like,
uncomfortable.
He answered that question, didn't he?
So I still occasionally will be like, breast milk, what's up, buddy? So now Strober, he's going to be, I'm going to call him Booger McFarlane.
Well, when I see AMAC, I go full Chappelle, the finest breast milks. And like, it goes over the top a little bit.
What's Booger McFarlane's nickname? Boog?
Boog.
Overtime comes your way next, 2:00 Monday. Austin Eckler's on the show on Tuesday on The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.